Close your eyes, if you haven't already. Let your breathing slow to match the rhythm of these words. Tonight's journey requires nothing from you except the willingness to drift, to wonder, to let impossible possibilities wash over you like water over ancient stone. Somewhere in your body, tension is releasing. Perhaps in your shoulders, perhaps in your jaw. Let it go. We're traveling backward tonight. Not years, not centuries, but cycles. Vast wheels of time that turn so slowly we mistake them for straight lines. This isn't a story with a neat beginning, middle, and end. This is a spiral, and spirals, as you'll discover, are how the universe actually works. But we need to start somewhere. So let's start with a room. The room is small, climate-controlled to exactly 20 degrees Celsius. Humidity held at a precise 45%. This isn't someone's living space. This is preservation. This is the British Museum's storage facility in East London, though the object we're concerned with isn't there anymore. It moved. But in 1996, on a Tuesday afternoon when rain was turning the city gray, a graduate student named Sarah Chun held something impossible in her latex-gloved hands. A prism. Clay. About the length of her hand from wrist to fingertip. Four-sided. Heavy. The color of dried blood mixed with sand. And covering every surface, pressed into the clay when it was still soft 4,000 years ago, was writing. Not just any writing. Cuneiform. Those strange wedge-shaped marks that look like bird tracks, like someone teaching geometry to ancient languages. Sarah could read cuneiform. That's why she was there, in that room, on that gray Tuesday, surrounded by artifacts that most people would walk past without a second glance. But this one stopped her. Not because it was beautiful. It wasn't particularly. Not because it was rare. The museum had thousands of cuneiform tablets and prisms. But because of what it said, what it claimed, what it asserted with the calm confidence of someone recording absolute truth. Sarah read the opening lines. Then read them again. Then set the prism down very carefully, removed her gloves, and walked out into the corridor where she stood for a full 3 minutes, trying to decide if she was reading it wrong, if her Sumerian was failing her, if this was some kind of ancient joke. It wasn't. The prism was catalogued as WB 444, a relatively late copy, made around 1800 BCE, of a text that was already ancient when the scribe carved it. The well-blundell prism, one of several copies of something we now call the Sumerian King List. And the Sumerian King List says something that should make every single person on Earth stop and think. It says that before a great flood swept over the world, 8 kings ruled the ancient land of Sumer. The first king, a man named Axial, ruled for 28,800 years. Not months, not seasons, years. The second king, Alaljar, ruled for 36,000 years. The third, Millennia, for 43,200 years. On and on through 8 kings, their reign stretching across impossible gulfs of time. 64,800 years. 72,000 years. 28,800 years again. The combined total? 241,200 years. Then, the text says with perfect matter-of-factness, the flood swept over. And after the flood, kingship descended from heaven once more. But something had changed. The kings who came after the waters receded lived shorter lives. Still impossibly long by our standards. 1,200 years, 900 years, 600 years, but nothing like the antediluvian rulers. And as you continue reading through the dynasties, through the succession of cities that held power, Kish, Uruk, Uar, Lagash, the numbers keep dropping. 700 years. 400 years. 200 years. Until finally, around the time we can cross-reference with other historical records, the reign lengths normalize. 26 years. 35 years. 11 years. Human lifespans. As if the scribe was documenting something real. Something that actually happened. A world where time worked differently, where humans, or whatever held kingship, lived for thousands of years, until something broke. Some catastrophe. Some reset. And then everything began again, smaller, shorter, diminished. Sarah Chun stood in that corridor, trying to process this. She'd studied ancient Mesopotamia for 7 years. She knew the standard interpretations. Mythology. Sacred numbers. Symbolic representation of the transition from prehistory to history. The impossibly long reigns were metaphorical, everyone agreed. They had to be, didn't they? But standing there, having just read those precise numbers, not many years or countless generations, but exactly 28,800, exactly 36,000, she felt something shift. A door opening. A question forming that she couldn't quite articulate, but that would stay with her for the rest of her career. What if we're reading it wrong? Not wrong, as in mistranslation. The Sumerian was clear. The numbers were unambiguous. But wrong as in misunderstanding the kind of document this was meant to be. What if this wasn't mythology trying to sound like history? What if this was history that has become mythology because we've forgotten how to read it? Let your breathing deepen now. Let these questions settle into your mind like silt settling to the bottom of an ancient riverbed. We're going to spend the next several hours, though you may drift in and out, and that's perfect, exploring this question. Not trying to prove anything. Not arguing that the Sumerian kings literally lived for 30,000 years each. But opening a door. Looking at a possibility. Examining a pattern that appears not just in Sumer but in India, in Greece, in Mesoamerica, in Norse mythology, in Persian tradition. The pattern that says, there were ages before this one. Long ages. Golden ages. Ages when things were different. Then came catastrophe. Then came us. Why would every ancient culture on Earth tell essentially the same story? Are they all drawing from the same psychological wellspring? The universal human need to imagine a better past to cope with a difficult present? Or are they all remembering something real? Something that happened. Something that might happen again. The clay remembers, even when we forget. Tonight, we remember together. In the spring of 1906, a German archaeological team working in southern Iraq made a discovery that would puzzle scholars for the next century. They weren't excavating pyramids or golden tombs. Nothing so dramatic. They were digging through the ruins of Nippur, an ancient Sumerian city that had been abandoned for over 2,000 years. Nippur wasn't a capital. It wasn't famous for military conquests or great kings. It was a religious center, a city of priests and scribes. And what the German team found, buried in what had once been a scribal school, was clay. Thousands of clay tablets and fragments. Shopping lists. Marriage contracts. Mathematical exercises where student scribes practiced multiplication tables. Hymns to forgotten gods. Administrative records about barley distribution. The mundane paperwork of a civilization that invented bureaucracy. But among these thousands of fragments, catalogued and photographed and carefully packed for shipment back to Berlin, was something different. It took years to recognize its significance. Years to realize that scattered among different tablets were multiple copies of the same text. A text that appeared to be a chronicle of kings, a historical record stretching back to the beginning of time itself. Different scribes had copied it in different eras, but the core content remained remarkably consistent. As if this wasn't just important, it was sacred. Something that had to be preserved exactly, word for word, number for number. The Sumerian King List. Let's slow down here. Let's actually understand what this document is before we dive into its impossible claims. Imagine you're living in ancient Nippur around 2000 BCE. You're 14 years old. Your father was a scribe. His father was a scribe. Your grandfather's grandfather was a scribe. This is your inheritance, not land, not wealth, but knowledge. The ability to read and write in a world where perhaps one person in 100 has that ability. You wake before dawn. The air is still cool, carrying the smell of bread baking and the distant murmur of the city waking. You walk through narrow streets to the scribal school, a low building with a courtyard open to the sky. Inside, in the dim light of early morning, you take your place on the floor with 24 other students. Before you is a flat basket filled with wet clay. Your teacher, an old man whose fingers are permanently stained with the black ink used for rough drafts, begins the day's lesson. Today, he says, you will begin copying the King List. A ripple of significance passes through the room. The King List, the most sacred of historical texts. The chronicle that begins at the beginning, when kingship first descended from heaven to earth. You're not ready, you think. You've only been training for 2 years. Your wedge marks are still uneven, your hand not steady enough for such important work. But the teacher has chosen you. This is an honor. This is a test. He places before you a master tablet. The clay is old, fired hard, the marks worn but still legible. This copy is perhaps 100 years old, but it's copied from a tablet 200 years older than that. which was copied from a tablet 300 years older still. A chain of scribes stretching back into the mists of time, each one preserving exactly what came before. You read the opening line. After kingship descended from heaven, the kingship was in Eridu. Eridu, the first city, the place where it all began. You've heard stories about Eridu since childhood. How the god Enki rose from the waters and taught humans the arts of civilization. How the first temple was built there, a small shrine that would be rebuilt 17 times over thousands of years, each new temple constructed on the ruins of the previous one, keeping the same sacred geometry, the same orientation. The text continues. In Eridu, Alulim became king. He ruled for 28,800 years. Your hand pauses over the clay. 28,800 years. Your grandfather lived maybe 60 years. Your teacher is 70 and considered ancient. The oldest person you've ever heard of lived 93 years, and people spoke of him as touched by the gods. But Alulim ruled for 28,800 years. You look up at your teacher. He's watching you, a slight smile on his weathered face. You're wondering, he says, if it's a mistake. You nod. It's not a mistake. Copy it exactly as you see it. Don't question. Don't modify. Your task is preservation, not interpretation. So you press your stylus into the wet clay, forming each wedge carefully. And Lugal, the kingship. Ta. From. On. Heaven. BA.E11.DE3. It descended. Each sign precise. Each number exact. 28,800. Not many years. Not an age. The specific number. Because numbers are sacred. Numbers don't lie. Numbers connect Earth to heaven, human time to cosmic time. You continue copying. Alulim ruled for 28,800 years. Alalja ruled for 36,000 years. Enminlana ruled for 43,200 years. Enmingalana ruled for 28,800 years. Dumuzi, the shepherd, ruled for 36,000 years. Your hand moves in rhythm now. The marks flow. You're not thinking about what they mean, only about forming them correctly. This is meditation. This is prayer. This is connecting to every scribe who has ever copied this text, a chain of hands and minds stretching back to the first person who pressed these words into clay. Ensipsiana ruled for 28,800 years. Enmindarana ruled for 21,000 years. Ubartuta ruled for 18,600 years. 8 kings. You count them on your fingers as you work. 8 rulers before the world ended. Then comes the line that makes your skin prickle. These are the 8 kings, their years totaling 241,200. Then the flood swept over. The flood. Every child in Sumer knows the story of the flood. How the god Enlil grew angry with humanity's noise and chaos. How he convinced the council of gods to destroy everything with water. How Enki, the trickster, the rebel, warned one righteous man to build a boat. How that man, Zeusidra in the old stories, Atrahasis and others, survived with his family and animals while the world drowned. You've heard the story 100 times. But seeing it here, in a historical chronicle, listed as matter-of-factly as a year of good harvest or the founding of a temple, that's different. The story presents the flood not as myth, but as historical fact. An event. Something that happened. The dividing line between the old world and the new. You continue copying. After the flood, the text says, kingship descended from heaven once more, but to a different city, Kish. And the kings who come after the flood? They're different too. After the flood swept over and kingship descended from heaven once more, the kingship was in Kish. In Kish, Gaur became king. He ruled for 1,200 years. Still impossibly long. Still far beyond human lifespan. But notice what happened. The reigns dropped from 28,800 years to 1,200 years. The post-flood kings lived shorter lives. As you continue copying through dynasty after dynasty, you notice the pattern. The numbers keep decreasing. In the dynasty of Uruk, King Meskyagashar ruled for 324 years. His son Enmerkar ruled for 420 years. Then comes a name that makes you pause, that every child in Sumer knows. Gilgamesh, whose father was a phantom, the lord of Kullub, ruled for 126 years. Gilgamesh, the hero, the king who was 2/3 god and 1/3 human, who searched for immortality and failed to find it. who returned to Uruk and built its great walls and accepted his mortality. 126 years. Still long, but not impossibly so. You've heard of people living to be 90, even 100. 126 is an exaggeration perhaps, but a human exaggeration. The reigns keep shortening. By the time you reach dynasties that your teacher says can be verified through other records, through building inscriptions and trade documents and correspondence with other kingdoms, the numbers have normalized completely. 20 years, 35 years, 11 years. Normal human lifespans. It's as if you're watching time itself change. As if the world moved from a state where kings ruled for thousands of years, through a catastrophic flood, into a state where kings ruled for centuries, then decades, until finally reaching the world you know. The world where humans live 70, 80, maybe 90 years, and then die. Your clay tablet is complete. Your hand aches. The sun has moved across the courtyard. Hours have passed. Your teacher examines your work, running his finger along the lines, checking each number. He nods slowly. Good. When this hardens, we will fire it. And it will last forever. Long after you and I are dust, long after Nippur itself is dust, this will remain. The numbers preserved. The pattern intact. For whoever comes after. But teacher, you finally dare to ask, what do the numbers mean? He looks at you for a long moment. In his eyes, you see something you can't quite identify. Not knowledge exactly. More like uncertainty worn smooth by decades of copying the same impossible claims. I don't know, he admits. My teacher didn't know. His teacher didn't know. We preserve them because those who came before us considered them too important to lose. Perhaps they mean exactly what they say. That time was different before the flood. Perhaps they mean something else, something we've forgotten how to understand. Perhaps both. Perhaps neither. He places a hand on your shoulder. What I do know is this. The world has ended before. The flood proves it. And the world began again. We prove it. Our task is not to understand everything. Our task is to preserve so that when the world ends again, and it will, student, it will, something remains. Some record, some memory, some seed from which understanding might grow again. That night, you lie on your sleeping mat on the roof of your house, looking up at stars that seem impossibly distant. The air has cooled. Dogs bark in distant streets. Somewhere, a baby cries. You think about Alulim. About 28,800 years. About a flood that swept over everything. About the possibility that the world you know is not the first version of the world. That other worlds came before, different worlds. Worlds where time moved differently, or where humans were different, or where something we can't even imagine was true. And you think about the future. About the clay tablet you made today, hardening in the school's kiln. How long will it last? 1,000 years? 5,000? Will someone find it in the ruins of a dead city and read your careful wedge marks and wonder what you were trying to say? Will they understand? Will they even recognize it as writing? The stars wheel overhead in their eternal dance. You learn their names and their movements in school. The scribes of Sumer are also astronomers. You know that the stars move in great cycles, that certain star patterns appear and disappear over vast periods, that the priests can predict eclipses decades in advance. The heavens are mathematical, orderly, governed by laws that don't change. But the earth? The earth has floods, earthquakes. Cities rise and fall. Dynasties bloom and wither. Everything is temporary, except for the clay. The clay remembers. You fall asleep with that thought. The clay remembers what we forget. And somewhere in those numbers, those impossible reigns, those vast spans of time, is a truth that we're not quite wise enough to decode. Not yet. But we preserved it. We passed it forward. And someday, someone will understand. Let's drift forward now, through time. For 1,000 years forward. To that room in London where Sarah Chun holds the same text you copied. Where she reads the same numbers. Where she asks the same questions. What if the Sumerian King List isn't mythology at all? What if it's a historical document, but one that's recording something we don't have a framework to understand? Modern scholars have proposed numerous theories to explain the impossible reign lengths. Let's examine them carefully, fairly, seeing what each explanation illuminates and what it leaves in shadow. Theory 1. Pure mythology. The simplest explanation, it's all made up. The Sumerians were creating an origin myth, a story about the beginning of their civilization. The exaggerated reign lengths serve a literary purpose. They make the past seem grander, more heroic, more touched by the divine. This theory has the virtue of simplicity. Every culture has myths about a glorious past. The Greeks had their golden age. The Norse had their world before Ragnarok. The Hebrews had Eden. It's psychologically satisfying to imagine that things were once better, that we've fallen from some original perfection. The problem with this theory? The King List doesn't read like mythology. There's no narrative, no moral lessons, no divine interventions or heroic deeds. It's a chronicle, a list, names, cities, reign lengths. Period. It has all the personality of a modern spreadsheet. And crucially, it transitions seamlessly from the impossible reigns to the historical ones. There's no marker that says, okay, now we're switching from myth to reality. The same dry, administrative tone continues throughout. In Kish, so-and-so ruled for X years. Then in Uruk, such and such ruled for Y years. The form doesn't change. Only the numbers decrease. If this were pure mythology, why not keep the numbers impressive throughout? Why have them systematically decline? Why have King Mesopotamian ruling for 324 years and then, just a few kings later, have kings ruling for 20 or 30 years? What literary purpose does that serve? Theory 2. Astronomical encoding. Some researchers propose that the reign lengths encode astronomical cycles. The Sumerians were sophisticated astronomers. They tracked planets, predicted eclipses, understood that Earth's axis precesses through a cycle of roughly 25,920 years. Many of the antediluvian reign lengths are close to astronomical numbers. 28,800 is close to 25,920, the precessional cycle. 36,000 is 100 times 360, the number of degrees in a circle. 43,200 is half of 86,400, the number of seconds in a day. Maybe the King List is actually a cosmic calendar. Each king represents not a person, but an astronomical age. The flood represents some celestial event, perhaps the completion of one precessional cycle and the beginning of another. This is clever. It accounts for why the numbers are so precise and why they cluster around certain values. It acknowledges the Sumerians' astronomical sophistication, but it raises as many questions as it answers. If the King List is astronomical encoding, why present it as a list of kings? Why not just create an astronomical text? The Sumerians had those too. We found them. They knew how to write texts about star movements and planetary cycles. Why disguise astronomy as history? And again, it doesn't explain the transition. Why do the astronomical numbers gradually decrease into human lifespan numbers? Is that encoding something astronomical too? If so, what? Theory 3. Different time units. Perhaps the Sumerians were measuring time differently. Maybe those years aren't solar years as we understand them, but months or seasons or some other unit. If we divide Alulim's 28,800 years by 12, converting years to months, we get 2,400. Still an impossibly long reign, but more plausible as a dynasty. If Alulim represents not one king, but a lineage of rulers all bearing the same name or title, 2,400 years for a dynasty is historically plausible. This theory has appeal. Ancient peoples did measure time differently. The Egyptians had a 360-day year. The Maya had multiple calendrical systems running simultaneously. Maybe the Sumerians did too, and later scribes forgot which unit the original numbers represented. But there's a problem. The post-flood reigns don't convert cleanly. If we're converting to months, Gilgamesh's 126-year reign becomes 10.5 years, far too short for a king who accomplished so much. And the historical kings at the end of the list, whose reigns we can verify through other records, would convert to absurdly short reigns of 1 or 2 years each. Any conversion that makes the antediluvian reigns plausible makes the historical reigns implausible. The math doesn't work consistently throughout. Theory 4. Dynastic compression. What if each antediluvian king represents not one ruler, but an entire dynasty, an entire era of civilization? Alulim isn't a person, he's an epoch. The 28,800 years represents the span of time when that style of kingship, that cultural phase, held sway. This is the interpretation that feels closest to the mark for many researchers. It accounts for the long time spans. It explains why the reigns decrease gradually, Perhaps each subsequent era truly was shorter than the one before. And it matches how ancient peoples thought about time. The ancients didn't experience time as linear the way we do. They experienced it as cyclical, mythical. Time was measured by kings and dynasties, by significant events, not by uniform years on a calendar. So when a Sumerian scribe wrote, Axial ruled for 28,800 years, maybe he meant something like, in the first great age, which we call the age of Axial, there was order and kingship. This age lasted for a span of time so vast we can only represent it symbolically as 28,800 years, a perfect number, a multiple of 3,600, which is the great year. The flood, in this reading, represents not necessarily a literal deluge, but a catastrophic discontinuity, something that ended the old ages and began the new ones. Maybe a real flood, yes, but also war, plague, climate shift, any collapse that was so total it felt like a resetting of the world. After this catastrophe, the survivors rebuilt. They created new forms of kingship, new cities, new political structures. But there were ages before this age. Long ages. Then came catastrophe. Then came us. Why? Why would the ancient Egyptians record that their civilization was founded by divine kings who ruled for thousands of years before being succeeded by semi-divine kings who ruled for hundreds of years before human pharaohs took over? Why would the ancient Hindus develop an elaborate theory of yugas, world ages that decrease in length and virtue, cycling endlessly through creation and destruction? Why would the Greeks describe 5 ages of man, each shorter and less noble than the last? Why would the Maya and Aztecs both have cosmologies based on multiple world ages, each ending in catastrophe? Why would Norse mythology describe a cycle of world creation and world destruction through Ragnarok? Is this convergent evolution of myth? The same psychological needs producing the same stories in isolation? Or is this divergent memory? The same actual events being remembered differently by cultures that survive those events and spread across the globe? The King List doesn't answer these questions, but it asks them. It asks them with all the force of fired clay and ancient mathematics and 4,000 years of silent endurance. And tonight, as you drift between waking and sleep, as the boundary between conscious and unconscious grows thin and permeable, these questions will drift through your mind like sediment through water. What came before? How many times has this happened? Are we the first, or the 7th, or the 70th? And what will we leave behind when our age ends, as all ages end, and the flood sweeps over us in whatever form it takes? The clay remembers. Even when we forget, the clay remembers. And somewhere in those numbers, in those impossible rains, in those ages before the flood, there's a truth we're not quite ready to understand. Not yet, but we preserved it. And preservation is sometimes more important than comprehension. Let's continue deeper. Into the flood itself. Into the moment when, according to the King List, everything changed. The moment the old world ended and the new world began. Picture water. Not the water that comes from your tap, clean and controlled. Not the water of swimming pools or bathtubs. Picture water as a force. Water as an ending. Water that rises and doesn't stop, that takes everything, that cares nothing for your walls or your plans or your certainty that tomorrow will be like today. This is the water the ancients knew, the water they feared, the water they remembered. Every civilization that ever existed knew the terror of water. Rivers that flooded and destroyed crops. Storms that swallowed coastlines. Tsunamis that erased cities. Water gives life, yes, but water also takes it. Water creates and water destroys. And ancient peoples understood this duality with an intimacy we've forgotten in our world of dams and levees and flood insurance. But the flood stories aren't about normal floods. They're not about a river overflowing its banks or a storm surge that destroys a fishing village. They're about the world ending. Complete inundation. Total destruction. A resetting of everything back to primordial chaos. And here's what should make us pause. What should make us set aside our certainty and our comfort with rational explanations. Nearly every ancient culture on Earth has this story. Not some cultures. Not most cultures. Nearly all of them. From people who never met, who spoke different languages, who had no trade routes or means of communication. From the oldest oral traditions of Aboriginal Australians to the newest written accounts of medieval Iceland. Across continents, across millennia, the same story told in different voices. The world drowned. We survived. Everything began again. Let's slow down. Let's actually understand the scope of this. Imagine you're an anthropologist in the early 20th century. You've spent 20 years traveling to remote places, living with indigenous peoples, learning languages, recording myths and stories before they're lost to modernity. And you start noticing something strange. In the Amazon, the Yanomami tell you about a great flood sent by the spirit Omau that destroyed the world. Only a few people survived by climbing to the top of the highest mountain. In the Pacific Northwest, the Haida tell you about a time when rain fell for so long that the entire world flooded. A few people survived in a giant canoe, along with animals, and when the waters receded, they repopulate the earth. In Australia, the Gunwingu people describe how the sea suddenly rose, driven by a great wind from the south, flooding the coastal lands where their ancestors had lived. In Siberia, the Chukchi tell stories of a flood that covered the earth. A family survived in a skin boat and released a raven to find land. In sub-Saharan Africa, the Kikuyu, the Maasai, the Yoruba all have flood stories. The details differ, but the core remains. Water rose, most died, a few survived. In the Middle East, the flood story appears in Sumerian texts, Akkadian texts, Hebrew texts. Ziusidra, Atrahasis, Noah. Different names, same structure. Righteous man warned, builds boat, saves family and animals, waits out flood, makes sacrifice, receives blessing. In India, the Satya-Treta-Dvapara-Kali tells of Manu, warned by a fish that a flood is coming. He builds a ship. The flood comes. When it recedes, Manu is the sole human survivor and must recreate humanity. In Greece, Zeus decides to destroy the corrupt human race with a flood. Prometheus warns his son Deucalion. Deucalion and his wife Pyrrha build a chest, essentially a boat, survive the 9-day flood, and repopulate the earth. In China, the story of Gun and Yu describes a great flood that covered the mountains and threatened to destroy everything. Yu spent decades creating channels to control the waters. In Mesoamerica, the Aztec codices describe how the fourth sun, the fourth world age, was destroyed by a great flood. Only one couple survived by hiding in a hollow log. The Maya Popol Vuh describes how the gods became displeased with their creation and sent a flood to destroy it. They then created a new, better humanity from corn. In Norse mythology, when the gods killed the giant Ymir, his blood flooded the world, drowning all the frost giants except Bergelmir and his wife, who survived in a boat and repopulate the giant race. Over 200 distinct flood narratives have been documented by anthropologists. Some researchers count as many as 300 or more. The geographical spread is nearly complete. Every inhabited continent, from the Arctic to the tropics to the southern hemisphere. The details vary. Sometimes it rains. Sometimes the sea rises. Sometimes underground waters burst forth. Sometimes it's the gods' punishment. Sometimes just a natural catastrophe. Sometimes one man survives, sometimes one family, sometimes a small group. But the pattern remains remarkably consistent. The world becomes corrupted, overpopulated, or too noisy. Divine forces, or natural forces mythologized as divine, decide to destroy everything with water. One righteous person or family is warned in advance. They build a boat or find high ground. Water covers everything, killing almost everyone. The waters recede. Survivors repopulate the earth. Often, a sacrifice is made and a promise given that it won't happen again or will happen again cyclically. This pattern appears with such frequency and consistency that it begs for explanation. Not superficial explanation, but deep explanation. An explanation that takes seriously both the similarities and the differences, that neither dismisses the stories as primitive fantasy nor accepts them as literal historical accounts without evidence. So what are the possible explanations? Explanation 1. Convergent psychology. This is the standard academic view. Humans everywhere experience floods. Floods are traumatic, deadly, destructive. Every agricultural society worries about floods because floods destroy crops, drown livestock, wash away settlements. Furthermore, all humans fear death and annihilation. We're conscious of our mortality and our vulnerability. Creating myths about world-destroying catastrophes that are survived by a chosen few serves several psychological functions. It processes trauma. Every culture experiences devastating local floods. It reinforces moral codes. The survivors are usually righteous. It explains cultural origins. We descend from the flood survivors. It provides hope. Even total destruction can be survived. According to this view, the flood myths arose independently in every culture because they emerge from universal human psychology meeting universal natural phenomena. Just as every culture independently developed cooking, clothing, and shelter in response to universal human needs, every culture independently developed flood mythology in response to universal experiences of flooding and fear of death. This explanation is intellectually satisfying. It requires no extraordinary claims. It fits with our understanding of human psychology and cultural evolution. But does it fully account for the specificity? The biblical flood narrative and the Mesopotamian flood narratives, which predated, are remarkably similar in detail. Not just there was a flood, but the boat's dimensions are given precisely. Birds are sent out to find land, raven first, then dove. The boat comes to rest on a mountain. A sacrifice is offered after landing. A promise or covenant is made. That's not just parallel psychological development. That suggests either literary borrowing, cultures sharing stories, or common origin, cultures remembering the same event differently. And for cultures that definitely had no contact, Australian Aboriginals and Mesopotamians, Pacific Northwest tribes, and Hindu India. How do we explain such consistent patterns? Yes, all experience floods, but all developing nearly identical narrative structures around those floods? The convergent psychology explanation is probably partially true, but it may not be completely true. Explanation 2. Shared memory of actual catastrophe. What if the flood myths are cultural memories of real events? Not one single global flood that covered the entire Earth to the tops of all mountains. That's geologically impossible given the amount of water in Earth's system. But catastrophic flooding events that were regional, but so devastating they felt global to the people experiencing them. And here's where it gets interesting. We have geological evidence for exactly such catastrophes. Let's travel back 11,000 to 12,000 years. The Pleistocene epoch, the last ice age, is ending. For 100,000 years, massive ice sheets have covered much of North America, Northern Europe, and parts of Asia. Ice 2 miles thick in places. Ice heavy enough to depress the Earth's crust beneath it. But the climate is warming. The ice begins to melt. Not slowly. Not gradually. In pulses. Catastrophically fast pulses where massive ice dams holding back glacial lakes suddenly fail, releasing trillions of gallons of water in a matter of days. Imagine being a human living on the northern coast of what is now the North Sea, 11,000 years ago. Your people have lived here for generations. You know these coastal plains. You hunt here. You fish in the rivers. You know every valley, every stand of trees, every good camping spot. Then, over the course of a generation or two, perhaps even faster, the sea begins to rise. Not a sudden flood. You don't wake up one morning to find water at your door. But year by year, the coastline moves inland. That beach where you collected shellfish? Gone underwater. That valley where the deer graze? Now a shallow bay. The place where your grandparents are buried? Beneath the waves. You move inland. Everyone moves inland. But the water keeps coming. Over decades, over centuries, the sea level rises by more than 300 feet. The entire geography of the coastline is redrawn. Islands become peninsulas. Peninsulas become submerged ridges. Valleys become fjords. And this isn't happening just in one place. It's global, because the ice is melting everywhere. Every coastline on Earth is being redrawn. If there were coastal settlements during the Ice Age, and archaeology increasingly suggests there were, because coastlines provide abundant resources, fish, shellfish, seabirds, seaweed, they were all drowned. Every single one. The survivors would have fled inland, carrying memories. And what would those memories say? Once, we lived on the coast. There was land where now there is only sea. Our ancestors knew places we can no longer reach. Then the waters came and didn't stop. We fled to higher ground. Everything we knew was drowned. After generations of oral transmission, this becomes, there was a great flood. The world was drowned. Only a few survived. This explanation accounts for why the flood myths are global, because post-glacial sea level rise was global. It explains why the myths persist across cultures, because every coastal culture would have been affected. And it explains why the details vary, because different regions experienced it differently. But there's more. Around 11,600 years ago, something even more dramatic happened. Earth experienced a sudden climate shift called the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. Though this remains debated, some evidence suggests a comet or asteroid impact over North America triggered massive wildfires, melting ice, and a rapid return to near-glacial conditions for over 1,000 years. The evidence is controversial and hotly debated in scientific circles. But if it happened, the effects would have been catastrophic. Impact generated fires across North America, sudden melting of ice sheets causing massive flooding, climate whiplash, rapid cooling after a period of warming, megafauna extinctions, woolly mammoths, saber-toothed cats, giant sloths all vanish around this time. Potential collapse of early human populations. Anyone living through such an event would have experienced it as apocalyptic. Fire from the sky, the world flooding, the climate going haywire, animals dying, people starving. And then, 1,000 years later, when the climate stabilized again and the ice truly began to melt for good, more flooding, more coastal inundation, more displacement of populations. These events, post-glacial flooding and possible catastrophic impacts, all occurred between 12,000 and 10,000 years ago, right at the boundary between the Pleistocene and the Holocene, right when human history transitions from the Paleolithic, Old Stone Age, to the Neolithic, New Stone Age, right when, according to archaeology, humans stopped being hunter-gatherers and started farming, started building permanent settlements, started creating what we call civilization. But what if the archaeological narrative has it backward? What if humans were already developing sophisticated cultures during the Ice Age? Not necessarily civilizations with writing and cities. Those would leave unmistakable archaeological traces. But complex hunter-gatherer societies. Cultures with extensive trade networks, astronomical knowledge, spiritual traditions, social hierarchies. And what if those cultures were largely coastal, living where resources were abundant, where rivers met the sea, where fish and shellfish and migratory birds provided reliable food? When the ice melted and the seas rose, those cultures would have been destroyed. Not completely. Some humans always survive. But their settlements, their gathering places, their monuments, if they built any, would all be underwater now. And we would never find them. Because underwater archaeology is expensive and difficult, and we've barely scratched the surface of surveying Ice Age coastlines that are now hundreds of feet below modern sea level. The survivors of these coastal catastrophes would have moved inland. They would have carried knowledge with them, knowledge of astronomy, of plant cultivation, of animal behavior. And they would have carried memories. Memories that would become myths. Myths about a time before. A time when their ancestors lived in different lands that are now gone. A time that ended with water. Let your breathing slow again. Let the image of rising water drift through your mind. Not as terror, but as inevitability. Water rises. Water falls. Coastlines shift. This has always been true. This will always be true. The earth breathes in cycles measured in tens of thousands of years. We live in one breath, one interglacial period. Before this breath, there was ice. After this breath, there will be ice again. Unless we've changed the system. Unless our carbon emissions have pushed the climate into a new state. But that's a question for another time. What matters now, for our purposes, is understanding that catastrophic flooding is not mythological. It's geological. It happened. It will happen again. And the peoples who survived these catastrophes passed down memories. They told their children, once it was different. Once, the sea was lower and the land extended farther. We know this because our grandparents told us, and their grandparents told them. And the chain of telling goes back to those who saw the lands drown. But memory is fragile. Oral tradition, for all its power, distorts over time. Details change. Timescales compress. What happened over centuries gets compressed into 40 days and 40 nights. Geographic specifics get generalized to the whole world. But the core remains. There was a before. There was catastrophe. There is now. Now let's look at specific flood narratives in more detail. Because in the details, patterns emerge that suggest these stories might be preserving more than we think. The Mesopotamian flood, Zeusidra, Atrahasis, Utnapishtim. The oldest written flood narrative comes from ancient Sumer. We have three main versions. The Epic of Zayusadra, circa 1600 BCE, but based on older oral tradition. Zayusadra is a pious king who receives warning from the god Enki that the other gods have decided to send a flood to destroy humanity. Enki tells Zayusadra to build a boat. He does. The flood comes, described as lasting 7 days and 7 nights. Zayusadra survives with his family and animals. When it ends, he makes a sacrifice. The gods regret their decision and grant Zayusadra immortality. The Atrahasis Epic, circa 1800 BCE. Atrahasis is a wise man. The gods created humans to work for them, but humans multiplied and became too noisy. The god Enlil can't sleep. He tries several methods to reduce human population, first plague, then drought. When those don't work, he convinces the gods to send a flood. But Enki, who loves humans, warns Atrahasis. Atrahasis builds a boat following exact specifications. The flood comes, lasting 7 days and 7 nights. Atrahasis survives. The gods, realizing they've lost their workforce, regret the flood and agree to limit future human population through natural means, death, infertility, celibacy, rather than total destruction. The Epic of Gilgamesh, circa 2100 BCE in its earliest versions, with later Babylonian versions around 1200 BCE. In this version, the flood story is told as a flashback. Gilgamesh, seeking immortality after the death of his friend Enkidu, finds Utnapishtim, the flood survivor who was granted eternal life. Utnapishtim tells his story. The gods decided to send a flood. Ea, equivalent to Enki, warned Utnapishtim through a reed wall, telling him to tear down his house and build a boat. The dimensions are given precisely, 120 cubits in all directions, making it a cube. He loads it with his family, craftsmen, and animals. The flood comes, so terrifying that even the gods cower in fear. It lasts 6 days and 7 nights. The boat comes to rest on Mount Nimish. Utnapishtim sends out birds, a dove, a swallow, a raven, to test whether the waters have receded. The raven doesn't return, indicating land is available. He disembarks, offers a sacrifice. The gods, smelling the sweet savor, gather like flies around the offering. They grant Utnapishtim and his wife immortality. Notice the consistency across these versions. This isn't 3 independent inventions of a flood myth. This is one story, told and retold, preserved across centuries with remarkable fidelity to core details. And notice something else. The flood is presented not as the beginning of the story, but as a disruption in an ongoing narrative. Before the flood, there were people, cities, gods interacting with humans. The flood is a catastrophe that nearly ends everything, but doesn't quite succeed. After the flood, the world continues, but changed. This doesn't read like pure myth. It reads like cultural memory of an actual catastrophe, mythologized and theologized, but preserving the basic fact. There was a devastating flood. A few people survived. Life continued, but differently. The biblical flood, Noah. The biblical flood narrative in Genesis chapters 6 to 9 is clearly related to the Mesopotamian versions. The parallels are too close to be coincidental. Either the Hebrew tradition borrowed from Mesopotamian tradition, they were neighbors, after all, and the Hebrews spent time in Babylonian captivity, or both drew from an even older common source. Key details in the Noah account. God, YHWH, decides humanity is corrupt and must be destroyed. Noah is righteous and is warned. Noah is given specific dimensions for the ark: 300 cubits long, 50 cubits wide, 30 cubits high, about 450 by 75 by 45 feet. He loads his family and pairs of animals. The flood lasts 40 days and 40 nights of rain. Then waters prevail for 150 days. The ark rests on Mount Ararat. Noah sends out a raven, then a dove, 3 times. The 3rd time it doesn't return. Noah builds an altar and offers sacrifice. God makes a covenant never to destroy the earth by flood again, symbolized by the rainbow. The biblical account is more detailed and more theologically developed than the Mesopotamian versions, but the structure is identical. Righteous man, warning, boat, animals, flood, mountain, birds, sacrifice, promise. This suggests not independent invention, but cultural transmission. The story moved from Mesopotamia to the Hebrew tradition, was adapted to Hebrew theology, one God instead of many, moral lesson about righteousness, but preserved the core narrative. The Indian flood, Manu. In Hindu tradition, specifically the Satya-Treta-Dvapara-Kali, circa 800 BCE, but likely preserving older oral tradition, we find a flood story that's independent of the Mesopotamian tradition. Manu is performing ablutions in a river when a small fish speaks to him. The fish asks for protection, promising to save Manu from a coming flood. Manu protects the fish as it grows, eventually releasing it into the ocean. The fish, later revealed to be the god Vishnu in disguise, warns Manu to build a ship. The flood comes. Manu's ship is tossed in the waters. The fish, now enormous, appears with a horn. Manu ties the ship to the fish's horn and is towed to safety on a mountain. The waters recede. Manu is the sole survivor and must recreate humanity. This version lacks the details of the Mesopotamian accounts. No specific boat dimensions, no birds sent out, no sacrifice. But the core pattern is identical: flood threatened, one man warned, boat built, survival, becoming progenitor of new humanity. The Matsya Purana gives an expanded version where Manu saves the 7 sages and various seeds and plants, ensuring that knowledge and life can continue. The Greek flood, Deucalion. The Greek version, preserved in several sources including Apollodorus and Ovid. Zeus decides to destroy the corrupt Bronze Age of humanity with a flood. Prometheus warns his son Deucalion. Deucalion builds a chest, essentially a floating box. He and his wife Pyrrha survive 9 days of flooding. They land on Mount Parnassus. After the waters recede, they offer sacrifice to Zeus. An oracle tells them to throw the bones of their mother behind them. They interpret this to mean stones, bones of Mother Earth, and do so. The stones they throw become new humans, repopulating the world. Again, the pattern: corrupt humanity, flood as punishment, one family warned and saved, landing on mountain, sacrifice, repopulation. The Greek version adds the interesting detail of recreation through stones, but otherwise follows the now familiar structure. The Chinese flood, Gun and Yu. Chinese flood mythology takes a different approach. Rather than a sudden catastrophic flood that destroys everything, it describes a prolonged flooding problem that required heroic efforts to control. During the reign of Emperor Yao, a great flood covered the land, reaching to the tops of mountains. It lasted for generations. Gun, a deity, tried to control the waters but failed. His son Yu took over and spent 13 years creating channels, dredging rivers, and establishing drainage systems to control the waters. This is less apocalyptic than other flood myths. Humanity isn't destroyed, just threatened. But it preserves the idea of a catastrophic flooding event that required extraordinary measures to overcome. And notably, after Yu succeeds, he becomes emperor, establishing the Xia dynasty, suggesting that the flood myth marks the transition from prehistoric times to historical times, just as other flood myths mark this transition. Aboriginal Australian floods. Aboriginal Australian traditions are particularly interesting because Australia has been isolated from other continents for over 10,000 years. Any flood myths preserved in Aboriginal tradition arose independently from Eurasian myths. And yet they're there. The Gunwingu people of northern Australia tell of a time when the sea rose suddenly, driven by a fierce wind from the south, flooding coastal areas where their ancestors had lived. They say this happened because the ancestor spirits became angry. Similar stories appear among the Yolngu, Jija, and other Aboriginal groups around Australia. The details vary by region, but the theme remains. The sea rose, coastal lands were drowned, ancestors fled to higher ground. What's remarkable about these accounts is that they can be correlated with actual geological events. The drowning of the Sahul Shelf, the land bridge that connected Australia to New Guinea and Tasmania during the Ice Age, occurred between 12,000 and 8,000 years ago as sea levels rose post-glacially. If Aboriginal oral traditions have preserved memories of coastline changes from 10,000 plus years ago, that's extraordinary. It suggests oral tradition can preserve factual information for hundreds of generations. And it adds credibility to the idea that other flood myths might also be preserving ancient memories of actual events. Now take a breath. Let these stories settle. What we're seeing is a pattern that repeats across the globe. Not identically, Each culture has adapted the story to their own theology, their own geography, their own understanding. But the core narrative structure persists with remarkable consistency. This suggests three possibilities. 1. All humans independently develop this narrative because it emerges from universal psychology and universal experience with flooding. 2. The narrative originated in one place and spread as humans migrated, being adapted and changed but preserving the basic pattern. 3. The narrative preserves memory of actual catastrophic flooding events that affected human populations globally between 12,000 and 10,000 years ago. Most likely, it's some combination of all three. Human psychology contributes. Cultural transmission happens. And underlying it all, there may be actual events being remembered. What the flood myths tell us, taken together, is that ancient peoples everywhere believed something crucial: the world can end, has ended, will end again. They didn't see history as linear progress toward an ever-better future. They saw it as cyclical: creation, growth, corruption, destruction, recreation. The flood was evidence, proof that it had happened before, warning that it would happen again. And the Sumerian King List explicitly connects to this. It says, before the flood, there were 8 kings who ruled for impossible lengths of time. Then the flood swept over. Then kingship began again, but diminished. The flood isn't mythology. It's chronology. It's the dividing line between the old world and the new, between the long ages and the short ages, between what came before and what came after. And if we take this seriously, not literally necessarily, but seriously, we have to ask, what came before? If the flood myths are preserving memories of real catastrophes that ended real civilizations, or proto-civilizations, what were those civilizations like? The answer can't be just like modern civilization, but older, because we would have found extensive remains. Cities leave archaeological traces that persist for millennia. But cultures that were sophisticated in ways that don't leave extensive physical traces, cultures that built primarily in wood, or that were largely coastal and are now underwater, cultures that had extensive astronomical knowledge, sophisticated social structures, long-distance trade networks, but hadn't yet developed writing, those cultures could have existed, could have been destroyed by flooding and climate change at the end of the Ice Age, could have left behind survivors who preserved memories of the time before in oral traditions that eventually became the flood myths we've inherited. And if that's true, if there's even a kernel of truth in it, then the Sumerian King List's impossible numbers take on new meaning. Maybe they're not describing individual lifespans. Maybe they're describing cultural epochs. The age of Alulum, lasting thousands of years. Then the age of Alalger. Through 8 such ages, spanning hundreds of thousands of years of slowly developing human culture during the Ice Age. Then the flood, the post-glacial catastrophe, swept over and ended it. And what came after was us, the historical cultures, the civilizations we can excavate and date and study, the short-lived ages where humans no longer live for 30,000 years, but for 30 years, 70 years, 90 years. The age we're still in, the age that will, inevitably, end. Because that's the other lesson of the flood myths. It happens again. The cycle continues. Water rises, civilizations fall, survivors rebuild. The only question is, what will we do with this knowledge? Will we preserve what matters? Will we prepare? Will we build boats, literal or metaphorical, against the coming waters? Or will we assume, as every civilization before us has assumed, that our age is different, that we've broken the cycle, that catastrophe is something that happened in the past, but will never happen again? The clay remembers what we forget. And what it remembers is this: the world has ended before. It will end again. But life continues. Humans survive. The story goes on, just in a different voice, in a different age, learning the same lessons our ancestors learned, making the same mistakes, hoping for the same impossible immortality. The 8 kings ruled for 241,200 years. Then the flood swept over. Then everything began again. This is not metaphor. This is pattern. This is the way the world works, has always worked, will always work. Unless we learn, unless we remember, unless we break the cycle not through arrogance, but through wisdom. But that's for later chapters. For now, rest in the knowledge that you are part of a story much longer than you imagined. You are one breath in a long conversation spanning hundreds of thousands of years. Your ancestors survived the flood. You carry their memories in your DNA, in your culture, in the stories you tell, without even realizing their stories. The water rose. They fled. They survived. They remembered. And because they remembered, you exist. Let that thought carry you deeper into rest, into the space between waking and sleeping where all stories are true and all truths are stories, and the boundary between past and present dissolves like salt and water. The flood swept over, but we're still here, still remembering, still wondering what comes next. I'll continue writing the full manuscript. Given the extensive length required, 110,128 words total, I'll proceed chapter by chapter. Let me continue from where we left off. Numbers don't lie, but they can whisper truths we're not ready to hear. Let's talk about mathematics. Not the mathematics you learned in school, sterile, abstract, divorced from meaning. Let's talk about ancient mathematics, sacred mathematics, the kind of mathematics that connects earth to heaven, human time to cosmic time, the temporary to the eternal. The Sumerians didn't just use numbers to count sheep or measure barley. They used numbers to understand the universe. Their mathematical system was sexagesimal, base 60. This seems strange to us, living as we do in a base 10 world. We count on our fingers, 1, 2, 3, up to 10, then start over with tens, hundreds, thousands. It feels natural because we have 10 fingers, but the Sumerians counted differently. They counted to 60 before starting a new cycle. Why 60? Because 60 is mathematically beautiful. 60 is evenly divisible by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 12, 15, 20, 30, and 60. 12 factors. Compare that to 10, which is only evenly divisible by 1, 2, 5, and 10. For factors, when you're doing mathematics without calculators, without computers, when you're working with fractions and divisions in your head, having a number with many factors makes life much easier. You can divide 60 into halves, thirds, quarters, fifths, sixths, tenths, twelfths, and so on, all giving you whole numbers. This practical elegance is why sexagesimal mathematics survived, why we still divide circles into 360 degrees, 60 by 6, why we still divide hours into 60 minutes and minutes into 60 seconds, why we still use 12-hour clocks. The ghost of Sumerian mathematics haunts our everyday life 4,000 years later. But there's more to it than practicality. 60 was sacred. It represented completeness, wholeness, the perfect number that bridges human scale and cosmic scale. And when the Sumerian scribes recorded the reign lengths of the antediluvian kings, they didn't choose random large numbers. They chose multiples of 60 and multiples of 3,600. 3,600 is 60 squared. The Sumerians called it a sar, the great unit, the cosmic unit. It appears again and again in Mesopotamian mathematics as the number that represents completion of a full cycle. Look at the reign lengths again. Alulum, 28,800 years, 8 by 3,600. Alalger, 36,000 years, 10 by 3,600. And Mimilana, 43,200 years, 12 by 3,600. And Mingalana, 28,800 years, 8 by 3,600. Dumuzi, 36,000 years, 10 by 3,600. These aren't random. They're mathematically precise, elegant, chosen for their harmonic properties. Now you might think, see, this proves they're symbolic, not historical. No one actually lived that long. The scribes were just playing with sacred numbers. Maybe, probably even. But here's the question that should keep us up at night. Why these specific sacred numbers? Why not just say a very long time or countless years? Why encode precise mathematical values if they're purely symbolic? Let yourself drift for a moment. Imagine you're back in that scribal school in Nippur. You're older now, perhaps 25. You've become a junior teacher yourself. You're explaining mathematics to a new student who's struggling with the sexagesimal system. Why 60? The student asks. Why not 10? 10 is easier. You smile. You ask the same question once. Because, you say, 10 is the number of fingers. 60 is the number of the cosmos. You draw in the dust of the courtyard floor. A circle. You divide it into 6 sections. The sun moves through the sky in a great circle. We divide that circle into 12 parts. The 12 months, the 12 signs of the zodiac. Each month the sun moves through one section. Each section is 30 degrees. 12 times 30 equals 360. 6 times 60. The student nods, following so far. Now, the moon. The moon moves faster than the sun. It completes its cycle in 30 days, more or less. 30 is half of 60. And in 1 year, there are 12 full moons. 12. 6 times 2. The cosmos speaks in 60s and 12s. You draw more marks. The planets. We know 5 that wander against the fixed stars. Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn. 5 plus the sun plus the moon equals 7. The sacred 7. The 7 days of the week. And if you track these 7 wanderers through the 12 signs, you see patterns. Ratios. Cycles within cycles. All divisible by 60. The student's eyes widen. They're beginning to understand. Mathematics isn't just counting. It's the language the universe uses to speak to us. When we record that a king ruled for 28,800 years, you continue. We're not saying that one man lived that long. We're saying that this era, this phase of kingship, this cosmic age, was 8 complete cycles of 3,600 years. 8, which is 2 cubed. A perfect geometric number. We're encoding time in a way that reflects the mathematical harmony of the cosmos. But why? The student asks. Why not just right? There was a long age before the flood. You consider this. It's a good question. A question you've wrestled with yourself. Because, you finally say, mathematics survives when stories don't. Languages change. Words shift meaning. But ratios stay constant. If our civilization fell tomorrow, if everyone forgot how to read Sumerian, if our clay tablets were buried for 1,000 years, the numbers would still be there. And anyone with mathematics would recognize them, would see the pattern, would know that we knew something about cycles, about cosmic time, about the relationship between human existence and celestial movement. The student looks at the marks in the dust, the circles, the divisions, the harmonies. So the King List, they say slowly, is not history exactly, and not mythology exactly. It's mathematics pretending to be history. Or history, you reply, encoded in mathematics so it can survive anything. Let's talk about deep time. This concept, that Earth and the cosmos operate on timescales vastly longer than human experience, is relatively recent in Western thought. It was only in the 18th and 19th centuries that geologists began to realize that Earth was millions of years old, not thousands. That the rock layers and fossils they were studying represented unimaginable spans of time. This realization was shocking. It overturned religious chronologies that placed Earth's creation at around 4004 BCE, the famous calculation by Archbishop James Ussher. It expanded the human understanding of time from thousands of years to millions, then billions. But here's what's interesting. Ancient cultures already understood deep time. Not geological deep time necessarily. They didn't know Earth was 4.5 billion years old. But cosmic deep time. Cyclical deep time. The understanding that beyond the scale of human life, beyond the scale of recorded history, there were vast cycles of time that dwarfed human experience. The Hindu concept of the Kalpa, one day of Brahma, lasts 4.32 billion years. Then comes one night of Brahma, equally long, during which the universe dissolves. Then another day, another universe. These cycles repeat eternally. Within each Kalpa, there are smaller cycles. One Kalpa contains 14 Manvantaras. Each Manvantara contains 71 mahayugas. Each mahayuga contains 4 yugas. Let's break this down. Satya-Yuga, Golden Age 1,728,000 years. Treta-Yuga, Silver Age 1,296,000 years. Dvapara-Yuga, Bronze Age 864,000 years. Kali Yuga, Iron Age 432,000 years. Total for one mahayuga, for 1,320,000 years. These aren't random numbers. They follow the ratio 4 to 3 to 2 to 1. The ages decrease in a perfect geometric progression. And notice that 4,320,000 is exactly 1,000th of 4.32 billion. One mahayuga equals 1,000th of a kalpa. The ancient Hindus were thinking in nested cycles. Wheels within wheels within wheels. Time is fractal, the same pattern repeating at different scales. Now compare this to modern cosmology. The universe is approximately 13.8 billion years old. Earth is 4.54 billion years old. The similarity between the Hindu Kalpa, 4.32 billion years, and Earth's actual age, 4.54 billion years, is striking. Coincidence? Probably. The Hindu calculation wasn't based on radioactive dating or stellar observations. It was based on mathematical and philosophical considerations about cosmic harmony. But it shows that ancient peoples could conceive of timescales far beyond human experience. They weren't trapped in the immediate present or the recent past. They thought in eons. The Mayan long count calendar tracks time in cycles of approximately 5,125 years, 1 Bhakatan. But the long count is just one part of a nested system. 1 kin equals 1 day. 20 kin equals 1 yunal, 20 days. 18 yunal equals 1 ton, 360 days. 20 ton equals 1 kaatan, 7,200 days, about 20 years. 20 kaatan equals 1 bhakatan, 144,000 days, about 394 years. 20 bhakatan equals 1 picton, 2,880,000 days, about 7,885 years. 20 picton equals 1 kalabton, 57,600,000 days, about 157,700 years. 20 kalabton equals 1 kainchilton, 1,152,000,000 days, about 3,154,000 years. The Maya were tracking time across millions of years. Not because they needed to for practical purposes. Crop planting only requires tracking seasons, not millennia. But because they understood that human time and cosmic time are different scales, and to truly understand existence, you need to think in cosmic time. The Sumerian King List, with its 241,200 years before the flood, fits into this tradition of deep time thinking. It's not trying to give literal human history. It's trying to place human civilization within a cosmic context. To say, before the historical period we can track, there was a longer period, much longer, during which the world was different. But let's push deeper into the mathematics, because there's something else encoded in these numbers that most people miss. The antediluvian reigns totaled 241,200 years. That's 67 complete cycles of 3,600 years. After the flood, the dynasties continue. If you add up all the reigns in the king list from the first post-flood king through the historical kings whose dates we can verify, you get approximately another 24,000 years, though the exact total varies depending on which version of the king list you're using. Different copies have slight variations. So the total span covered by the king list is roughly 265,000 years. Now here's where it gets interesting. Modern archaeology dates the emergence of anatomically modern humans, Homo sapiens, to approximately 300,000 years ago. Behaviorally modern humans, humans with language, symbolic thinking, art, complex tool use, emerged somewhere between 50,000 and 100,000 years ago, with the exact date debated. The Sumerian King List covers roughly 265,000 years, suspiciously close to the span of modern human existence. Is this coincidence? Did the Sumerians somehow know how long modern humans had existed? Almost certainly not. They didn't have radiocarbon dating or genetic analysis. They couldn't have known that Homo sapiens emerged around 300,000 years ago. But what if the King List is preserving a different kind of knowledge? What if it's preserving the cultural memory of how long human societies have been developing? Think about it this way. Humans have been behaviorally modern for perhaps 50,000 to 100,000 years. For most of that time, we've been in small bands, tribal groups, learning, adapting, slowly accumulating knowledge. The Sumerian King List might be trying to capture that vast span of human cultural evolution, compress it into a narrative framework that makes sense within their worldview. The 8 antediluvian kings don't represent 8 individual men. They represent 8 major phases of human cultural development from the earliest tribal societies through increasingly complex social structures, culminating in the proto-civilizations that existed before some catastrophic event, the flood, reset everything. Then after the flood, after the reset, civilization begins again, but faster this time, because the survivors carry fragments of the previous knowledge. The post-flood dynasties represent accelerated development, which is why the reign lengths decrease. Not because individual humans live shorter lives, but because cultural phases are shorter. Change is happening faster. History is accelerating, until finally you reach the historical period, where change is happening so fast that dynasties rise and fall within human lifetimes, where kings rule for 20 or 30 years and are replaced, where time as we experience it, fast, fleeting, urgent, becomes the norm. This interpretation makes the King List a remarkably sophisticated document. It's encoding not just specific historical events, but a general theory of human cultural evolution. The idea that culture develops slowly over vast timescales, occasionally experiences catastrophic collapses, but each time rebuilds faster because knowledge accumulates even through catastrophe. Take a breath. Let's ground ourselves back in the physical. You're lying in bed. Your body is heavy, relaxed. Your breathing is slow and steady. The room is quiet. These ideas about deep time and cosmic cycles might feel abstract, distant, but they touch something in you, don't they? The sense that your life, your individual existence, is part of something much larger, much older, that you're one link in a chain stretching back to the first humans who looked up at the stars and wondered, and stretching forward to the last humans who will ever live, who will look at those same stars and ask the same questions. Numbers connect us across time. The mathematics the Sumerians used 4,000 years ago still work today. If you divide a circle into 360 degrees, you'll get the same answers they did. The ratios they discovered, the harmonies they encoded, are still true. And maybe that's the point of encoding history in mathematics. Words change, languages die, cultures forget, but mathematics endures. The ratio 4 to 3 to 2 to 1, the Hindu yugas, is true in any language, in any era. If a future civilization finds a tablet that says the 4 ages follow the ratio 4 to 3 to 2 to 1, they will understand that, even if they can't read the surrounding text, even if they've forgotten our languages entirely. Mathematics is the universal language, the one thing that doesn't change even as civilizations rise and fall. So when the Sumerian scribe pressed into clay, Deucalion ruled for 28,800 years, he wasn't just recording a myth. He was encoding a mathematical value, 8 by 3600, a value that would survive even if everything else was lost, a value that would whisper to future civilizations. We knew about cycles. We knew about deep time. We understood that the cosmos operates on scales that dwarf human experience. We encoded this understanding in the only language that transcends culture, the language of number, of ratio, of mathematical harmony. And 4,000 years later, we're still trying to decode that message. Let's talk about astronomical cycles, because this is where mathematics, mythology, and cosmic reality intersect. The Earth doesn't just rotate on its axis and orbit the Sun. It also wobbles. Like a spinning top that's beginning to slow down, Earth's axis of rotation traces out a slow circle over vast periods of time. This wobble is called axial precession. It takes approximately 25,920 years for the axis to complete one full circle. This means that the position of the stars appears to shift slowly over centuries. The North Star, currently Polaris, won't always be the North Star. In 12,000 years, Vega will be the North Star. In 25,920 years, Polaris will be back in position. This cycle of 25,920 years is called the Great Year or Platonic Year. The ancient astronomers knew about it. They tracked it. They encoded it in their monuments and their texts. Now look at the Sumerian King List again. Deucalion, 28,800 years, close to 25,920. Alaljar, 36,000 years, close to 25,920 times 1.4. Various other reigns clustering around multiples or near multiples of this precessional cycle. Is the King List encoding astronomical knowledge? Is each reign actually representing one precessional cycle or a portion of one? Some researchers think so. They propose that the antediluvian kings aren't people or even dynasties, but astronomical ages. The age of Deucalion would be one full precessional cycle when a particular set of stars was prominent in the sky. The age of Alaljar would be the next cycle when the stars had shifted. The flood, in this interpretation, doesn't represent literal water but a cosmic transition. The end of one great precessional cycle and the beginning of another. A world age changing, marked by the shifting of the heavens themselves. This is elegant. It accounts for the precise numbers. It acknowledges ancient astronomical sophistication. And it explains why the King List would bother recording these impossibly long reigns. They're not reigns at all, but astronomical epochs. But again, we must ask, if this is what they meant, why present it as a King List? Why not just create an astronomical text? Unless, and here's a thought that should make us pause, unless they were encoding astronomy and history deliberately, creating a document that operates on multiple levels. It looks like a King List, accessible, understandable as narrative, but actually encodes astronomical cycles, sophisticated, durable, universal. A text that serves the average person as a chronology of kings, but serves the initiated as a map of cosmic cycles. This kind of double encoding was common in ancient esoteric traditions. Sacred texts often had a surface meaning, exoteric, for everyone, and a deeper meaning, esoteric, for the initiated. The Bible's parables, the Vedic hymns, the Egyptian Book of the Dead, all operate on multiple levels of meaning. The Sumerian King List might be the same. For the common scribe, it's a list of kings. For the astronomer priest, it's a cosmic calendar. And for us, 4,000 years later, it's a puzzle we're still trying to solve. Now let's talk about what all of this means for our understanding of time itself. We experience time linearly. You wake up in the morning. The day progresses. Evening comes. You sleep. Tomorrow is a new day, but it's forward from today. Always forward. Never back. Time as an arrow, flying from past through present toward future. This seems natural, inevitable, the only way time could work. But it's not how ancient peoples experience time. They experience time cyclically. The seasons repeat. Spring, summer, autumn, winter, then spring again. The same, but different. You're 1 year older, but the world is renewed. The crops grow again. The animals give birth again. The festivals repeat. The lunar cycle, new moon, waxing, full moon, waning, new moon again. 29.5 days, over and over, unchanging for millennia. The solar cycle, the sun rises in different positions throughout the year, but traces the same path annually. Solstices and equinoxes mark the turning points. The same sacred days, year after year after year. For ancient peoples, time wasn't a line. It was a spiral, or a wheel. Things repeated, but each repetition moved you forward along some longer trajectory. The Hindu yugas capture this perfectly. For ages, Satya-Treta-Dvapara-Kali, that cycle endlessly. But each cycle of 4 ages is itself part of a larger cycle, the Kalpa, which is part of an even larger cycle, the day and night of Brahma, which is part of an eternal cycle that has no beginning or end. Time is fractal, the same pattern at every scale. Days within months, within years, within yugas, within kalpas, within the eternal breath of creation and dissolution. Western science, for a long time, insisted on linear time. Progress, evolution, advancement from primitive to sophisticated, from simple to complex, from ignorance to knowledge. The scientific revolution gave us this linear time. The Enlightenment reinforced it. The Industrial Revolution made it dogma. History is progress. Yesterday was worse than today. Tomorrow will be better than today. Forward, always forward, climbing towards some ultimate perfection. But modern physics has complicated this. Einstein showed that time is relative, not absolute. Time passes at different rates depending on velocity and gravity. There is no universal, now, that applies everywhere in the universe. Quantum mechanics suggests that at the smallest scales, time might not even be fundamental. Particles can be entangled across time as well as space. Cause and effect blur at the quantum level. Cosmology tells us the universe expands and contracts. Or perhaps it branches infinitely. Every quantum possibility creating a new universe, new timelines splitting off endlessly. And geology, paleontology, climate science, they've shown us that Earth's history isn't linear progress, but cyclical catastrophe. Ice ages come and go. Mass extinctions punctuate biological evolution. Climate swings wildly over thousands and millions of years. Stability is the exception. Catastrophic change is the norm. So maybe the ancient peoples were right. Maybe time is cyclical. Maybe civilizations do rise and fall in patterns that repeat. Maybe the idea of endless linear progress is the anomaly. The brief moment of hubris before the next catastrophe reminds us that nature is stronger than culture, that the cosmos is indifferent to our ambitions, that the wheel keeps turning whether we want it to or not. The Sumerian King List, from this perspective, isn't a historical oddity. It's a reminder, a warning, a map of how time actually works when you zoom out far enough to see the full pattern. Let your mind rest again. These concepts can feel overwhelming. Deep time, cyclical time, cosmic scales. It's a lot to hold. But you don't need to understand it all right now. You don't need to have answers. Just let the ideas wash over you like waves. Each wave brings something new, deposits it on the shore of your consciousness, then recedes. Some things will stick. Some will wash away. That's fine. What matters is the opening. The crack in the certainty that history is simple, that time is straightforward, that we know everything worth knowing about how civilizations develop. The Sumerian King List creates that crack. Those impossible numbers force us to question our assumptions. They refuse to fit neatly into our modern framework. They insist on being weird, being anomalous, being impossible according to our understanding. And impossible things, when they persist, when they refuse to go away, often turn out to be portals, doorways to new understanding. Hints that reality is stranger and larger than we'd imagined. Mathematics is the key to these doorways. Because mathematics doesn't lie. The Sumerians encoded precise mathematical values. 28,800, 36,000, 43,200. Not vague a long time ago, but specific numbers with specific relationships to each other. They did this for a reason. Whether that reason was astronomical encoding, or deep time accounting, or cultural epic compression, or something we haven't even considered yet, they had a reason. They chose these numbers deliberately, and we owe it to them, to their effort at preservation, to keep trying to decode what they meant, to honor the fact that they thought something was important enough to preserve for thousands of years in the most durable medium they had. The clay remembers. The mathematics endures. The ratios hold true across millennia. And somewhere in those numbers, in those patterns, in those mathematical harmonies, is a truth about how the world works, about how time moves, about how civilizations rise and fall and rise again. We might not be ready to fully understand that truth yet. We might need a few more catastrophes, a few more cycles, a few more millennia of collective learning before we can decode it completely. But the message is there, waiting, patient, encoded in a language, mathematics, that will still be true when our languages are as dead as Sumerian, when our cities are ruins like Yuga and Nippur, when future archaeologists are puzzling over our own impossible claims. What will we encode? What numbers will we choose? What truths do we think are important enough to preserve for 4,000 years? These are questions for later chapters. For now, let the mathematics settle into your bones. Let the understanding that time is deeper, stranger, more complex than you learned in school filter into your consciousness. You are living in one moment of an unimaginably long story. Your life is one breath in a respiration that's been continuing for hundreds of thousands of years. Your civilization is one cycle in a pattern of cycles that stretches back to the first humans and forward to the last. And the numbers, those ancient, impossible, sacred numbers, are trying to tell you this. Trying to remind you. Trying to preserve the knowledge that everything ends, everything begins again, and the only thing that survives is the pattern itself. The clay remembers. Do you? There's a layer of mud buried beneath the city of Yuga. Clean, water-laid silt. 8 feet thick in some places. Sterile. No artifacts. No pottery shards. No evidence of human habitation. Just mud. River sediment. The unmistakable signature of massive flooding. Above this mud layer, one civilization. Sumerian pottery, cuneiform tablets, architectural remains. Below this mud layer, something else. Different pottery styles. Earlier construction techniques. People who lived before the Sumerians as we know them. In between, the flood. Sir Leonard Woolley discovered this layer in the 1920s while excavating the royal tombs of Yuga. When his workers' tools hit the mud layer after digging through Sumerian remains, they assumed they'd reached the bottom, virgin soil, the natural floodplain before humans arrived. But Woolley told them to keep digging. And below the mud, they found more evidence of human occupation. Older, different. Woolley, a religious man, immediately declared he'd found evidence of Noah's flood, the biblical deluge, proof that the Genesis account was based on historical fact. Most modern archaeologists are more cautious. The mud layer at UR represents a major flood, yes, but a local or regional flood, not a global one. The Tigris and Euphrates rivers flood regularly. A particularly severe flood could have inundated low-lying cities like UR, deposited several feet of silt, and forced survivors to rebuild on top of the devastation. This has happened many times in Mesopotamian history. Floods are part of life in the land between two rivers. But here's what's interesting. The flood layer at UR dates to approximately 2,900 BCE, and flood layers have been found at other Mesopotamian sites. Uruk, Kish, Shuruppak, Lagash, dating to roughly the same period, plus or minus a century or two. Not everywhere. Some sites show no evidence of catastrophic flooding from this period. But enough sites do that it suggests something significant happened around 2,900 BCE. A flood, maybe multiple floods, maybe climate disruption that caused widespread flooding across southern Mesopotamia over the course of several generations. For the people living through it, this would have felt like the end of the world. Your city floods. You flee to higher ground. You return when the waters recede, but everything is buried under mud. You rebuild. A generation later, it happens again. And again, after several such catastrophes, separated by decades, the cultural memory would compress them into one mythic event, the flood. The time everything ended and had to begin again. And crucially, this dating, around 2,900 BCE, places the Mesopotamian flood just before the beginning of the early dynastic period, before the first historical kings whose reigns we can verify through contemporary inscriptions. In other words, the flood marks the boundary between prehistory and history, between the mythical past and the documented present, between the impossible king lists and the historical king lists, exactly where the Sumerian King List says it should be. But let's zoom out. Let's look at a much bigger flood, a much older catastrophe, the event that might explain why flood myths are global, not regional. 12,000 years ago, Earth was a different place. Ice sheets 2 miles thick covered Canada, northern Europe, and parts of Asia. Sea levels were 400 feet lower than today because so much water was locked up in ice. The coastlines we know didn't exist. What's now underwater continental shelf was dry land, habitable, populated, rich in resources. Then the ice began to melt. Not slowly, not gradually, in pulses. Catastrophically fast pulses where massive amounts of ice would melt in a span of decades or centuries. The largest of these pulses, called Meltwater Pulse 1A, occurred around 14,600 years ago. Sea levels rose by approximately 50 feet in less than 500 years. That's a rate of about 1 foot per decade. Doesn't sound like much, does it? 1 foot every 10 years. But think about what that means for coastal populations. Every decade, the high tide mark moves inland. Every storm surge reaches farther than it ever has before. Seasonal flooding becomes worse. Marshlands become lagoons. Lagoons become bays. Low islands disappear entirely. If you're living on the coast, you move inland. You abandon your settlement. Maybe you come back, building on higher ground. But the next generation has to move again. And the next. Over the course of 500 years, 20 generations, the ocean swallows 50 feet of coastline. Everything your great-great-grandparents knew is underwater. The fishing spots, the gathering beaches, the sacred sites, the burial grounds. Gone. And this is just one pulse. There were others. Smaller ones around 11,000 years ago and 8,000 years ago. The total sea level rise from the peak of the last ice age to the present is over 400 feet. 400 feet of vertical rise. Hundreds of miles of horizontal coastline inundation. Every lowland area on Earth was affected. The Persian Gulf was a river valley, now flooded. The Black Sea was a freshwater lake, now connected to the Mediterranean and brackish. The North Sea didn't exist. It was the Doggerland Plain, connecting Britain to continental Europe. All gone. Southeast Asia's Sundaland, the vast plain connecting Thailand, Vietnam, Malaysia, and Indonesia, was submerged, turning one landmass into thousands of islands. The Gulf of Carpentaria in northern Australia was dry land connecting Australia to New Guinea. Gone. The Bering Land Bridge connecting Asia to North America. Gone. Coastlines everywhere were rewritten. And humans, who preferentially live near coasts because coasts provide abundant resources, would have been displaced. Massively. Globally, this is not speculation. This happened. It's geological fact. The only question is, were there human cultures living in these areas that we've lost all record of because their settlements are now underwater? Let yourself imagine it. Close your eyes if they're not already closed. You're living on the coast of what will one day be called the Persian Gulf, but is currently a river valley. The year is approximately 12,000 BCE. The Ice Age is ending, though you don't know that. You don't know what ice ages are. You just know that the weather has been changing. Warmer, wetter. Your people have lived in this valley for generations beyond counting. You hunt here, fish in the rivers, gather plants. Your settlement is permanent, not a nomadic camp, but real structures. Stone foundations, thatched roofs, storage pits for preserved food. You have art, carved figurines, painted pottery, beadwork. Your people bury the dead with ceremony, with grave goods, with respect. You have astronomy. The eldest of your tribe can predict the seasons by the stars. They know when the salmon will run, when the deer will migrate, when the plants will fruit. This knowledge has been passed down for more generations than anyone can count. You have stories about the first people, about how your ancestors came to this valley, about the spirits that live in the rivers and the mountains, about the proper way to live, to hunt, to treat each other. You are not primitive. You are sophisticated hunter-gatherers with thousands of years of accumulated knowledge about your environment. And then the floods begin. Not all at once. Not dramatically. Just, every year, the spring floods seem a little worse. The river reaches a little farther up the banks. Areas that used to stay dry now get waterlogged. The elders debate. Is this temporary? A bad cycle of years that will eventually improve? Or something permanent? After a decade, the answer is clear. Permanent. The low-lying parts of your settlement are now marsh. You have to move. You relocate to higher ground. It's fine. The new site is actually better in some ways, closer to a good fishing spot. You rebuild. Life continues. But the water keeps coming. Another decade. Another move. And another. You're moving inland, up the valley, away from the ancestral sites. Away from the places where your grandparents are buried. Away from the fishing grounds that have sustained your people for generations. Some families don't want to move. They insist it will stop. They stay in the lowlands. And then one year, during a particularly bad storm, the whole area floods. Sudden. Devastating. Those families drown or barely escape. Now everyone understands. This isn't going to stop. This is permanent change. Over your lifetime, you move 3 times. Your children move 4 more times. By the time your great-grandchildren are old, the valley your ancestors knew is completely underwater. It's a bay, a gulf. The ocean has swallowed everything. The survivors move to the surrounding uplands. They tell their children about the valley that was, about the rich lands their ancestors knew, about the time before the waters came. And the children tell their children. And the story spreads, mutates, becomes legend, becomes myth. Once, there was a great valley where we lived. Then the gods sent a flood. The waters rose and didn't stop. Many died. Our ancestors survived by fleeing to the mountains. Everything we knew was drowned. Generations later, 1,000 years later, scribes writing in a city called Ur record the story. The flood swept over. They're remembering. Not clearly. Not accurately in details. The timescales are wrong, compressed or expanded. It's hard to say. The geographical specifics are lost. The scientific mechanism, glacial melt causing sea level rise, is incomprehensible to them. But the core truth remains. There was a catastrophe involving water. It destroyed the old world. Survivors rebuilt. We are their descendants. This is one version of how the flood myths might have originated. Collective cultural memory of post-glacial sea level rise, passed down through oral tradition, eventually written down as mythologized history. But there's another possibility. A more dramatic one. A more catastrophic one. What if there was a sudden flood? Not gradual sea level rise over centuries, but a genuine deluge that happened in days or weeks. There's evidence this happened. Several times. In different places. The Black Sea deluge. The Black Sea was once a freshwater lake, isolated from the Mediterranean Sea by a land bridge at what's now the Bosphorus Strait. Around 5,600 BCE, according to one controversial hypothesis proposed by William Ryan and Walter Pittman, the Mediterranean Sea broke through this land bridge. Seawater poured into the Black Sea basin. The lake level rose rapidly, perhaps as much as several feet per day at the peak. Coastal settlements around the Black Sea would have been inundated in a matter of days or weeks. People would have fled inland, carrying memories of a sudden, catastrophic flood. This hypothesis is debated. Some evidence supports it, some contradicts it. But if it happened, it would explain why flood myths are particularly prominent in civilizations near the Black Sea, Mesopotamia, Anatolia, the Caucasus. They might all be remembering the same event from different perspectives. Glacial lake outburst floods. During the last ice age, meltwater collected in massive glacial lakes held back by ice dams. When these dams failed, and they did fail, repeatedly, the result was catastrophic flooding on a scale that beggars imagination. Glacial Lake Missoula in North America held as much water as Lake Ontario and Lake Erie combined. When its ice dam failed around 15,000 years ago, the entire lake drained in less than 48 hours. The flood carved out the channeled scablands of eastern Washington, moved boulders the size of houses, and created temporary waterfalls taller than Niagara Falls. The water flowed at an estimated rate of 10 times the combined flow of all rivers on Earth today. 10 times. All rivers. Combined. This happened not once, but dozens of times as the ice dam reformed and failed repeatedly. Were there humans in the area? Almost certainly. Humans had reached North America by this time. Did they witness these floods? Did they survive them? Did they pass down stories? We don't know. But similar glacial lake outburst floods happened all over the northern hemisphere as the ice sheets melted. In Europe, in Asia, each one would have been a regional apocalypse. The Younger Dryas event. Around 12,900 years ago, Earth's climate suddenly reversed. After warming for several thousand years, temperatures plunged back toward near-glacial conditions. This period, called the Younger Dryas, lasted about 1,200 years. What caused it is debated. One hypothesis, controversial but supported by growing evidence, is that a comet or asteroid impact over the North American ice sheet triggered the cooling. The impact would have melted massive amounts of ice instantly, causing catastrophic flooding, thrown debris into the atmosphere, blocking sunlight, ignited widespread wildfires across North America, disrupted ocean circulation patterns, caused rapid, severe climate change. The evidence is disputed, but if this happened, it would have been genuinely apocalyptic for humans living in North America and possibly beyond. Fire from the sky, massive floods, sudden climate shift, megafauna extinctions, woolly mammoths, saber-toothed cats, giant ground sloths, all went extinct around this time. Anyone who survived such an event would pass down stories of world-ending catastrophe. And those stories would spread as survivors migrated, as populations mixed, as oral traditions traveled across continents and millennia. Let your breath deepen. The scale of these catastrophes is hard to comprehend. Floods that could drain a lake the size of Lake Ontario in 48 hours. Climate shifts that happened in decades. Sea levels rising 400 feet over 10,000 years. These are not gentle, gradual changes. These are catastrophes. World changers. Civilization enders if civilizations had existed to be ended. And humans lived through all of it. Survived all of it. Adapted, moved, rebuilt, continued. We are the descendants of survivors. Of people who watched their world literally drown and had the resilience to start over. That resilience is in your DNA. That survival instinct. That adaptability. But also the memory. Also the trauma. Also the knowledge that the world can end, has ended, will end again. The flood myths are not fantasy. They're not primitive superstition. They're memory. Cultural memory, geological memory, traumatic memory encoded in story, because story is what survives when everything else is washed away. Let's talk about what kinds of evidence we would expect to find if there were sophisticated human cultures living on Ice Age coastlines that are now underwater. First, we have to define sophisticated. We're not talking about cities with skyscrapers and computer technology. We're talking about complex hunter-gatherer societies or early agricultural communities. Cultures that might have had permanent settlements, wooden structures, stone foundations, extensive trade networks, exchange of obsidian, shells, ochre, etc. over hundreds of miles. Astronomical knowledge, tracking seasons, predicting eclipses, understanding lunar cycles. Sophisticated art, cave paintings, carved figurines, beadwork, pottery. Social hierarchy, leaders, shamans, specialists who didn't hunt/gather. Oral traditions, myths, songs, genealogies passed down for generations. Early forms of plant and animal domestication. These capabilities existed among hunter-gatherers. We know this because we've found evidence in archaeological sites that did survive. Göbekli Tepe in Turkey. The cave paintings at Lascaux in France. The elaborate burials at Sungur in Russia, dating back 34,000 years. Humans were sophisticated long before agriculture, long before cities. They were behaviorally modern, capable of abstract thought, symbolic communication, long-term planning, artistic expression. So it's not implausible that complex cultures existed during the Ice Age. The question is, where did they live, and can we find evidence of them? If they lived inland, on high ground, we might find evidence. And we have. Göbekli Tepe, for instance, is 11,500 years old, built before agriculture, and represents a level of social organization and planning that surprised archaeologists. But if Ice Age cultures preferentially lived on coastlines, which would make sense because coastlines provide abundant resources, we have a problem. Those coastlines are now underwater. What survives underwater? Stone structures, if they were built in stone, which is rare for pre-agricultural societies. Pottery, if they made pottery, which developed at different times in different regions. Stone tools, yes, but hard to distinguish from natural rock formations after thousands of years. What doesn't survive underwater? Wood, decays, especially in oxygenated water. Leather, textiles, rope, decay within decades or centuries. Bone can survive but often deteriorates in salt water. Organic materials, food remains, plant fibers, etc. So even if there were substantial settlements, longhouses, fish drying racks, canoes, storage pits, clothing, art on organic materials, almost all of it would be gone after 10,000 to 12,000 years underwater. What we might find would be ambiguous at best. Stone formations that could be natural or could be artificial. Scattered stone tools that could have washed there or could indicate a settlement. Pottery shards if we're lucky. And we haven't looked very hard. Underwater archaeology is expensive. It requires specialized equipment, trained divers, sonar mapping. And there are millions of square miles of continental shelf that were above water during the Ice Age. We've surveyed perhaps 1% of these submerged landscapes, maybe less. So the absence of evidence for Ice Age coastal civilizations doesn't mean they didn't exist. It means we haven't found them yet. And given the conditions, we might never find unambiguous evidence. But the flood myths suggest they existed. Hundreds of cultures, independently, saying, we came from somewhere else. Somewhere that was destroyed by water. Somewhere we can't return to. Maybe they're right. Maybe they're remembering. Let's look at specific underwater sites that have been discovered and what they might tell us. Yonaguni Monument, Japan. Off the coast of Yonaguni Island in Japan, there's an underwater rock formation featuring what appear to be terraces, right angles, and carved surfaces. Most geologists who've studied it conclude it's a natural formation, sandstone shaped by erosion and tectonic activity. The right angles and terraces are natural joints and bedding planes in the rock. But some researchers argue certain features appear too regular to be natural. A possible carved face. Steps that seem too uniform. Channels that might be artificial. The debate continues. If any part of it is artificial, it would have been constructed during the last Ice Age when sea levels were lower and the structure was above water. That would make it 10,000 plus years old. Far older than any civilization recognized by mainstream archaeology. Probably it's natural, but probably isn't certainly. Gulf of Khumbat, India. In 2001, the National Institute of Ocean Technology in India announced the discovery of acoustic images showing what appeared to be regular structures on the seafloor in the Gulf of Khumbat, also called Gulf of Cambay. The structures seemed to show foundations, street grids, and building remains at a depth of 130 feet. Artifacts dredged from the site included pottery, beads, and pieces of wood. Radiocarbon dating of some wood fragments returned dates of 8,000 to 9,500 years old. If accurate, this would suggest a substantial settlement dating to before any known civilization in India. But the findings have been heavily criticized. The acoustic images are ambiguous. They could be natural rock formations or geological structures. The dredged artifacts could have washed into the area from elsewhere. The carbon dating might be of driftwood, not structural wood. Mainstream archaeology has not accepted the site as evidence of an ancient civilization, but it hasn't been thoroughly investigated either. The area has strong currents and poor visibility, making underwater archaeology difficult. Again, probably natural, possibly artificial, definitely ambiguous. Bimini Road, Bahamas. Off the coast of Bimini Island in the Bahamas, there's an underwater formation that looks like a road. Large, regular rectangular stones arranged in a line. Discovered in 1968, it created excitement in archaeological circles. Could this be a remnant of Atlantis? Spoiler, no. Could it be evidence of a pre-Columbian civilization? Further investigation showed it's almost certainly natural. Beach rock, a type of sedimentary rock that forms in intertidal zones and can crack into regular rectangular blocks. The road appearance is an accident of geology, not human construction. But the dating is interesting. The rock formation is approximately 3,500 to 4,000 years old. If humans had wanted to use these natural flat stones as a road or pathway during that period, they could have. And there's some evidence of deliberate stone placement. Some rocks appear to have been moved or stacked. So, natural formation, possibly modified or used by humans, but not evidence of an advanced lost civilization. The pattern with all these underwater sites is the same: ambiguity. Things that could be natural or could be artificial. That probably are natural but can't be definitively proven either way. This is exactly what we'd expect if there were Ice Age coastal settlements now underwater. Most evidence would be erased. What remains would be ambiguous. Natural formations might have been modified or used by humans, blurring the line between geological and archaeological. We're looking for a needle in a haystack, and the needle might have rusted away to nothing. But the searching matters. Because even if we never find unambiguous evidence of Ice Age coastal civilizations, the possibility shapes how we think about human history. It opens the door to the idea that the neat narrative we've constructed, hunter-gatherers, agriculture, cities, civilization, might be oversimplified. Maybe there were multiple experiments with settled life, multiple attempts at complex social organization, multiple times when humans started building something that looked like proto-civilization. And maybe some of those experiments succeeded for a while before being destroyed by climate change, flooding, or other catastrophes. The survivors scattered, carrying fragments of knowledge, starting over, but not from zero. Building on what came before, even if they didn't fully understand what came before. This would explain some archaeological anomalies. Why Göbekli Tepe, built by hunter-gatherers, shows such sophisticated planning and organization. Why certain agricultural crops seem to have been domesticated earlier than we thought. Why Sumerian civilization appears so suddenly, so fully formed, as if they didn't need the usual millennia of gradual development. Maybe they had help, not from aliens or Atlanteans, but from the accumulated knowledge of previous human cultures that had risen and fallen and left behind oral traditions, scattered survivors, fragmented understanding of astronomy and agriculture and social organization. Maybe the Sumerian King List, with its antediluvian kings ruling for impossible lengths of time, is trying to capture this. Trying to say, before us, there was something. We don't fully understand what it was, but it was there, and the flood ended it. And we are what came after, building on ruins we only dimly remember. Breathe deeply. Let the water imagery wash over you without fear. Water is life. Water is destruction. Water is transformation. You are made mostly of water. Your body is approximately 60% water. The same water that destroyed Ice Age coastlines flows through your veins. The same water that the Sumerians irrigated their crops with is, in some sense, the same water you drank today. Water cycles. Evaporates, condenses, precipitates, flows, evaporates again. The flood myths are about water, but they're also about cycles. About endings and beginnings. About how destruction and creation are not opposites, but partners in an eternal dance. The world ends. The world begins. The flood comes. The survivors rebuild. Always has been. Always will be. Unless we learn. Unless we prepare. Unless we understand the patterns well enough to break them or at least survive them more gracefully. But that's for later chapters. For now, let the understanding settle. The flood was real. Maybe not one global event, but many regional and global climate catastrophes that destroyed coastlines, displaced populations, and traumatized entire cultures. The survivors remembered. They told their children. The story spread and changed and mythologized, but never disappeared. Because the core truth was too important to forget, the world can end. Be prepared. Build boats. Preserve knowledge. Think beyond your own lifetime. These lessons, encoded in flood myths worldwide, might be the most important heritage our ancestors left us. The clay remembers. The water remembers. Even when we forget, the earth itself remembers. And the next flood, whether literal water or metaphorical catastrophe, is always coming. Always has been. Always will be. The only question is, will we be ready? Time is not a line. It's a spiral. This understanding, so natural to ancient peoples, has been lost and needs to be recovered. Because the shape of time determines how we think about history, about progress, about our place in the cosmos. And if we have the shape wrong, everything built on that foundation will be wrong too. Let's start with a simple observation. The seasons repeat. Spring, summer, autumn, winter. Then spring again. It's not the same spring. You're 1 year older. The trees have grown. Everything has changed. But it's spring nonetheless. The same patterns of warmth, growth, flowering. The same celestial configuration, Earth at a certain point in its orbit, axis tilted at a certain angle. Is this a circle? The same thing repeating exactly? No, because you're older. Time has passed. This spring exists in sequence after last spring. So it's more like a spiral. You're covering the same ground, spring, but on a different level 1 year later. Like walking up a spiral staircase. You pass the same angular position with each complete turn, but you're higher than before. Ancient peoples understood this instinctively. Their calendars reflected it. Their myths encoded it. The agricultural calendar, plant in spring, grow in summer, harvest in autumn, rest in winter. Repeat. But each repetition is informed by the previous year. You learn. You adapt. You refine your techniques. Same cycle, higher understanding. The human lifetime, childhood, youth, adulthood, old age. Then the next generation goes through childhood, youth, adulthood, old age. Same stages, different people, moving forward in time. The lunar cycle, new moon, waxing, full moon, waning, new moon. 29.5 days, repeating endlessly. But tracking which lunar cycle you're in allows you to track months and years. Same cycle, but each iteration is numbered, counted, positioned in a larger framework. This is spiral time. Cyclical repetition nested within linear progression, or linear progression structured by cyclical repetition. Both perspectives are true simultaneously. Now extend this thinking to civilizations. What if civilizations also follow a spiral pattern? Rising through predictable stages, growth, prosperity, complexity, decline, but with each iteration learning from the previous one, building on accumulated knowledge, reaching slightly higher before the inevitable fall. This is what the Hindu yugas suggest. This is what the Greek ages of man suggest. This is what the Sumerian King List suggests. Not that history repeats exactly, but that history rhymes. Same patterns, different contexts, gradual, very gradual, advancement over vast timescales. Let's dive deep into the Hindu concept of yugas, because it's the most fully developed cyclical time system we have from the ancient world. According to Hindu cosmology, the universe moves through 4 ages, yugas, that repeat endlessly. Satya-Yuga, age of truth/golden age. Duration, 1,728,000 years. Characteristics, humans live in perfect harmony with Dharma, cosmic law. Lifespans are immense, up to 100,000 years according to some texts. No disease, no conflict, no suffering. Humans are naturally virtuous, wise, and spiritually advanced. Technology is unnecessary because humans can manipulate matter and energy through consciousness alone. The divine is directly accessible. Treta-Yuga, Silver Age. Duration, 1,296,000 years. Characteristics, Dharma begins to decline. It stands on 3 legs instead of 4, 3/4 of its full strength. Lifespans decrease to around 10,000 years. Humans begin to need religion and ritual to connect with the divine. Vice begins to appear, though virtue still predominates. Technology becomes necessary. Conflict arises, but is not yet common. Dvapara Yuga, Bronze Age. Duration, 864,000 years. Characteristics. Dharma stands on only 2 legs, half strength. Lifespans decrease to around 1,000 years. Virtue and vice are equally balanced. Disease appears. Wars become common. Humans need scriptures and teachings because direct knowledge of truth fades. The divine becomes distant, requiring special practices to access. Technology advances as natural human capabilities decline. Kali Yuga, Iron Age/Age of Darkness. Duration, 432,000 years. Characteristics. Dharma stands on only 1 leg, quarter strength. Lifespans decrease to around 100 years. Vice predominates over virtue. Widespread disease, war, famine, natural disasters. Religion becomes corrupt. False teachers abound. People are ruled by lust, greed, anger. Knowledge is fragmented and contested. The divine is barely accessible. Technology becomes very advanced as a compensation for lost natural abilities. These 4 yugas together make one mahayuga, Great Age, lasting 4,320,000 years. After Kali Yuga reaches its darkest point, the world is destroyed and remade. A new Satya Yuga begins. The cycle starts over. But here's what's crucial. The cycles are nested. 1,000 mahayugas make 1 kalpa, 1 day of Brahma, lasting 4.32 billion years. At the end of a kalpa, the universe dissolves. Then comes 1 night of Brahma, equally long, during which the universe exists only in potential. Then another day, another universe, another cycle of creation. And above that, 1 life of Brahma, 100 years of Brahma, where each year is 360 kalpas, equals 311.04 trillion years. When Brahma dies, absolutely everything dissolves into the ultimate reality. Then a new Brahma is born and the entire process starts again. The scale is cosmic. The thinking is in deep time, billions and trillions of years. Time as an infinite series of nested cycles, wheels within wheels within wheels. And crucially, we are currently in Kali Yuga, the worst age, the darkest hour. According to traditional calculations, Kali Yuga began in 3102 BCE, marking the death of Krishna, and will last 432,000 years total. We're about 5,000 years into it. We have about 427,000 years of darkness remaining before the cycle resets. This is not an optimistic worldview. It doesn't promise linear progress. It says, things get worse before they get better. We're in the degenerative phase. Dharma is weak. Vice is strong. This is just how the cycle works. But it offers hope too. This will end. The cycle will turn. After maximum darkness comes maximum light. Satya Yuga returns. Golden Age comes again. Not for you personally. You'll die and be reincarnated many times before Kali Yuga ends. Not even for your civilization. Human civilizations will rise and fall countless times in the next 427,000 years. But for the cosmos, for existence itself, the promise holds. Cycles turn, ages change, darkness gives way to light. Now let's compare this to Greek mythology, which has a similar but simpler system. Hesiod, writing around 700 BCE in his poem Works and Days, describes 5 ages of man. The Golden Age, created by the Titans, the pre-Olympian gods. Humans lived like gods, free from toil, sorrow, and old age. Death came gently, like falling asleep. The earth provided abundantly without labor. Humans were virtuous and lived in harmony. When this age ended, these humans became benevolent spirits watching over later ages. The Silver Age, created by the Olympian gods. Humans lived for 100 years as children, then briefly as adults before dying. They were foolish, violent to each other, and impious toward the gods. Zeus destroyed them for their impiety. They became underground spirits. The Bronze Age, born from ash trees. Humans were powerful, warlike, and violent. They loved conflict and destroyed each other. They died and went to the underworld, leaving no spirits behind. Terrible though they were, dark death seized them nonetheless. The Heroic Age, in addition to the original 4-age pattern. The Age of Heroes, Hercules, Achilles, Odysseus, etc. More righteous than the Bronze Age. They died in great wars, Thebes, Troy. Some went to Hades. but the greatest were transported to the Isles of the Blessed, where they live in happiness. This age is transitional, not part of the original decline pattern. The Iron Age, current age, Hesiod's own time, characterized by toil, misery, and moral degradation. Children dishonor parents, friends betray friends, hospitality is violated. Might makes right. The just man suffers while the wicked prosper. Eventually will become so corrupt that Zeus will destroy it too. Notice the pattern, decline. Each age is worse than the one before, except for the heroic age, which breaks the pattern and seems to be inserted to account for Greek mythological history. This matches the Hindu pattern. Golden Age equals Satya-Yuga. Silver equals Treta. Bronze equals Dvapara. Iron equals Kali. Different cultures, different gods, different details. Same basic structure. There were better ages before this one. We're in the worst age now, and it's going to get worse before it, maybe, gets better. Hesiod even writes, "Would that I were not among the men of the 5th generation, but either had died before or been born afterwards." He's saying, I wish I'd lived in an earlier age, or will live in a future age after this one is destroyed and something better emerges. This present age is the worst possible time to be alive. This is not how we think today. We think, we're lucky to live now. Modern medicine, technology, comfort. The past was brutal, disease-ridden, short-lived. The future will be even better. But Hesiod looked around at his world, and ancient Greece in 700 BCE was actually pretty good, culturally rich, relatively prosperous, and said, this is the worst age. We've fallen far from the golden age of our ancestors. Why? What did he know that we don't? Or what do we know that he didn't? Or are both perspectives true in different ways? Let's look at Norse mythology, which has yet another version of cyclical ages. The Norse cosmos exists in a state of tension between order and chaos. The gods, Aesir and Vanir, maintain order. The giants, Jotun, represent chaos. The world tree Yggdrasil connects 9 realms, holding everything together. But this order is temporary. The Norse understood that the world would end, Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods. Ragnarok, preceded by 3 consecutive winters with no summer, Fimbulwinter. Wolves swallow the sun and moon. Stars vanish from the sky. Earthquakes shake the world. The world tree trembles. All bonds break. Fenrir the wolf escapes. The Midgard serpent emerges from the ocean. The giants sail from the east in a ship made of dead men's nails. Heimdall sounds his horn. The gods prepare for final battle. Gods and giants fight, destroying each other. Surtur the fire giant burns the world. Everything sinks into the sea. Total annihilation. End of everything. But then, after Ragnarok, the world rises again from the water, green and fertile. Crops grow without planting. 2 humans, Lif and Lfraser, who hid in a forest during Ragnarok, emerge to repopulate the world. Some gods survive. Balder returns from the dead, along with others. A new world begins, presumably better than the old. This is cyclical apocalypse. Total destruction followed by renewal. And the implication is that this has happened before and will happen again. Ragnarok is not unique. It's one iteration of an endless cycle. The Norse knew their myths would end, but they believed something would come after. The wheel turns. Fire destroys, water cleanses, new growth emerges. Now let's go to the Americas, where we find similar patterns despite geographic isolation from Eurasia. Aztec cosmology, the concept of 5 suns. According to Aztec mythology, the world has been created and destroyed 4 times already. We live in the 5th creation. First sun, Nahue o Solotl/4 Jaguar. Age of Giants. Destroyed when jaguars devoured everyone. Earth monsters emerged and consumed the world. Second sun, Nahue Ehecatl/4 Wind. Age of Humans. Destroyed by catastrophic hurricanes. Survivors transformed into monkeys. Third sun, Nahue Quiahuitl/4 Rain. Age of Humans. Destroyed by rain of fire, volcanic eruptions. Survivors transformed into birds. Fourth sun, Nahuatl/4 Water. Age of Humans. Destroyed by a great flood lasting 52 years. Survivors transformed into fish. Fifth sun, Nahuatl/4 Movement. Current age. Our age. Humans exist in a precarious balance. The sun requires blood sacrifice to continue moving across the sky. This age will eventually end in earthquakes and destruction. No survivors, according to some versions. Each sun represents a world age. Each ends in catastrophe. Each has a few survivors who are transformed and seed the next age. The Aztecs believed they were living in the final sun, and it would end, like all the others, in catastrophe. Their entire religious system, including the infamous human sacrifices, was designed to delay this inevitable end. Feed the sun with blood to keep it moving, to postpone the earthquakes that would destroy everything. This is cosmological anxiety at a civilizational scale, living in the knowledge that your world will end. That ending is built into the structure of time itself. Mayan cosmology, multiple world ages. The Maya had a more complex but similarly cyclical view. Their long count calendar tracks Biketons, periods of approximately 394 years. 13 Biketons make one full cycle of 5,125 years. The Maya believed we're in the fourth creation. The previous three were destroyed because the gods couldn't perfect humans. First creation, humans made of mud. Too soft, dissolved in water. Failed. Second creation, humans made of wood. Durable but soulless, couldn't worship the gods properly. Destroyed by a flood and attacks by their own tools and animals. Third creation, not described in detail in surviving texts, but presumably also failed. Fourth creation, current humans made of maize, corn. Finally good enough. But this creation will also end when the current long count cycle completes. The famous 2012 Maya calendar end date was simply the completion of the 13th Biketon, December 21st, 2012. It didn't mean the world would end, but rather that a cycle would complete and a new one would begin, like reaching December 31st and starting a new year. But the larger pattern remains. Worlds are created, become imperfect or corrupt, and are destroyed. New worlds emerge from the ashes. The pattern repeats. Let's pause here. Take a breath. What we're seeing across completely independent cultures, Hindu India, ancient Greece, Norse Scandinavia, Mesoamerica, is the same basic pattern. There were ages before this one. Each age is generally worse, shorter, less divine than the previous. Ages end in catastrophe. New ages emerge from the destruction. The cycle repeats. Why? Explanation 1. Convergent psychology. All humans fear death, experience generational decline. Kids these days are worse than we were, and create myths to process this anxiety. Cyclical time myths emerge independently because they satisfy universal human needs. This is plausible, but it doesn't account for the specificity, the mathematical precision of the Hindu yugas, the exact four-age pattern appearing in both Greece and India, the consistent catastrophe and renewal structure. Explanation 2. Diffusion. The concept originated in one place, perhaps ancient Mesopotamia or the Indus Valley, and spread as cultures interacted, traded, and migrated. Each culture adapted the basic pattern to their own theology and worldview. This is also plausible. We know cultural diffusion happens, but it requires contact between cultures. And some of these cultures, Mesoamerica and Eurasia, for instance, had no contact for thousands of years. Explanation 3. Collective memory. All these cultures are remembering actual cycles, real catastrophes that destroyed previous civilizations, real patterns of rise and fall that humans have witnessed over tens of thousands of years. This is the most controversial interpretation, but it's the one the myths themselves insist on. They don't say this is a metaphor. They say this happened. This will happen again. Maybe they're right. Let's think about this carefully. Is there any empirical evidence that civilizations follow cyclical patterns? Actually, yes. History shows us that civilizations rise and fall with remarkable regularity. Egypt had three kingdoms, Old, Middle, New, separated by intermediate periods of collapse. Mesopotamia saw the rise and fall of Sumerian, Akkadian, Babylonian, Assyrian empires. The Greek classical period gave way to Hellenistic fragmentation. Rome rose and fell. The Byzantine Empire continued for a millennium, then collapsed. The Islamic Golden Age rose and declined. In Asia, various Chinese dynasties rose and fell in cycles. The Indus Valley Civilization collapsed around 1900 BCE. India saw the rise and fall of the Maurya, Gupta, and other empires. In the Americas, Olmec, Teotihuacan, Maya, Toltec, Aztec, each rose to prominence then declined or was destroyed. No empire lasts forever. No civilization is eternal. They all follow a similar arc. Phase 1. Foundation growth. New political structure emerges. Expansion of territory. Development of infrastructure. Cultural flowering. Population growth. Optimism and energy. Phase 2. Maturity, peak. Maximum territorial extent. Peak cultural achievement. Complex administration. Extensive trade networks. Relative peace and prosperity. Confidence and permanence. Phase 3. Decline, complexity, and fragility. Overextension. Administrative bloat. Economic strain. Political instability. Environmental degradation, deforestation, soil depletion, etc. Increased warfare, internal and external. Loss of social cohesion. Phase 4. Collapse, catastrophe. System failure, economic, political, social. Invasion, plague, famine, or some combination. Population decline. Loss of literacy and specialized knowledge. Fragmentation into smaller units. Dark Age. Phase 5. Recovery, rebuild. Survivors regroup. New political structures emerge from the ruins. Cultural synthesis, old and new elements. Eventually leads to a new civilization rising, starting Phase 1 again. This pattern has repeated dozens of times in documented history. It's not cyclical in the sense that it repeats exactly. Each civilization is unique. But it's cyclical in the sense that the same basic patterns recur. Historians have various theories about why. Environmental degradation, overcomplexity, diminishing returns on investment in complexity, Joseph Tainer's theory, resource depletion, climate change, disease, invasion, moral decay, loss of social cohesion. All of these factors play roles. But the meta-pattern is consistent. Rise, peak, decline, fall, rebuild. Now extend this pattern backward. Before recorded history, were there other rises and falls? Other civilizations, or proto-civilizations, that went through the same cycle but left less obvious traces? The archaeological record suggests yes. The Natufian culture in the Levant, 12,000 to 10,000 BCE, had permanent settlements, incipient agriculture, and complex social structures. Then it collapsed, possibly due to the Younger Dryas climate event. Successor cultures rebuilt with agriculture more fully developed. Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, 9,500 BCE, represents a level of social organization among hunter-gatherers that surprised archaeologists. It was deliberately buried around 8,000 BC. Why? Did the culture collapse? Transform? Decide to preserve the site for the future? The pattern continues. Rise and fall. Build and bury. Complex and simple and complex again. Maybe the ancient myths are describing this pattern at a larger scale. Not individual civilizations rising and falling over centuries, but vast cultural epochs rising and falling over millennia or tens of millennia. The Golden Age isn't one specific civilization, but the aggregate memory of humanity's longest stable period. Perhaps the Middle Holocene, before population pressure and environmental degradation started causing problems. The catastrophes that end each age aren't single events, but clusters of climate disasters, plagues, wars, and collapses that punctuate human history. And the progressive decline, each age worse than the last, reflects genuine historical processes. Overpopulation straining resources, environmental damage accumulating, diseases evolving, social complexity creating new forms of suffering. We are in Kali Yuga not because of divine decree, but because we're late in a long cycle of human cultural development. We have more people, more complexity, more technology, but also more problems, more disconnection, more existential anxiety than our ancestors. Things might get worse before they get better, not because of cosmic law, but because that's how complex systems behave when they overshoot their resource base. But after the crash, the cycle turns. Survivors rebuild with fewer people, more resources per capita, and hard-earned wisdom about what not to do. A new golden age, relative to the darkness just past, begins. The spiral continues. Same pattern, new context, gradual, very gradual, learning. Let your mind drift now. These patterns are large, abstract. Don't try to hold all the details. Just let the general shape settle into your consciousness. Time is a spiral. Civilizations rise and fall like breathing. We're part of a pattern much larger than ourselves. This is neither depressing nor comforting. It simply is. The way seasons are, the way tides are, the way day follows night follows day. Fighting this pattern is like fighting gravity. You can jump, you can build towers, you can even achieve orbit. But gravity remains. Eventually, everything comes back down. Accepting this pattern isn't fatalism. It's realism. It frees you from the delusion that your civilization is special, exempt, destined for eternal progress. And that freedom allows you to act more wisely, to prepare, to preserve, to think in generational time, to ask, what will survive the next turn of the wheel? What should I protect? What wisdom should I encode for whoever comes after? These are the questions the Sumerians asked when they created the King List. These are the questions every ancient mythkeeper asked when they memorized the stories and taught them to their children. Not, will the cycle turn, but how will we survive when it does? The clay remembers. The myths remember. Even when we forget, the pattern remembers itself. And the pattern says, this has happened before, is happening now, will happen again. Not exactly the same, but the same shape, the same spiral. Always rising, always falling, always rising again. Until, perhaps, some distant age when humanity finally learns. When we break the cycle not through denial but through wisdom. When we build sustainably, think long-term, preserve carefully, and pass forward knowledge that might help the next iteration start higher than we did. Maybe we're not that civilization yet. Maybe we're still in Kali Yuga, still in the Iron Age, still in the declining phase before the next catastrophe. But we know the pattern now. We can see it. And seeing it is the first step toward changing it. Or at least surviving it with more grace than our ancestors managed. The spiral continues. Where on the spiral are you standing? And what will you do with that knowledge? There's a map you've never seen. Not because it's classified or secret, but because it doesn't exist anymore. It shows coastlines that vanished 12,000 years ago. River valleys now submerged beneath hundreds of feet of ocean. Islands that are now just peaks on underwater mountain ranges. Plains that are now continental shelves. This is the map of Ice Age Earth. The world as it was when glaciers locked up so much water that the oceans were 400 feet lower than today. When land bridges connected continents. When humans could walk from Asia to North America, from Britain to France, from Australia to New Guinea. This was not a frozen wasteland. Yes, ice covered the far north. But the lowered sea levels exposed vast territories in temperate and tropical zones. Rich ecosystems, abundant resources, coastlines teeming with fish, shellfish, seabirds, river valleys perfect for human habitation, and humans did inhabit them. We know this not from archaeology. Most of the evidence is underwater, unreachable, lost, but from logic and from the faint traces that remain. If you were an Ice Age human, where would you live? Not under the glaciers. Not in the deep interior where resources were scarce and seasonal variations extreme. You'd live on the coast, near river mouths, in estuaries where fresh water meets salt water and life explodes in abundance. Just like humans do now. We still cluster on coastlines. More than 40% of the global population lives within 100 kilometers of the coast. It's optimal human habitat. It always has been. So during the Ice Age, when coastlines were miles seaward of where they are now, when vast plains stretched where now there's only ocean, humans would have lived there, built there, thrived there. And then the ice melted, and the ocean ate everything. Let's start with Sundaland. Look at Southeast Asia on a map. Notice how shallow the water is between Thailand, Malaysia, Vietnam, and Indonesia. Notice how many islands cluster together. The Philippines, Indonesia's thousands of islands. That's because until about 10,000 years ago, this was mostly dry land. One massive subcontinent called Sundaland, covering approximately 1.8 million square kilometers. Twice the size of Indonesia today. The South China Sea wasn't a sea. It was a plain with rivers running through it. The Sunda Shelf was above water. You could walk from Vietnam to Borneo to Java. It was a unified landmass with diverse ecosystems, tropical rainforests, savanna, river valleys, coastal plains. And humans lived there. We know this from basic archaeology. The oldest human remains in Southeast Asia date back 70,000 years or more. For tens of thousands of years, humans inhabited this region, developing cultures, technologies, languages. Then the ice melted, sea levels rose, and Sundaland drowned. Not instantly. The process took thousands of years. But from a human cultural perspective, it was catastrophic. Generation by generation, the sea advanced. Coastal settlements had to be abandoned. People moved inland, higher, but the water kept coming. River valleys became drowned valleys. Plains became shallow seas. The unified landmass fragmented into islands. Populations were separated, isolated from each other. By 8,000 years ago, Sundaland was gone. Only the highland areas remained as islands: Sumatra, Java, Borneo. Everything else was underwater. Think about what was lost. If humans had been living on Sundaland for 60,000 years, they would have developed sophisticated knowledge of local ecosystems, navigation, plant use, animal behavior. They might have had trade networks spanning the entire subcontinent. Art, oral traditions, spiritual practices, social structures. None of it survived. Or rather, fragments survived in the cultures of the islands, the descendants of Sundaland's inhabitants. But the physical evidence, the settlements, the artifacts, the remains of daily life, all underwater, buried under thousands of years of sediment, largely inaccessible to archaeology. And here's the thing, we haven't really looked. Underwater archaeology is expensive and technically difficult. The South China Sea is huge, the water murky, the conditions challenging. We've surveyed perhaps less than 1% of the submerged Sunda Shelf. What's down there? We don't know. Probably most settlements were built of organic materials that have decayed. But stone tools would survive. Pottery would survive. If there were any structures built in stone, they would survive in some form. We just haven't found them yet. Or we've found ambiguous things we can't definitively interpret. Let's shift west to another drowned land, Doggerland. Between Britain and continental Europe, the North Sea is relatively shallow. This is because it wasn't always a sea. Until about 6,500 years ago, there was land here, a plain connecting Britain to Denmark, the Netherlands, Germany. Doggerland, named after the Dogger Bank, a shallow sandbank in the North Sea where fishing trawlers have been dredging up evidence of this vanished world for over a century. What have they found? Mammoth bones, tools made from antler and flint, a beautifully carved bone point, decorated with a barbed pattern, fossilized peat that once was marshland, tree remains, evidence of rivers that once flowed across this plain, and human artifacts, enough to know that people lived here. Not many. Doggerland was probably sparsely populated compared to more temperate regions, but they were here, hunting mammoths, fishing in rivers, gathering plants, living in a landscape that no longer exists. Geologists have used sonar to map the seafloor where Doggerland once was. They found channels that were clearly rivers, depressions that were lakes, ridges that were hills. It's a complete buried landscape, preserved under water and sediment. In 2019, archaeologists published a detailed reconstruction of what Doggerland would have looked like at its peak, around 10,000 BCE. A vast plain with river systems draining into what was then a freshwater lake, later flooded to become part of the North Sea. Marshlands rich in waterfowl, hills covered in vegetation, an ideal habitat for hunter-gatherers. Then the water came, gradually at first, the southern parts of Doggerland flooding first, separating Britain from France around 7,500 BCE. The northern connection to Denmark and Holland held longer, but by 6,500 BCE, it too was gone. Britain became an island. The people of Doggerland either drowned or fled to higher ground. Their world simply disappeared beneath the waves. Did they have a culture? Certainly. Did they have stories, traditions, knowledge? Of course. Humans everywhere do. Did any of it survive? Only in the most fragmentary way. A handful of artifacts dredged up by accident. A landscape mapped by sonar, but not excavated. Memories that might have been passed down orally and eventually became the flood myths of later European cultures. But the physical culture is gone. Underwater. Inaccessible. Lost. Now let's go to the Persian Gulf, because this one connects directly to our Sumerian story. Today, the Persian Gulf is a body of water separating Saudi Arabia from Iran. But during the last ice age, sea levels were so low that the Gulf didn't exist. It was a river valley. The Tigris and Euphrates rivers, those famous rivers of Mesopotamia, didn't empty into the Persian Gulf. They flowed south through this valley, joining with rivers from what's now Iran and the Arabian Peninsula, creating one massive river system that drained into the Gulf of Oman far to the south. This unified river valley was prime habitat: fresh water, fertile soil, abundant fish and game. And it was located in a temperate zone, not too hot, not too cold. Perfect for human habitation. Humans would have lived here. For thousands of years, probably. This would have been one of the best places to live in the entire Middle East during the Ice Age. Then the ocean began to rise. The southernmost parts of the valley flooded first, turning the lower reaches into marshland, then shallow sea. The river mouth kept moving northward as the water advanced. By 8,000 years ago, the entire valley was flooded. The Persian Gulf as we know it came into existence. And everyone who had been living in that valley had to move. They would have migrated north, into what's now southern Iraq, into Mesopotamia, bringing with them whatever knowledge and culture they developed in the valley. And where do the Sumerian legends say their civilization came from? Eridu, the first city, located at the northern tip of the Persian Gulf, the place where kingship descended from heaven, where the god Enki rose from the waters and taught humans the arts of civilization. Some researchers, most notably Jeffrey Rose and others, have proposed that the Sumerian creation myths are actually cultural memories of the drowning of the Persian Gulf Valley. That the stories about gods rising from water, about a time before the flood, about knowledge coming from somewhere else, are all references to the drowned valley. The people who fled the rising waters settled in Eridu. They brought knowledge with them, agricultural techniques they developed, social structures, astronomical observations, stories. And over centuries, this knowledge was mythologized. The ancestors became gods. The drowned valley became a divine realm. The migration became the descent of kingship from heaven. This is speculative. We don't have proof. The Persian Gulf Valley is underwater and, like Sundaland and Doggerland, has barely been surveyed archaeologically. But the timeline fits. The geography fits. The myths fit. The Persian Gulf flooded between 12,000 and 8,000 years ago. Eridu was founded around 5,400 BCE, roughly 7,400 years ago. That's a gap of centuries to millennia during which oral traditions could have been developing, changing, mythologizing. And then the Sumerians wrote it down. Before the flood, there were 8 kings who ruled for impossible lengths of time. Then the flood swept over. Then kingship descended to Eridu. Maybe they were remembering. Not accurately, not scientifically, but in the way oral cultures remember, through story, through symbol, through the compression of generations into archetypal figures. The 8 antediluvian kings might represent 8 major cultural periods or 8 lineages of leaders who ruled in the Persian Gulf Valley before it flooded. The impossible reign lengths might represent the vast span of time, from a human cultural perspective, during which people lived in the valley. Then the flood, real, gradual, inexorable sea level rise, swept over everything. And the survivors brought the memory north to Eridu, where it was preserved in clay tablets that would last 4,000 years. Take a breath. Let's ground ourselves again. You're lying comfortably. Your body is heavy and relaxed. These stories of drowned lands might feel distant, abstract, but they're stories about survival, about adaptation, about humans facing catastrophic environmental change and choosing to continue. Your ancestors survived the drowning of these lands. You exist because they had the resilience to flee, to adapt, to start over in new territories. That strength is in you. And you live in a time when coastlines are changing again. When sea levels are rising again due to different mechanisms, human-caused climate change rather than glacial melt, but with similar results. Coastal cities will flood. Populations will migrate. Landscapes will change. The pattern continues. The cycle turns. What was true 12,000 years ago is becoming true again, but we'll return to that. For now, let's continue exploring the drowned world. The Australian Aboriginal connection. Here's something that should make us stop and think. Aboriginal Australians have oral traditions describing coastal landscapes that are now underwater. Not vague, there was land in the sea stories, but specific geographic descriptions that correlate with actual drowned features. For example, the Narungga people of York Peninsula in South Australia have stories about a time when Spencer Gulf didn't exist, when you could walk across what is now water to reach the other side. Geological surveys confirm that Spencer Gulf was indeed dry land during the last ice age. It flooded between 12,000 and 10,000 years ago. The Narunga stories are remembering events from 10,000 plus years ago, passed down through oral tradition for 400 plus generations. In the Gulf of Carpentaria, northern Australia, multiple Aboriginal groups have stories about the land extending farther, about places now underwater that their ancestors knew. Specific islands, specific fishing grounds, specific features. Again, geological surveys confirm that the Gulf of Carpentaria was dry land during the Ice Age, connecting Australia to New Guinea. It flooded between 12,000 and 8,000 years ago. The stories match the geology. Not perfectly, oral tradition distorts over time, but well enough to be remarkable. Linguist Patrick Nunn and others have studied Aboriginal flood stories systematically. They've identified dozens of accounts from around the Australian coast that appear to describe actual post-glacial sea level rise. The geographic specificity is too precise to dismiss as coincidence. This has profound implications. If oral tradition can preserve factual information for 10,000 plus years, then other ancient flood myths might also be preserving real memories, not just psychological projections. The Mesopotamian flood might be remembering the Persian Gulf drowning. The Greek flood might be remembering the Black Sea deluge. The Indian flood might be remembering coastal inundation around the subcontinent. Each culture's flood myth, filtered through their particular worldview and theological framework, but all rooted in the same basic historical reality: the world drowned. We survived. Here's what we remember. Göbekli Tepe, the game changer. In 1963, a team surveying southeastern Turkey noted a large hill with limestone slabs on the surface. They assumed it was a Byzantine cemetery. They logged it and moved on. In 1994, a German archaeologist named Klaus Schmidt took a closer look. What he found would revolutionize our understanding of prehistory. The hill wasn't natural. It was artificial, a mound created by thousands of years of human occupation. But more than that, buried inside were massive stone structures. Circles of T-shaped pillars, some over 15 feet tall and weighing more than 10 tons each. Elaborately carved with images of animals: foxes, scorpions, lions, vultures, snakes. The site was named Göbekli Tepe, Potbelly Hill. And it was old. Very old. Radiocarbon dating placed the earliest structures at approximately 9,500 BCE. That's 11,500 years ago, before the invention of agriculture, or concurrent with its very earliest stages. Before pottery, before metal tools, before permanent villages as we typically understand them. Yet here was monumental architecture, sophisticated stone carving, evidence of large-scale social organization. T-shaped pillars weighing 10 to 20 tons each had to be quarried from bedrock, transported, probably on log rollers, and erected vertically. The precision of the carving, detailed animal reliefs, geometric patterns, suggests specialized craftsmen. This wasn't a village. It was a ritual center, a temple complex, built by hunter-gatherers or people transitioning to agriculture, for purposes we still don't fully understand. The standard archaeological narrative said this was impossible. Complex monumental architecture requires agricultural surplus, which allows specialization, social hierarchy, organized labor. Hunter-gatherers were supposed to be too busy surviving to build temples. Göbekli Tepe proved that narrative wrong. It demonstrated that sophisticated social organization, complex belief systems, and monumental construction could exist before agriculture, before cities, before everything we thought was necessary for civilization. So now we have to ask, if hunter-gatherers could build Göbekli Tepe in 9,500 BCE, what else could they have built that we haven't found yet? And crucially, what else did they build in coastal areas that are now underwater? Göbekli Tepe survived because it's inland, on high ground. It was also deliberately buried around 8,000 BC. Someone filled in the structures with thousands of tons of dirt, preserving them perfectly for the future. We still don't know why. Ritual closure? Safeguarding knowledge? Abandonment and natural infilling? The jury is still out. But if there were similar structures on Ice Age coastlines, and why wouldn't there be? Coasts had better resources, larger populations, more reasons to build gathering places. They would be underwater now. Lost. Invisible to conventional archaeology, Göbekli Tepe is a glimpse of what we've been missing. A hint that the story of human cultural development is far more complex, far older, far more sophisticated than we thought. And if we're missing this much inland, imagine what we're missing under the ocean. The underwater evidence we do have. Despite the difficulties, some underwater archaeology has been done. Let's look at what's been found. Pavlopetri, Greece, a Bronze Age city, circa 2800 BCE, off the southern coast of Laconia. Streets, buildings, courtyards, tombs. It's not pre-flood ancient. It's relatively recent, historically speaking. But it demonstrates that entire cities can be submerged and preserved underwater. If a 4,800-year-old city can survive, older structures could too. At Lit Yam, Israel, a Neolithic village, circa 6,900 to 6,300 BCE, submerged off the coast of Israel. Stone-built houses, a well, stone circles, burial grounds. Human remains show evidence of tuberculosis, the oldest known case. The site was occupied for 600 years, then suddenly abandoned, possibly due to rising sea levels or a tsunami. Dvarka, India, off the coast of Gujarat, underwater structures that some researchers date to 7,500 BCE or earlier based on disputed archaeological evidence. Mainstream archaeology is more conservative, dating surface remains to around 1,500 BCE. The site is controversial. Claims of extreme antiquity are contested. But unquestionably, there are structures underwater that represent some period of human habitation now submerged. Port Royal, Jamaica, a pirate city that sank into the harbor during an earthquake in 1692. Incredibly well preserved due to rapid submergence. Buildings, streets, artifacts, even organic materials like food and wood. This shows what underwater preservation can look like under ideal conditions. Now imagine this on a larger scale, with older sites. The underwater sites we've found are mostly recent, within the last 10,000 years, and mostly accidental, discovered by fishermen, divers, or during underwater surveys for other purposes. Systematic archaeological investigation of Ice Age coastlines, now 300 to 400 feet underwater on the continental shelves, has barely begun. The technology exists: submarines, remotely operated vehicles, ROVs, multi-beam sonar, ground-penetrating radar adapted for underwater use. But the cost is prohibitive, and the area to be surveyed is vast. Imagine trying to find a specific village on a continent-sized landmass when you can't see the surface clearly. You can only survey tiny swaths at a time, and the village might be buried under 30 feet of sediment. That's the challenge of underwater archaeology on submerged continental shelves. So we know the coastlines are down there. We know humans lived on them. We know that any settlements would be underwater now. We just haven't found them yet, and might never find most of them. But the absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence. It's evidence of the difficulty of looking in the right places. The Australian Continental Shelf Study. In recent years, some researchers have specifically targeted Australia's submerged continental shelf for survey work. Using sophisticated sonar mapping, they've identified hundreds of features that might be archaeological sites. Depressions that could be ancient lagoons or quarries. Linear features that could be fish traps or property boundaries. Circular formations that could be remnants of stone structures. The problem is confirmation. To know if these features are natural or artificial, you need to dive down, excavate, take samples, conduct detailed analysis. That's expensive and time-consuming. So far, a handful of sites have been confirmed as archaeological. The Murujuga fish traps, stone arrangements in shallow water off Western Australia that appear to be fish traps, possibly 7,000 to 8,000 years old. The Dampier Archipelago sites, stone tools and possible structural remains at various depths, suggesting occupation when sea levels were lower. These confirmations are significant. They prove that archaeological remains do exist on the submerged shelf. They're not all eroded away. They're findable if we look hard enough. But confirming a handful of sites doesn't tell us about the broader pattern. How many settlements were there? How sophisticated were they? What did people know, make, believe, trade? To answer those questions, we need to survey millions of square kilometers of seafloor, identify thousands of potential sites, and excavate hundreds. We're nowhere close to that level of effort. It's like trying to understand human history by excavating 5 houses. You'd learn that houses existed and get some details about those specific houses. But you wouldn't understand cities, trade networks, cultural variations, technological development, or social organization. That's where we are with underwater archaeology of Ice Age coastlines. We know it's there. We found a few fragments, but we don't have the complete picture, and won't for decades or centuries, if ever. The indigenous perspective. It's worth noting that for indigenous Australians, there's no mystery about whether people lived on the drowned coastlines. Of course they did. The stories say so. The stories describe the geography, name the places, explain what happened. From an indigenous perspective, these aren't myths or legends, they're history. Oral history, transmitted carefully through generations, encoded in songlines and ceremonies that ensure accurate preservation. Western science is finally catching up, using geological evidence to confirm what indigenous knowledge has been saying all along. Yes, the coastlines were different. Yes, people lived there. Yes, the sea rose and drowned those lands. This raises an uncomfortable question for Western archaeology. How many other indigenous oral traditions are we dismissing as myth when they might actually be preserving accurate historical information? The Native American stories about megafauna, mammoths, giant sloths, saber-toothed cats, were long dismissed as fantasy. Then we found the bones and realized, oh, they were right. Those animals did exist in North America, and humans encountered them. The Maori stories about how New Zealand was discovered and settled describe details of navigation, geography, and settlement patterns. Modern archaeology has largely confirmed the accuracy of these oral traditions. The flood myths worldwide might fall into this category. Not perfect historical accounts, but not pure fantasy either. Cultural memory of real events, preserved in story form because that's how pre-literate cultures preserve important information. If we take the flood myth seriously, not literally in every detail, but seriously as potential repositories of historical memory, we have to consider that they're telling us something true. There was a time before. People lived in places that are now gone, underwater. Catastrophe struck. Survivors fled and resettled. They told their children, remember where we came from. Remember what was lost. Remember that the world can change. And their children told their children. For hundreds of generations. Until scribes in Sumer wrote it down. The flood swept over. Let your mind drift now into deeper rest. The images of drowned cities, submerged valleys, lost coastlines, let them blur and soften. These places existed. They're gone. But life continued. This is the pattern. This is the spiral. Loss and adaptation. Endings and new beginnings. You carry in your DNA the legacy of people who survived these catastrophes, who watched their worlds drown and chose to keep going, who fled inland, started over, built new lives in new places. That resilience is your inheritance, and that knowledge that the world can change catastrophically, that survival is possible even when everything seems lost, that knowledge is encoded not just in your genes, but in the collective memory of humanity. We remember, even when we don't realize we're remembering, even when we call it myth, even when we think it's fantasy. The drowned cities are real. The lost coastlines existed. The flood happened, not as one event, but as a long, grinding catastrophe that took centuries but felt, to the people living through it, like the end of the world. They survived. You exist. That's proof. And someday, maybe centuries from now, maybe millennia, archaeologists will find those drowned sites. They'll map the submerged cities. They'll excavate the flooded valleys. They'll piece together the story of Ice Age coastal cultures. And they'll realize that the ancient myths were right all along. There was a time before. There were people who lived differently, who knew different things, who inhabited landscapes we can barely imagine. And the flood swept over. And we remembered. The clay remembers. The stone remembers. The water remembers. Even when we forget, the earth itself holds the record. Waiting. Patient. Ready to tell its stories to whoever has the wisdom to listen and the technology to look. But for now, for tonight, it's enough to know the drowned cities are there, beneath the waves, waiting, preserving their secrets. And we are their descendants, the children of survivors, the inheritors of knowledge so ancient it has become myth. Let that knowledge settle into your bones. Let it inform how you see the world. Let it remind you that change is constant, Catastrophe is real, but so is survival. The pattern continues. The cycle turns. The cities drown, but the story goes on. And you are part of that story. One breath in a long respiration that began when the first humans looked at the rising water and decided to move, to adapt, to continue. That decision, made thousands of times by thousands of people across thousands of years, is why you're here tonight. Honoring their memory, learning their lessons, preparing for the next turn of the wheel. The clay remembers. Do you? There's a building in your mind. You've never seen it, but you know what it looks like. Stone walls, massive blocks fitted so precisely that no mortar is needed. Columns reaching toward the sky. Proportions that feel right even though you can't explain why. This building has stood for thousands of years. It will stand for thousands more. Now imagine a different building. Glass and steel. Sleek, modern, beautiful in its own way. It was built 5 years ago. Parts of it are already failing. The caulking has shrunk. Water leaks through the curtain wall. The HVAC system, designed for a 20-year lifespan, is making ominous noises. The computers controlling everything will be obsolete in 3 years. This building will be rubble in 50 years. The stone building will outlast your grandchildren's grandchildren. What changed? We forgot how to build for eternity. Or more accurately, we stopped trying. Because eternity isn't profitable. Because quarterly earnings matter more than centennial durability. Because we've convinced ourselves that newer is always better. That constant replacement is progress. But the ancients knew better. They built as if they were sending messages to the future. Because they were. Tonight, let's talk about the technology of forever. Not flying cars or artificial intelligence. Not the flashy innovations that dominate headlines. But the deep technology. The knowledge of how to make things last. How to encode information in forms that will survive catastrophe. How to pass wisdom across centuries and millennia. This technology is almost lost. But fragments remain, in stone circles, in pyramids, in oral traditions, in craft knowledge passed hand to hand. And we need to recover it. Because our modern storage methods, digital files, paper records, even photographs, are incredibly fragile. Our knowledge sits on media that will decay within decades or centuries. When the next catastrophe comes, and it will come, most of what we know will be lost. Unless we learn, again, how to build for forever. Let's start with the most basic question. What survives? Imagine a city, any city. Buildings, roads, infrastructure, millions of artifacts of daily life. Now imagine it's abandoned. Nature reclaims it. What's left after 100 years? After 1,000 years? After 10,000? After 100 years? Most wooden structures have collapsed. Paper has disintegrated. Textiles have rotted, except in very dry or very cold conditions. Leather has decayed. Plastic has become brittle, but hasn't fully broken down. Metal has corroded. Iron severely, bronze less so, gold not at all. Glass survives, but can crack or craze. Concrete is crumbling, modern concrete, designed for 50 to 100-year lifespan. Stone buildings remain, but are weathering. Underground infrastructure, sewers, subways, is flooding. After 1,000 years, wood is completely gone, except in special preservation conditions. All organic materials gone. Most metal corroded away, except gold, some bronze, and lucky iron that's been in protective conditions. Plastic has mostly photodegraded and fragmented into microplastics. Glass mostly shattered or clouded. Concrete is rubble. The rebar inside rusted and expanded, cracking the concrete. Stone buildings still standing if they were well built, but showing significant weathering. The city is largely unrecognizable as a city, more like scattered ruins in a forest. After 10,000 years, virtually all traces of the city are gone except stone structures and foundations. Ceramics, pottery shards scattered everywhere. Glass, though highly degraded. Gold and some other noble metals. Possibly some bronze artifacts in protective conditions. The layout of the city might be traceable from aerial surveys showing plant growth patterns over buried foundations. Most knowledge about the culture would come from inference, not direct evidence. This is why ancient civilizations that built primarily in stone, Egypt, Greece, Rome, left extensive archaeological remains, while civilizations that built in wood, most of tropical Africa, Southeast Asia, Pacific Islands, left much less visible evidence despite being equally sophisticated. It's not that stone cultures were more advanced. It's that stone survives. Now, think about our own civilization. Most of our buildings are wood frame, drywall, and modern concrete. They're designed for 30 to 100-year lifespans. After 10,000 years, almost nothing will remain except pottery and ceramics, mostly contemporary art ceramics, since we use so little pottery in daily life compared to ancients. Glass, though highly degraded. Some plastics in fragmented form. Stone monuments. Mount Rushmore will still be recognizable. Metal artifacts in favorable conditions. Possibly some underground structures, sewers, tunnels, bunkers. The vast majority of our knowledge, stored digitally, will be completely gone. Hard drives degrade. Solid-state storage loses charge. Optical discs delaminate. Magnetic tape deteriorates. And even if the storage media survived, the hardware and software to read them would be lost. Future archaeologists would know we existed. They'd find cities, recognize them as artificial. But understanding our culture, our knowledge, our technology, that would be incredibly difficult. They'd be like us trying to understand the Indus Valley civilization. We know they had cities, writing, sophisticated infrastructure. But we can't read their script. We don't know their language. We have to infer almost everything about their beliefs, social structure, and knowledge. That's what we'd be to future archaeologists. A mystery wrapped in ruins. Unless we deliberately preserve knowledge in durable forms. The ancients understood this. Not consciously, perhaps. They didn't think we need to preserve for 10,000 years. But they understood that important things should be built to last. That sacred knowledge should be encoded in stone. That wisdom should be transmitted through unbreakable chains of teaching. Let's look at specific examples of how they did this. The pyramids, knowledge in geometry. The Great Pyramid of Giza is 4,500 years old. It's still standing. It will still be standing 10,000 years from now, barring deliberate destruction or catastrophic earthquake. Yes, it's lost its smooth, white limestone casing. Yes, it's weathered. But the core structure, 2.3 million limestone blocks, the internal chambers, the basic form, is fundamentally intact. And encoded in that form is knowledge. The pyramid's base is a square aligned to the cardinal directions with an accuracy of 3/60th of a degree. That's remarkable precision. It demonstrates sophisticated understanding of astronomy and surveying. The pyramid's slope angle, approximately 51.84 degrees, creates interesting mathematical relationships. Some researchers have noted that if you divide the perimeter by twice the height, you get a number close to pi, 3.14159. The ratio is approximately 3.1428, close enough that it might be intentional. Others point out that the slope approximates the golden ratio, phi equals 1.618 in certain measurements. The height of the pyramid relative to half the base length is close to phi. Now, mainstream Egyptologists generally argue these are either coincidences or emergent properties of the design rather than deliberate encoding. The Egyptians may have used a 3-4-5 triangle or slope ratios based on their measurement system, seeked, that happen to approximate these mathematical constants. But either way, the pyramid preserves these ratios. Whether intentionally encoded or not, anyone measuring the structure carefully will discover these mathematical relationships. The knowledge is there, embedded in stone, waiting to be read. And this works across language barriers. You don't need to read hieroglyphics to discover pi in the pyramid. You just need mathematics. And any civilization sophisticated enough to study the pyramid will have mathematics. This is information storage that survives. Language death, cultural collapse, climate catastrophe, warfare, neglect. Short of pulverizing the entire structure, the ratios remain. The knowledge persists. Stone circles, astronomical computers. Stonehenge is approximately 5,000 years old. It's a ring of massive stones, some weighing over 25 tons, arranged in specific geometric patterns and aligned to solar and lunar cycles. The most famous alignment is to the summer solstice sunrise. Stand in the center of Stonehenge on the summer solstice, and the sun rises directly over the heel stone. This happens every year, has happened every year for 5,000 years. Will continue happening until precession of the equinoxes shifts the alignment over tens of thousands of years. But there are other alignments too. Lunar standstills, the extreme positions of moonrise and moonset on an 18.6-year cycle. Equinoxes, various stellar positions. Stonehenge is, among other things, an observatory, a calendar, a device for tracking celestial cycles and predicting eclipses. And it's built in stone. Belmano, unambiguous. Anyone studying it carefully will discover the alignments, will realize that the builders understood astronomy, will be able to work backward and figure out some of what the builders knew about celestial mechanics. The same is true for Newgrange in Ireland, 5,200 years old, aligned to winter solstice sunrise. The stone circles at Carnac in France, 6,500 years old, extensive alignments. The medicine wheels of North America, various ages, aligned to solstices. The Moai of Easter Island, oriented to astronomical events. Countless other megalithic structures worldwide. They're all doing the same thing, encoding astronomical knowledge in durable, permanent form, making it visible, making it last. Even if the culture that built them completely collapsed, even if all oral knowledge was lost, the stones remain. And the stones speak, if you know how to listen. This is technology, deep technology, the technology of making knowledge survive. Let yourself breathe deeply. Let these images of stone and permanence settle into your mind. There's something deeply satisfying about well-built stone structures, something that resonates at a primal level. Perhaps it's the knowledge that they'll outlast us, that they connect us to people long dead and people not yet born. When you place your hand on the stones of Stonehenge or the blocks of the Great Pyramid, you're touching something that thousands of people before you have touched, and thousands more will touch after you're gone. That continuity, that connection across time, that's what the technology of forever provides. It's not just about storing information. It's about creating permanence in an impermanent world. About saying, we were here. We knew things. We thought these things were important enough to encode in stone. And the message comes through. 5,000 years later, we receive it. We study the structures. We work to understand what they mean. We hear the whisper of the ancients. We knew about the stars. We track time. We understood cycles. Remember this. It might be important. Oral tradition, the living archive. But stone is expensive, difficult to work. Not every culture could afford massive megalithic construction. So another technology developed, oral tradition. We tend to dismiss oral tradition as unreliable. The game of telephone, where a message gets distorted as it's passed from person to person, makes us skeptical that accurate information can be transmitted orally for generations. But this misunderstands how oral tradition actually works. The telephone game fails because each person hears the message once. There's no motivation to get it right. There's no consequence for getting it wrong. It's random people with no training. Real oral tradition is nothing like this. It's repeated constantly, songs, stories, ceremonies performed regularly, taught deliberately, elders training younger people with strict correction. Sacred, getting it wrong, is spiritually dangerous or socially shameful. Redundant, multiple people know it, can correct each other. Tested, public performance means errors are caught. Mnemonic, structured in ways that aid memory, rhythm, rhyme, song. Under these conditions, oral tradition is remarkably stable. Aboriginal Australians have oral traditions tracking geographic features for 10,000 plus years. Homer's Iliad and Odyssey were transmitted orally for centuries before being written down, and textual analysis suggests they were highly stable. Vedic hymns in India were preserved orally with such precision that when different regional traditions were finally compared, they differed by less than a handful of words over thousands of verses. Oral tradition works. It just works differently than writing. Writing seems permanent. It's fixed on the page. But writing is actually fragile. Paper burns. Ink fades. Languages die, and nobody can read the text anymore. Libraries are destroyed. Oral tradition seems ephemeral. It's just voice, just memory. But oral tradition is resilient. You can't burn it. You can't lose in a fire. As long as some people survive, they carry the tradition with them. They can restart it in a new location, teach it to new generations. The songlines of Australia. Aboriginal Australians developed perhaps the most sophisticated oral tradition ever created, the songlines. A songline is a path across the landscape. Each feature along the path, a particular hill, a waterhole, a rock formation, is associated with a verse of song. By singing the song in order, you navigate the path. The song is the map, but it's more than just navigation. Each feature also encodes knowledge. Where to find water, which plants are edible and when, where animals gather at different seasons, kinship relationships between groups, sacred stories and laws, historical events. A single songline might encode hundreds of pieces of practical and cultural information, and the songlines crisscross the entire continent, connecting all Aboriginal groups in a web of shared knowledge. To travel a songline, you must know the song. To know the song, you must be taught by someone who knows it. The knowledge is transmitted person to person, generation to generation, for tens of thousands of years. How do we know it works? Because when anthropologists started recording songlines and checking them against geological features, they matched. Aboriginal people describe geographic features that aren't visible anymore, buried under sand, overgrown with vegetation, altered by time. But when archaeologists investigated, they found the features exactly where the songline said they'd be. And some of these features were submerged coastlines, flooded at the end of the Ice Age. The songlines remembered them. 410,000 plus years. That's the technology of forever. Not carved in stone, but carved in human memory. Preserved not through durability of medium, but through sacredness of content and precision of transmission. Craft knowledge, hand to hand. There's another form of non-written preservation, craft knowledge. How do you make bronze? How do you fire pottery so it doesn't crack? How do you build a boat that won't leak? How do you preserve food through winter? How do you deliver a baby safely? For most of human history, this knowledge wasn't written down. It was learned by doing. You watched a master craftsperson. You practiced under supervision. You made mistakes and were corrected. Eventually, you mastered the skill. Then you taught the next generation. This works remarkably well for practical knowledge. Many craft traditions have been transmitted continuously for centuries or millennia. Traditional Japanese sword making, Native American basket weaving, European cathedral building, each one a chain of teaching stretching back through time. But craft knowledge is vulnerable. If the chain breaks, if a generation doesn't learn, if the master dies without teaching apprentices, if circumstances prevent practice, the knowledge can be lost. We've lost many craft skills. How the Romans made their concrete, which was more durable than modern concrete. How medieval stained glass makers achieved certain colors. How Polynesian navigators made open ocean voyages without instruments. How South American cultures created geoglyphs visible only from the air. In each case, the knowledge existed. It was transmitted successfully for generations. Then something broke the chain. War, disease, cultural suppression, economic changes that made the craft obsolete. And now we look at the results. Roman concrete structures still standing after 2,000 years, and scratch our heads trying to figure out how they did it. The knowledge was preserved person to person for centuries, but not in written or physical form. When the last person who knew died, it died with them. This is why physical encoding in stone, in durable media, matters. Oral and craft traditions are powerful, but they're vulnerable to catastrophic breaks in transmission. Physical encoding provides a backup, a seed that can survive dormancy and regrow when conditions are right. Modern preservation attempts. We've recognized the problem. Our knowledge is stored on fragile digital media. If civilization collapsed, future humans would have to restart from near zero, try to rebuild knowledge we've already discovered. So, some people are working on solutions. The Long Now Foundation is building a clock designed to run for 10,000 years. It's mechanical, powered by temperature changes between day and night, and designed to require minimal maintenance. The goal isn't just to create a working clock, but to inspire long-term thinking, to make people consider the 10,000-year timescale. The clock is being installed in a mountain in Texas, in a chamber carved 500 feet into the rock. It's built with materials chosen for longevity: stainless steel, silicon, ceramic. The gearing uses special alloys resistant to corrosion. Everything is over-engineered for durability. Will it work? Will the clock still function in 10,000 years? Maybe, if humans maintain it. If the chamber isn't flooded or collapsed by earthquake. If civilization doesn't fall so completely that nobody remembers it exists. But even if the clock stops, the chamber will remain. Future archaeologists will find it. They'll see the massive gearing, the careful construction, and they'll realize the builders were thinking in deep time. They were trying to send a message across millennia. That alone makes the project worthwhile. Memory of Mankind, MOM, is a project to preserve human knowledge on ceramic tablets. Why ceramic? Because fired clay lasts. We have Sumerian tablets, 4,000 years old. We have pottery shards, 20,000 years old. Properly fired ceramic can last millions of years in the right conditions. The MOM project takes books, images, and documents, micro-etches them onto ceramic tablets, and stores the tablets in a salt mine in Austria. The salt mine is geologically stable, extremely dry, and protected from flooding. The tablets are organized and indexed so future discoverers can understand the archive structure. The content is eclectic: scientific knowledge, literature, art, historical records, instructions for various technologies. The project accepts submissions from anyone. It's trying to create a representative snapshot of human civilization circa 2000 to 2100 CE. Will it survive? The salt mine is stable, but not guaranteed. And there's a bigger problem. How will future people find it? If civilization collapses completely, knowledge of the archive could be lost. It might sit undiscovered for millennia. The MOM project is aware of this. They're working on breadcrumbs, markers, and references in multiple locations pointing toward the archive. So even if direct knowledge is lost, hints remain that something is hidden in the Austrian Alps, in a specific salt mine. The Svalbard Global Seed Vault is another preservation project. It stores seeds of crop species from around the world, preserving agricultural biodiversity. The vault is built into a mountain in the Arctic in permafrost, designed to remain frozen even if power fails. This isn't knowledge preservation in the traditional sense. But seeds are knowledge, genetic knowledge of how to grow food. If catastrophe destroyed our crops, the seed vault could help rebuild agriculture. The vault has already been used. Syria's seed bank was destroyed in the Civil War. Researchers accessed the Svalbard backups to retrieve seeds. The system works. Nuclear waste warning messages represent perhaps the most interesting preservation challenge. We're creating nuclear waste that will remain dangerous for 10,000 plus years. We need to mark disposal sites with warnings that will be understood 10,000 years from now by people whose languages, cultures, and knowledge may be completely different from ours. How do you say danger, deadly material buried here, do not dig in a way that will be understood in 12,000 CE? Words won't work. Langvagasti. Even if you inscribe warnings in multiple current languages, they'll all be dead languages eventually. Pictures might work better. But what images communicate danger universally? Skulls and crossbones? That's a culturally specific symbol. Future cultures might not understand it. One proposal: create massive, hostile architecture. Make the site deliberately unpleasant, unwelcoming, disturbing. Spike fields, non-right angles, irregular, oppressive structures. Create an emotional response, unease, fear, that makes people not want to approach. Another proposal: create an atomic priesthood, a self-perpetuating organization whose purpose is to maintain knowledge of nuclear sites and warn future generations. like oral tradition, but institutionalized. The atomic priesthood would create myths, rituals, and taboos around the sites, ensuring that even if literal knowledge is lost, sacred prohibition remains. These ideas might sound bizarre, but they're taking seriously the challenge of 10,000-year communication. And they're recognizing that the ancients might have been onto something with their use of monumental architecture, sacred taboos, and oral tradition for preserving critical information. Let your breathing slow even more. Feel your body sinking deeper into rest. These preservation projects, the Long Now Clock, the ceramic archives, the seed vault, they're attempts to recover ancient wisdom. The wisdom of building for forever, of thinking beyond your lifetime, of recognizing that knowledge is precious and must be protected. We almost lost this wisdom in our rush toward digital efficiency, toward planned obsolescence, toward quarterly earnings over centennial thinking. We nearly forgot how to build things that last. But we're remembering. We're looking back at the pyramids, the stone circles, the oral traditions, and realizing they had something we need. Not their specific technologies, necessarily. We don't need to build pyramids, but we need their mindset, their long view, their understanding that knowledge must be encoded in forms that survive catastrophe. Because catastrophe will come. We've established this in previous chapters. Civilizations fall, climates change, disasters strike. The question isn't whether our civilization will end, but when and what will survive afterward. If we've done our job, if we've preserved well, the survivors will find seeds, literal and metaphorical. Crop seeds in Arctic vaults, knowledge seeds in ceramic tablets, astronomical seeds in stone alignments, cultural seeds in whatever oral traditions survive the chaos. They'll be able to restart, not from zero, but from the fragments we left behind. They'll climb faster because we gave them footholds. That's what the Sumerians did for us. They left the King List. They left astronomical records. They left architectural knowledge. They left writing itself, the technology for encoding spoken language in permanent form. We built on their foundation, and whoever comes after us will build on ours. If we're wise enough to leave them something to build on, what should we preserve? This is the crucial question. We can't preserve everything. We have to choose. What knowledge is most important? The obvious answer is practical knowledge. How to purify water, grow food, make fire, build shelter, treat injuries and disease, preserve food, make clothing, work metal, generate power. This is survival knowledge. It should definitely be preserved in durable form. But is that enough? The ancients didn't just preserve practical knowledge. They preserved astronomical understanding, which has practical uses but also represents cosmic knowledge. Mathematical principles, abstract knowledge with countless applications. Artistic traditions, which serve no survival purpose but fulfill human need for beauty and meaning. Historical memory, stories of who we are and where we came from. Philosophical wisdom, how to live, how to think what matters. Maybe we should follow their example. Preserve not just the how, but the why. Not just survival knowledge, but wisdom. What is wisdom? Wisdom is knowing that endless growth is impossible, that every civilization falls, that cooperation is more sustainable than conquest, that short-term thinking leads to long-term catastrophe, that humans are part of nature, not separate from or superior to it. That knowledge should be preserved, even knowledge you don't currently need, because you don't know what future generations will need. How do you encode wisdom? Not in instruction manuals. Wisdom isn't a recipe. It's a way of thinking, a set of principles, a framework for making decisions. The ancients encoded wisdom in stories, in myths, in sacred texts that operated on multiple levels, practical instruction on the surface, deeper meaning underneath. Maybe we should do the same. Create stories that teach sustainability, cooperation, long-term thinking. Stories compelling enough to be retold, memorable enough to survive oral transmission, meaningful enough to influence behavior. The flood myths did this. They said, catastrophe happens. Be prepared. Value survival over pride. Listen to warnings. Think ahead. These lessons are still relevant, more relevant now than ever, as we face climate change, resource depletion, ecosystem collapse. What stories are we creating that will teach these lessons to our descendants? What myths are we encoding in durable form? Or are we assuming that progress is linear, that catastrophe won't come, that future generations will figure out themselves? That's hubris. That's the mistake every civilization makes. We're different. We've broken the pattern. We'll last forever. We won't, but we can help whoever comes after. We can be the bridge between the past and the future. We can preserve wisely and well, if we choose to. The responsibility of knowledge. There's a weight to knowing about preservation. Once you understand that civilizations fall and knowledge is lost, you have a choice. Do you preserve? Do you make sure that what you know, what you've learned, what you think is important survives in some form? Or do you assume someone else will handle it? That the institutions will preserve everything important? That digital backups are sufficient? The institutions are fragile. Libraries burn. Hard drives fail. Catastrophes don't give warnings. But individuals can preserve. You can. Learn practical skills and teach them to others. Craft knowledge transmitted person to person. Write things down in multiple places, multiple formats. Tell stories. Repeat them. Make them memorable. Support preservation projects, seed vaults, archives, long-term thinking initiatives. Think generationally. What will your great-grandchildren need to know? Encode important knowledge in durable forms, if you have the resources. This isn't about grand gestures. You don't need to build a pyramid. Small actions matter. Teaching one person a skill. Planting a garden with heirloom seeds. Telling stories that carry wisdom. Keeping alive knowledge that might otherwise die with you. The Sumerians who copied the King List weren't trying to save the world. They were doing their job as scribes. But their work lasted 4,000 years. Your work might last too, if you choose durability over convenience. The clay remembers. What will you make that remembers? What seed will you plant? What knowledge will you carry forward? These aren't rhetorical questions. They're real questions you'll face, are facing, have been facing your whole life without perhaps realizing it. Every time you teach someone something, you're preserving knowledge. Every time you write something down carefully, you're creating a potential artifact for the future. Every time you think past your own lifetime, you're participating in the technology of forever. It's not always dramatic. It's often quiet, small, seemingly insignificant. But over time, over generations, these small acts of preservation accumulate. They create a foundation. They pass forward fragments that can be reassembled. That's all we can do. We can't prevent collapse. We can't guarantee that our civilization will survive. But we can ensure that when it falls, as all civilizations fall, something remains. Some knowledge, some wisdom, some seeds that can grow again. The ancients did this for us. They left us stone circles and clay tablets and oral traditions. They gave us footholds. We can do the same for whoever comes after. That's the technology of forever. Not immortality for ourselves, but continuity for the human project. Not permanent buildings, but permanent knowledge encoded in forms that outlast us. The spiral continues. Each civilization adds its layer to the palimpsest. And whoever comes next reads what we've written, builds on what we've preserved, and adds their own contribution. That's how knowledge survives, how wisdom accumulates, how the species learns slowly over tens of thousands of years. We're part of that process. Not the first, not the last, but here now, in our moment, with our choices to make. What will we preserve? What do we think is important enough to encode for eternity? The ancients answered this question with their pyramids, their stone circles, their sacred stories. Now it's our turn to answer. The clay is waiting. The stones are waiting. The future is waiting. What will you say to them? What message will you send in a deep time? Rest now. Let these questions settle. You don't need to answer them tonight, but carry them forward. Let them inform how you live, what you create, what you choose to remember and repeat. The technology of forever isn't just about physical preservation. It's about consciousness, about choosing to participate in the long conversation of humanity across time. And you're part of that conversation now, whether you intend to be or not. Because you've heard the message from the past, and you'll pass something forward to the future. The only question is, what will it be? The clay remembers. Will you? Stand at Stonehenge at dawn on the summer solstice. You're not alone. Thousands of people gather here every year for this moment. Druids in robes, tourists with cameras, archaeologists with notebooks, families with children, all waiting in the pre-dawn darkness, facing northeast, watching. The sky begins to lighten, blue-gray to pink to orange. Birds start their morning songs. The air is cool, damp with English summer dew. The stones rise around you, ancient beyond imagining, silent witnesses to this moment repeating for the 5,000th time. Then it happens. The sun breaks the horizon exactly over the heel stone. A shaft of light cuts through the entrance of the monument, illuminating the central altar stone. For a few minutes, the alignment is perfect. Sun, heel stone, altar, one line, drawn by design 5,000 years ago. The crowd gasps, cheers, applauds. Some people weep, some dance, some stand in silent awe. This is what stone remembers. Not words, not formulas, but this, the precise moment when sun and earth align in their cosmic dance. This knowledge, encoded in 25-ton blocks of sarsen stone transported from 20 miles away. This calendar, this clock, this testament to the understanding that the ancients had about the universe. You don't need to read hieroglyphics to understand Stonehenge. You don't need to speak the language of its builders. You just need to be here at the right time and watch. The stones will teach you. This is knowledge preservation at its most elegant. Knowledge that survives the death of languages, the collapse of civilizations, the erosion of written records. Knowledge carved into the earth itself, speaking through the unchanging patterns of the cosmos. Tonight, let's explore what stones remember. What messages ancient cultures encoded in megalithic structures. What we can learn from monuments that have stood for millennia. And what they tell us about how seriously the ancients took the responsibility of preserving knowledge across catastrophe. Newgrange, the architecture of solstice. In the Boyne Valley of Ireland, there's a tomb. Not a tomb. Really, that's a misleading word. A passage monument. A structure so sophisticated in its design that when archaeologists first studied it, they assumed it was a medieval construction. Surely something so advanced couldn't be Neolithic. They were wrong. Newgrange was built approximately 3,200 BCE, 5,200 years ago. That makes it older than Stonehenge. Older than the Egyptian pyramids. One of the oldest structures on Earth. From the outside, it looks like a large mound, about 85 meters in diameter and 13 meters high. The facade is decorated with white quartz and granite stones that were transported from the Wicklow Mountains, 50 miles away. This wasn't easy work. This was deliberate, expensive, statement-making work. But the real marvel is inside. A stone passage, 19 meters long, leads into the heart of the monument. The passage is narrow. You have to walk bent over. The walls are made of massive stones, some weighing several tons each. The stones are shaped to fit together precisely, and the passage has remained dry for over 5,000 years despite being underground. The structural engineering required to achieve this is extraordinary. The passage leads to a cruciform chamber with 3 recesses and a corbelled roof that rises 6 meters above the floor. This roof has never leaked. Not in 5,200 years. Modern roofs made with advanced materials and engineering leak. This Stone Age roof doesn't. How did they do it? The corbelling technique. Overlapping stones, each layer extending slightly beyond the one below, gradually forming a dome. But doing this in a way that sheds water perfectly, that doesn't collapse under its own weight, that lasts for millennia, that requires sophisticated engineering knowledge. But here's the truly remarkable thing about Newgrange. Above the entrance to the passage, there's a small opening called the roof box. For most of the year, this opening is irrelevant. Light doesn't penetrate far into the passage. The chamber is dark. But for a few days around the winter solstice, something magical happens. At dawn on December 21st, the exact date varies slightly due to calendar changes. The sun rises at precisely the right angle for its light to enter the roof box. The light travels down the 19-meter passage, illuminating the floor of the chamber. For about 17 minutes, as the sun continues rising, light floods this space that is otherwise completely dark year-round. Then the sun moves, the angle changes, and the chamber returns to darkness. It won't be illuminated again for another year. This is not accidental. The entire structure, the orientation of the passage, the precise height and angle of the roof box, the shape of the chamber, was designed to capture this one moment. The builders understood solar cycles so precisely that they could calculate the exact position of the rising sun on the winter solstice and build a structure aligned to it. And they built it to last, to continue marking this moment every year for as long as stone endures. Why? What was so important about the winter solstice that they invested years of labor, transported hundreds of tons of stone, and applied sophisticated engineering knowledge to capture this one sunrise? We don't know their specific beliefs. They left no written records. But we can infer meaning from the structure itself. The winter solstice is the darkest day of the year. After this day, light begins to return. Days lengthen. The sun wins its battle against darkness and begins its return journey towards summer. For agricultural peoples, this is a moment of hope, of promise, of renewal. And in the deepest part of Newgrange, in what appears to be a tomb or chamber associated with death and ancestors, light enters. For just a few minutes, once a year, the dead are illuminated. The darkness is penetrated. It's easy to read this as a message. Death is not forever. The cycle continues. Light returns. Life renews. And this message has been repeated every year for 5,200 years. Whether or not humans witnessed it, the monument was buried and forgotten for centuries before being excavated in the 1960s. The phenomenon continued. The sun rose. The light penetrated the chamber. The stones remembered. Let your mind drift into the chamber. Imagine standing there in darkness, waiting. It's cold. The stone floor beneath you is ancient and hard. Your breath fogs in the chill air. You're surrounded by stones carved with spirals, lozenges, and other geometric patterns. The silence is profound. Then, at the far end of the passage, a point of light appears. Soft at first, golden. It begins to spread, to grow, moving toward you, warming the stones, filling the space. For a few precious minutes, you're bathed in the light of the winter solstice sun, arriving via a path designed 5,000 years ago by people who understood the cosmos deeply enough to capture this moment in stone. When the light fades, you're changed. Not because of mystical energy or supernatural presence, but because you've witnessed something that connects you directly to the Neolithic builders. They stood where you're standing. They watched this light. They understood that this moment would continue long after they died. They built permanence into an impermanent world. That's what stone remembers. Not just astronomical facts, but the human impulse to create meaning through time. To connect past, present, and future in one structure. To say, we understood something important, and we encoded it in a way that will survive us. Karnak, the megalithic forest. In Brittany, France, there are approximately 3,000 standing stones arranged in rows stretching for more than 3 kilometers. Some stones stand alone. Some are in circles. Most are in alignments, long rows of stones, sometimes dozens of rows parallel to each other. The Karnak stones date to approximately 4,500 to 3,300 BCE, over 6,000 years old. They represent one of the largest megalithic sites in the world and one of the least understood. Unlike Stonehenge or Newgrange, where the purpose is somewhat clear, astronomical observatory, solstice marker, Karnak's purpose remains deeply mysterious. The alignments don't point to any obvious astronomical events. They're not oriented to solstices or equinoxes. They don't align with prominent stars or planets. So what are they for? Numerous theories have been proposed. An astronomical observatory tracking complex celestial phenomena we don't recognize. A ceremonial pathway for religious processions. Markers for territorial boundaries or trade routes. A calendar tracking agricultural cycles. Earthquake detectors. The stones might resonate at certain frequencies. A combination of multiple purposes. The truth is, we don't know. And that's humbling. Because whoever built Karnak clearly thought it was important. You don't transport and erect 3,000 stones, some weighing over 20 tons, on a whim. You don't spend generations working on this project unless it matters deeply. They knew something. They encoded it in stone. But we can't read it. The language is too foreign, the context too lost, the meaning too deeply embedded in a worldview we don't share. This is both fascinating and troubling. Fascinating because it reminds us that not all knowledge is accessible, that ancient peoples might have understood things we don't. Troubling because it suggests that even very durable encoding can become unreadable if the interpretive framework is lost. Stone remembers. But if we've forgotten how to listen, the stones might as well be silent. Yet research continues. Archaeologists using modern technology, LiDAR surveys, ground-penetrating radar, 3D modeling, are discovering new patterns at Karnak. Subtle alignments, relationships between different groups of stones, possible astronomical correlations that weren't obvious before. Maybe we'll decode it eventually. Maybe the builders chose well, and the knowledge is still there, waiting for us to become sophisticated enough to understand. Or maybe the knowledge was always meant to be somewhat mysterious. Maybe the point wasn't to preserve specific facts, but to preserve the sense of the sacred. To create a place where humans would continue to gather, to wonder, to contemplate the cosmos and their place in it. If that's the case, Karnak succeeded. It's still doing that 6,000 years later. The pyramids, mathematics in stone. We need to return to Egypt, because the pyramids represent perhaps the most successful encoding of knowledge in durable form that humanity has ever achieved. The Great Pyramid has been continuously visible for 4,500 years. It's never been forgotten, never been completely buried, never been lost. Every major civilization that rose and fell in the Mediterranean/Middle Eastern region knew about it, wondered about it, tried to understand it. And encoded in its structure is mathematics that has survived, readable, independent of language or cultural context. Let's be precise about what we actually know versus what's speculative. Confirmed facts. The base is a near-perfect square, with sides averaging 230.4 meters and varying by less than 5 centimeters. The pyramid is aligned to the cardinal directions with extreme precision, error of less than 4 minutes of arcade. The original slope angle was approximately 51 degrees, 50 minutes 40 seconds. The structure contains approximately 2.3 million limestone blocks. Internal chambers include the King's Chamber, Queen's Chamber, and Grand Gallery. Construction likely occurred during the reign of Khufu, circa 2580 to 2560 BC. The structure demonstrates sophisticated understanding of surveying, engineering, and mathematics. Interesting ratios, debated whether intentional or emergent. If you divide the perimeter of the base by twice the height, you get approximately 3.1428, close to pi, 3.14159. The slope angle creates a ratio related to phi, golden ratio, in certain measurements. The proportions relate to Earth's dimensions when scaled, though this is more controversial and possibly coincidental. Whether these mathematical constants were intentionally encoded or emerged from the building process, using practical ratios that happen to approximate these values, is debated. But either way, the knowledge is there. Anyone with mathematics, from any culture, from any time period, can measure the pyramid and discover these ratios. They're universal. They transcend language and cultural context. This is knowledge encoding at its most elegant. The structure itself is the database. The proportions are the information. The stone is the storage medium. And it's nearly indestructible. Yes, the pyramid has lost its smooth casing stones. Yes, it's weathered. But the core structure is intact. The ratios remain measurable. The knowledge persists. For 1,500 years from now, in 6,500 CE, the Great Pyramid will still be standing, barring deliberate destruction or catastrophic events. And mathematicians in 6,500 CE will still be able to measure it and discover pi, phi, and various other mathematical relationships encoded in its structure. That's successful preservation. That's knowledge encoded for eternity. The Antikythera mechanism, the device we almost missed. Sometimes knowledge preservation fails not because the encoding was poor, but because the object was lost or destroyed before we could learn from it. The Antikythera mechanism is a perfect example of this. In 1901, sponge divers off the coast of the Greek island of Antikythera discovered a shipwreck. Among the recovered artifacts was a corroded, unimpressive lump of bronze. It sat in storage for years, largely ignored. Decades later, when researchers finally examined it closely, they discovered something extraordinary. It was a machine, a complex mechanical computer made of bronze gears, built around 100 BCE by Greek engineers. The mechanism could calculate and display the positions of the sun, moon, and planets. It could predict eclipses. It tracked lunar cycles and probably the positions of the 5 known planets. It included sophisticated gear trains with irregular tooth patterns to model the elliptical orbit of the moon. This was technology we didn't think existed until the Middle Ages. Gear trains with this complexity weren't supposed to exist until the 14th century CE. Yet here was proof that ancient Greeks had built something functionally similar 1,400 years earlier. How many other mechanisms like this existed? We don't know. This one survived only because it happened to be on a ship that sank in deep water, where conditions happened to preserve it, barely. If it had gone down in shallower water, marine organisms would have destroyed it. If it had been kept on land, the bronze would have been recycled. We got lucky. We found one example of sophisticated ancient technology that proves the Greeks, and possibly other ancient cultures, had capabilities we hadn't attributed to them. But the odds are, there were many more. Devices like this, knowledge encoded in mechanisms, understanding of astronomy and mathematics embodied in machines. All lost. Melted down for the metal. Corroded beyond recognition. Thrown away as trash. This is the vulnerability of non-stone knowledge encoding. Metals corrode. Wood rots. Organic materials decay. Only in extraordinary circumstances does delicate technology survive. So when we look at the ancient world and think they weren't very advanced, we might be completely wrong. We might just be failing to find the evidence because most of it's been destroyed. The Antikythera mechanism whispers a disturbing possibility. Ancient civilizations might have been far more sophisticated than we realize, and we're missing 99% of the evidence because the preservation was accidental rather than intentional. Take a breath. Let yourself feel the strange dissonance of this knowledge. We found an ancient computer by accident. It almost wasn't recognized for what it was. For decades, it sat in storage, its significance missed. If the researchers who finally examined it carefully had been just slightly less perceptive, it might have been cataloged as bronze debris and left unstudied. How much else have we missed? How many similar devices were lost, melted, corroded, discarded? How much ancient knowledge is invisible to us because we're not looking in the right places, not asking the right questions, not recognizing advanced technology when it doesn't look like what we expect advanced technology to look like? The Antikythera mechanism is humbling. It reminds us that absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence. That ancient peoples might have understood and created things we haven't given them credit for. And it reinforces the lesson of the pyramids. If you want knowledge to survive, encode it in the most durable form possible. Stone lasts. Bronze corrodes. Build in stone. Pyramids around the world. Independent development or shared knowledge. Here's an interesting pattern. Pyramids exist on multiple continents, built by cultures that supposedly had no contact. Egypt, step pyramids circa 2650 BCE, true pyramids circa 2580 BCE. Mesopotamia, ziggurats, stepped pyramids, circa 2100 BCE or earlier. Mesoamerica, pyramids of Teotihuacan circa 100 to 600 CE, Mayan pyramids various dates. China, pyramidal tombs, various dates, many still unexcavated. Indonesia, Gunung Padang, controversial dating but possibly very ancient. Sudan, Nubian pyramids circa 300 BCE, 300 CE. Why did so many cultures independently decide that the pyramid was the right form for important structures? The standard explanation: pyramids are structurally stable. The wide base and tapering shape distribute weight effectively. It's one of the easiest ways to build really high with primitive technology. So multiple cultures independently converged on this form. This is plausible. Convergent evolution is a real phenomenon in cultural development. But there are also some interesting similarities in how different cultures used pyramids. Religious/ceremonial purposes, not primarily residential. Astronomical alignments. Pyramids often oriented to cardinal directions or celestial events. Association with death/afterlife. Tombs, memorial structures. Hierarchical societies. Pyramid-shaped mirrors, social hierarchy. Statement of power and permanence. These structures announce, we are great, we endure. Are these similarities just natural consequences of the form? Or could there have been some transmission of knowledge, Some ancient diffusion of architectural ideas? Most archaeologists favor independent development. The differences between pyramid styles in different regions are significant. Egyptian pyramids have smooth sides and are solid stone. Mesopotamian ziggurats have stepped sides and mud brick cores. Mesoamerican pyramids are often stepped platforms with temples on top, not tombs inside. But a minority of researchers suggest possible ancient contact between civilizations. Not that Egyptians built the Mayan pyramids, but that very ancient seafaring cultures might have spread basic architectural concepts that were then adapted locally. This remains controversial and largely unsupported by evidence. But it's worth noting that humans have been capable ocean travelers for much longer than traditionally thought. Polynesians colonized the Pacific. Ancient peoples reached Australia by boat 50,000 plus years ago. The Mediterranean and Indian Ocean saw extensive trading by 3000 BCE, if not earlier. Could knowledge have spread farther than we think? Could some basic architectural and astronomical understanding have been passed around the ancient world, influencing multiple cultures? We don't know. But the global presence of pyramids, all aligned to cardinal directions, all built with massive effort, all encoding astronomical knowledge, is at least suggestive of something. Whether that something is convergent evolution or ancient knowledge transmission remains to be determined. Acoustic properties, sound and stone. Here's something we're only recently discovering. Many ancient stone structures have interesting acoustic properties, and these properties appear to be intentional, not accidental. Newgrange. The chamber has a resonant frequency around 110 Hz. Male voices speaking or chanting at this pitch are dramatically amplified and sustained. The stones seem to be shaped and positioned to enhance certain frequencies. Stonehenge. Recent studies have found that the stones, when struck, produce specific musical notes. The bluestones, the smaller stones, were transported from Wales, over 150 miles away. Why these specific stones? One theory: they have unique acoustic properties. They ring like bells. Mayan and Egyptian pyramids. Hand clapping at the base of certain pyramids produces an echo that sounds like a chirp or bird call. At Chichen Itza, clapping at the base of El Castillo Pyramid produces an echo resembling the Quetzal bird's call. This is thought to be intentional. The pyramid was designed to produce this sound. Hypogeum of Malta, an underground Neolithic structure, circa 3300 to 3000 BCE, with chambers that have been called oracle rooms due to their acoustic properties. Male voices at certain frequencies resonate powerfully throughout the structure, while other sounds are dampened. Why would ancient builders care about acoustics? Possible reasons. Ceremonial purposes. If religious ceremonies involve chanting, singing, or spoken oracles, having architecture that amplifies and sustains these sounds would be valuable. It creates atmosphere, enhances the mystical/sacred feeling. Acoustic encoding. Different chambers or positions in a structure might encode information through their acoustic properties. This would be knowledge accessible through sound rather than sight, a different sensory modality. Understanding of physics. Designing structures with specific acoustic properties requires sophisticated understanding of how sound waves behave. It's applied physics. The fact that ancient cultures achieved this suggests they understood principles we associate with more recent scientific development. Communication. In pre-electronic societies, acoustics mattered for amplifying sound. A structure that naturally amplifies a speaker's voice would be valuable for gatherings, rituals, or announcements. We're only beginning to understand the importance of acoustics in ancient architecture. Modern archaeologists, trained to focus on visual evidence, initially missed these properties entirely. Only recently, with acoustic engineers analyzing these sites, are we discovering this layer of encoded knowledge. What else have we missed? What other sensory modalities might ancient builders have been encoding information in? Thermal properties? Interactions with specific lighting conditions? Electromagnetic properties. Some stones have higher mineral content that might affect compass readings or create localized magnetic fields. The stones remember more than we've yet learned to hear. Let your awareness settle now into a deeper space. Imagine the accumulation of all this encoded knowledge. In Egypt, in Ireland, in Britain, in Greece, in France, all around the world, stones standing in silent testament to what ancient peoples understood. They couldn't write books that would last 5,000 years. Paper degrades. Even parchment or clay tablets are fragile compared to stone. But they could carve knowledge into the earth itself. They could build structures that would outlast empires, languages, religions, everything except the stones and the mathematics they encode. And they did. They spent generations building these monuments. Not for their own benefit. Most builders died long before the structures were complete. They built for the future. For us. For whoever would come after and wonder and study and learn. We are those future people now, standing before the stones, measuring, analyzing, slowly decoding, and realizing, with humility and awe, that the ancients were not primitive. They were different, certainly, but not less intelligent, not less capable, not less concerned with preserving knowledge for the future. They just did it differently. They built in stone rather than storing in silicon. They encoded in geometry rather than in binary. They trusted in the permanence of physical structures rather than the replicability of digital files. And 5,000 years later, their method is proving more durable than ours. Your computer files from 10 years ago, can you still open them? Do you have the right software? The right hardware? Are the drives still readable? But Newgrange from 5,200 years ago still marks the winter solstice perfectly. The alignment hasn't shifted. The knowledge hasn't degraded. The structure stands. What does this tell us about how we should be preserving knowledge now? What does it suggest about our priorities, our methods, our understanding of deep time? These aren't rhetorical questions. They're urgent questions for a civilization that stores most of its knowledge in forms that will be completely unreadable within a century or two. The stones are teaching us still. Patiently. Permanently. Are we wise enough to learn? The clay remembers. The stones remember. The earth itself remembers. And if we build well, think long, encode carefully, what we create might remember too. Might stand witness for future generations. Might whisper across millennia, we were here. We knew things. We thought these things mattered. We try to preserve them for you. That's what stones remember. Not just facts, but the human impulse toward permanence, toward meaning, toward connection across time. And that impulse, that drive to build something that lasts, to encode something that matters, to reach across the abyss of time and touch whoever comes after. That impulse is still alive in us. We feel it when we stand before Stonehenge at dawn, when we crawl into Newgrange's chamber and watch the solstice light appear, when we place our hands on pyramid stones and feel the weight of millennia. We're connecting, past to present to future, an unbroken chain of humans trying to understand the cosmos, trying to preserve knowledge, trying to leave something behind that matters. The stones facilitate this connection. They're not just rocks. They're messages. They're time capsules. They're voices from the deep past saying, we were like you. We wondered about the stars. We tried to understand our place in the universe. We built this so you would know. And now we know. We've received the message. We're still decoding it, still discovering new layers of meaning. But the essential communication has occurred. The past has spoken. The present has listened. And now it's our turn to encode. Our turn to build. Our turn to send messages forward into the deep future. What will we say? What will we build? What stones will we set that future archaeologists will measure and wonder about and slowly, patiently decode? These questions linger as you drift deeper towards sleep. No need to answer them now. Just let them resonate. Let them settle into your bones. The stones have stood for millennia. They'll stand for millennia more. They're not in a hurry. Neither should you be. Rest now. Dream of stones and stars, of alignments and encoded knowledge, of messages sent across time, of permanence in an impermanent world. The stones remember, and in remembering, they teach us how to remember too, how to build for eternity, how to encode for the ages, how to say, with stone and mathematics and astronomical precision, we mattered, we understood, we try to preserve this for you. May you receive it. May you learn from it. May you carry it forward. That's what the stones say, every dawn, every solstice, every time someone stands before them and wonders. And now you've heard them. The message has reached you. You're part of the chain now, part of the long conversation across deep time. What will you add to it? What stone will you set? What knowledge will you preserve? Sleep on these questions. Let your unconscious work on them. Tomorrow, or someday, you'll have answers. But for now, rest in the knowledge that the stones have stood for thousands of years, and they're still speaking, still teaching, still preserving. That's enough for tonight. That's more than enough. The stones remember. Let that truth carry you into sleep. The Minoan civilization on Crete was thriving. Around 1600 BCE, they had built palaces with running water, multi-story buildings, vibrant frescoes depicting dolphins and bull leapers and priestesses. They had writing, linear A, which we still can't fully decipher. They had extensive trade networks throughout the Mediterranean. They had art, culture, sophistication. Then, sometime between 1600 and 1500 BCE, the volcano on the island of Thera, modern Santorini, erupted. This wasn't a normal eruption. This was a cataclysm. The volcanic explosivity index rates it as a 7 out of 8. The explosion ejected approximately 60 cubic kilometers of rock, ash, and pumice into the atmosphere. The sound would have been audible 5,000 kilometers away. Tsunamis up to 35 meters high struck the coasts of Crete and beyond. The island of Thera essentially destroyed itself. The center collapsed into the sea, leaving only the crescent-shaped remains we see today. In Minoan civilization, it never recovered. The palaces were damaged or destroyed. The trade networks collapsed. Within a century, the Minoans were absorbed by Mycenaean Greeks. Their language died out. Their culture faded. One volcano, one catastrophic eruption, one civilization ended. This has happened before. This will happen again. Tonight, we need to talk about endings. About how civilizations actually collapse. About the specific mechanisms, geological, climatological, biological, social, that can end complex societies. And about how our own civilization sits on foundations far more fragile than we usually acknowledge. This chapter will be uncomfortable. We're going to look directly at catastrophe, at vulnerability, at the possibility that everything we've built could end. Not in some distant future, but soon. Potentially within your lifetime or your children's lifetime. But discomfort is necessary, because denial is dangerous. And the only way to prepare for catastrophe is to understand it. To look at it clearly, without flinching, and ask, what can we actually do? Let your breath steady. This journey into darkness is necessary. But remember, humans have survived every catastrophe so far. We're still here. That resilience is in your DNA. Let's begin. Toba, when the sky went dark. 74,000 years ago, Mount Toba in Sumatra erupted. This was the most powerful volcanic eruption in the last 2 million years, a supereruption orders of magnitude larger than anything in recorded history. The eruption ejected approximately 2,800 cubic kilometers of material. To put that in perspective, Mount St. Helens ejected 1 cubic kilometer. Krakatoa ejected 25 cubic kilometers. Toba ejected 2,800 cubic kilometers. The ash cloud circled the globe. Sulfur dioxide and other gases in the stratosphere created a volcanic winter. Sunlight was blocked. Temperatures dropped by an estimated 3 to 5 degrees Celsius globally, more in some regions. This cooling may have lasted 6 to 10 years. For humans living through this, it would have felt like the end of the world. The sky darkened. Summer never came. Crops failed. Animals died. Starvation spread. Genetic studies of modern humans show evidence of a population bottleneck around this time. The debate continues about how severe it was. Some researchers argue human population crashed to as few as 3,000 to 10,000 breeding individuals worldwide. Others argue the bottleneck was more modest, perhaps tens of thousands. But either way, Toba was catastrophic for humanity. We nearly didn't make it. If the eruption had been slightly larger, if the volcanic winter had lasted slightly longer, if populations had been slightly more fragmented, we might have gone extinct. We survived, but barely, and we lost whatever cultural developments had occurred before Toba. Any sophisticated hunter-gatherer cultures, any accumulated knowledge, any proto-civilizations, gone. Reset to subsistence survival. The survivors scattered, isolated, struggling. It took thousands of years for populations to recover, for cultures to rebuild complexity. And here's the terrifying part. Toba-scale eruptions are not unique. They happen every 50,000 to 100,000 years. We're due for another one. The Yellowstone caldera sits under Yellowstone National Park in Wyoming. It's a supervolcano. It has erupted 3 times in the last 2.1 million years. 2.1 million years ago, 1.3 million years ago, and 640,000 years ago. That last eruption ejected about 1,000 cubic kilometers of material, smaller than Toba, but still catastrophic. It left a caldera 30 by 45 miles wide. When will it erupt again? We don't know. It might not erupt for another 100,000 years. It might erupt tomorrow. The caldera is active. The ground rises and falls as magma chambers swell and subside. Geysers like Old Faithful are symptoms of this underlying activity. If Yellowstone erupted at Toba scale, the effects would be devastating. Immediate destruction within a 1,000-kilometer radius. Ash fall across most of North America, tens of centimeters in some areas, enough to collapse roofs and contaminate water supplies. Livestock and wildlife deaths from ash inhalation and starvation. Crop failures across the grain belt. Volcanic winter, global temperatures dropping for years. Disruption of global food supply chains. Economic collapse as supply chains fail. Potential for wars as nations compete for remaining resources. Modern civilization, with its complex interdependencies, might be more vulnerable than ancient hunter-gatherer societies. We can't easily shift to subsistence living. Most people don't know how to grow food, hunt, preserve meat, or survive without grocery stores and electricity. A Yellowstone eruption wouldn't kill everyone directly, but the cascading failures, food system collapse, economic breakdown, conflict over resources, could kill billions. And this is just one supervolcano. There are approximately 20 known supervolcanoes around the world, each capable of similar devastation. Campi Flegrei in Italy is showing signs of increased activity. Lake Toba itself could erupt again. Taupo in New Zealand. Long Valley in California. We live on a geologically active planet. The crust is thin. The interior is molten. And periodically, catastrophically, the pressure releases. Climate tipping points. The shift that doesn't stop. Volcanic eruptions are dramatic but temporary. Even a decade-long volcanic winter eventually ends. The sun returns. Plants regrow. Life recovers. But climate shifts can be permanent. Or at least, permanent on human timescales, lasting centuries or millennia. The Younger Dryas event, 12,900 years ago, saw temperatures plunge suddenly, within a decade or two, back toward glacial conditions. The warming that had been happening for thousands of years reversed. This cold period lasted 1,200 years before temperatures rose again. What caused it? The mechanism is still debated. Possible causes include disruption of ocean currents, specifically the Atlantic meridional overturning circulation, due to massive freshwater input from melting glaciers. Comet or asteroid impact. Volcanic eruptions. Some combination of these factors. But whatever the cause, the effect was devastating for any human cultures that existed at the time. The climate they'd adapted to suddenly changed. Megafauna went extinct, whether from climate change, human hunting, or both. Human populations declined or migrated. This type of abrupt climate shift can happen again. In fact, there's evidence it has happened repeatedly throughout Earth's history. Climate is not stable. It's a complex system with multiple equilibrium states, and under certain conditions, it can flip rapidly from one state to another. The Atlantic Meridional Overturning Circulation, AMOC, is one such tipping point we're currently watching with concern. The AMOC, of which the Gulf Stream is a part, carries warm water from the tropics to the North Atlantic. This keeps Europe much warmer than it would otherwise be. London is at the same latitude as southern Labrador, but has a much milder climate. The AMOC is driven by salinity and temperature differences. Warm, salty water flows north. It cools, becomes denser, sinks, and flows south as cold, deep water. This drives the entire circulation. But freshwater input, from melting Greenland ice, is reducing salinity in the North Atlantic. This makes the water less dense, less likely to sink. The EMOC is slowing. If it slows too much or stops entirely, the consequences would be severe. Europe would cool dramatically, potentially by 5 to 10 degrees Celsius. Weather patterns would shift globally. Monsoons would be disrupted, affecting billions of people who depend on monsoon rains for agriculture. Sea levels would rise along the U.S. East Coast. Marine ecosystems would be disrupted. And here's the frightening part. Once the AMOC passes a certain threshold, the collapse might be irreversible on human timescales. It could flip to a new stable state and stay there for centuries. We don't know exactly where that threshold is. Climate models suggest we're approaching it, but there's significant uncertainty. We might have decades. We might have years. We might have already passed it and are watching a collapse in slow motion. Other climate tipping points include Amazon rainforest dieback, deforestation reaching a point where the rainforest can't sustain itself and converts to savanna. Antarctic ice sheet collapse. West Antarctic ice sheet is particularly vulnerable. Arctic sea ice loss, already happening, accelerating warming through reduced albedo. Permafrost methane release. Thawing permafrost releasing massive amounts of methane, a potent greenhouse gas. Each of these could trigger cascading effects. Amazon dieback reduces rainfall across South America and disrupts global weather patterns. Ice sheet collapse raises sea levels by meters, inundating coastal cities. Arctic warming accelerates global warming through feedback loops. Permafrost methane release accelerates warming further. These aren't hypothetical future scenarios. They're processes already underway. We're watching climate tipping points approach in real time. And once crossed, they may be impossible to reverse within human lifetimes. Let yourself breathe through the anxiety this might be creating. Yes, these scenarios are frightening. Yes, the future looks uncertain. But panic doesn't help. Understanding does. The ancients faced climate catastrophes too. The Younger Dryas, the medieval warm period, the Little Ice Age, droughts that collapsed civilizations, floods that displaced populations. They survived. Not everyone, many died. But some survived. And those survivors carried humanity forward. We will face our own climate catastrophes. Some are already here. Increasing droughts, flooding, extreme weather events. More are coming. But we have advantages the ancients didn't. We understand the mechanisms. We can see it coming. We have technology for adaptation. We can choose to prepare, to build resilience, to make decisions that reduce the severity. Whether we will make those choices is uncertain. But the possibility exists. That has to be enough to motivate action rather than despair. The Bronze Age collapse, when everything failed at once. Around 1177 BCE, the Bronze Age civilizations of the Eastern Mediterranean and Near East collapsed almost simultaneously. This wasn't one catastrophe, it was multiple catastrophes converging. The civilizations affected included Mycenaean Greece, the Hittite Empire, Anatolia, the Minoan remnants, Crete, New Kingdom Egypt, survived but severely weakened. The Levantine cities, Ugarit, Megiddo, etc., Cyprus, and other eastern Mediterranean islands. Within a span of about 50 years, circa 1200 to 1150 BCE, these interconnected civilizations experienced invasions by the sea peoples, still not fully identified, possibly displaced populations from various regions, widespread destruction of palaces and cities, collapse of trade networks, loss of literacy in some regions, linear B script in Greece disappeared for 400 years, population decline, abandonment of cities, reversion to smaller, simpler social structures. What caused this collapse? Not one thing, but a confluence of factors. Climate change, prolonged drought in the region. Pollen records and archaeological evidence show significant aridification. Crop failures, water shortages, agricultural systems stressed beyond their capacity. Earthquakes, geological evidence shows increased seismic activity during this period. Several major cities show destruction layers consistent with earthquakes rather than warfare. Systems collapse. The Bronze Age civilizations were highly interconnected through trade. They depended on each other for essential resources, copper from Cyprus, tin from Afghanistan, grain from various regions. When some nodes in the network failed, due to drought, earthquake, or conflict, the whole system became unstable. Warfare, whether the sea peoples were a cause or a symptom is debated, but widespread warfare and raiding clearly occurred. Cities burned. Populations were displaced. Refugees fled, creating cascading problems. Economic disruption. The complex palace economies couldn't handle the multiple simultaneous stresses. Centralized systems that worked well in stable conditions became fragile when conditions changed. The result was a collapse so complete that historians call the following centuries the Greek Dark Ages. Writing disappeared. Monumental architecture stopped. Long-distance trade ceased. Populations declined by 75% or more in some regions. Complex societies fragmented into simple village cultures. It took 300 to 400 years for the region to recover. When Greek civilization re-emerged, the classical period, it was different. Iron Age instead of Bronze Age, alphabetic writing instead of syllabic, city-states instead of palatial kingdoms. The Bronze Age collapse is a case study in systemic vulnerability. The more complex and interconnected a system, the more efficient it is during stable times, but also the more fragile during crises. When multiple stresses hit simultaneously, cascading failures can bring down the entire system. Sound familiar? Modern vulnerabilities, the complexity trap. Our civilization is vastly more complex and interconnected than the Bronze Age world. We have global trade networks, just-in-time supply chains, electrical grids spanning continents, internet infrastructure connecting billions of people, financial systems that move trillions of dollars in milliseconds. This complexity creates enormous benefits, efficiency, specialization, abundance. But it also creates enormous vulnerability. The electrical grid. Most of modern life depends on electricity. Computers, communications, water treatment, food storage and distribution, heating and cooling, manufacturing, transportation control systems, medical equipment, emergency services. The grid is fragile, vulnerable to solar storms, coronal mass ejections that can damage transformers, cyber attacks, state actors, or criminal groups. Physical attacks. A 2013 study found that disabling just 9 key substations could cause nationwide blackout. Cascade failures. One component failure triggering others. Infrastructure aging. Much of U.S. grid is 50-plus years old. A major grid failure lasting more than a week or two would be catastrophic. No water pumps. No sewage treatment. No food refrigeration. No gas pumps. No ATMs or electronic payments. No communications. No hospitals operating at full capacity. Within days, cities would become unlivable. Within weeks, deaths would mount, from lack of clean water, from disease, from violence as social order broke down. The 1859 Carrington event, a massive solar storm, caused aurora visible in the Caribbean and telegraph systems to fail worldwide. If a similar storm hit today, estimates suggest it could take months or years to replace damaged transformers. The economic cost could exceed $2 trillion. The human cost in a prolonged outage could be millions of deaths. Supply chains. Modern economies operate on just-in-time principles. Stores don't warehouse much inventory. Goods arrive daily or weekly as needed. This is efficient but leaves no buffer. The COVID-19 pandemic demonstrated this fragility. When China shut down factories, global supply chains convulsed. Shortages of medical equipment, computer chips, various consumer goods. Panic buying emptied store shelves. The system, optimized for efficiency, had no resilience. A more severe disruption, a larger pandemic, a major war, climate disasters affecting multiple food-producing regions, could cause supply chain collapse. And once collapsed, restarting complex supply chains is difficult. You can't make computer chips without specialized chemicals. You can't make those chemicals without computer-controlled processes. Circular dependencies everywhere. Financial systems. Most money exists as electronic records. Bank deposits, investments, pensions, all just bits and databases. If the electrical grid fails long enough, if the internet goes down extensively, if key institutions collapse, that money could vanish. The 2008 financial crisis showed how quickly confidence can evaporate. Banks that seemed stable failed within days. Credit markets froze. Only massive government intervention prevented complete collapse. But government intervention assumes functional governments, functioning communication systems, and public trust in institutions. In a severe enough crisis, these assumptions might not hold. Food systems. Industrial agriculture depends on fossil fuels for tractors, fertilizers, pesticides, long-distance transportation, electrical refrigeration, and complex processing and distribution networks. Most cities have only a few days of food supply at any given time. If distribution stops, due to fuel shortages, infrastructure failure, or chaos, cities begin starving within a week. And modern agricultural practices have made food production vulnerable. Monoculture crops, vast areas growing single varieties, are susceptible to disease or pests. Most people have no ability to produce their own food. Seed saving is rare. Most farmers buy new seeds each year. Knowledge of traditional, resilient agricultural techniques has been largely lost. A convergence of crises, climate disruption affecting multiple growing regions, supply chain failures preventing distribution, energy shortages limiting production, could cause global food system collapse. Pandemic, the microbial catastrophe. The Black Death, 1347 to 1353, killed approximately one-third of Europe's population. Some regions lost half their people. Cities were depopulated. Villages were abandoned. Economic systems collapsed. The social order was fundamentally disrupted. The 1918 Spanish flu killed 50 to 100 million people worldwide, at a time when global population was only 1.8 billion. That's 3 to 5% of all humans. COVID-19, despite modern medicine and public health measures, killed over 7 million people officially, likely more unofficially, and caused massive economic disruption, social stress, and long-term health impacts we're still discovering. Pandemics happen. They're not rare historical anomalies. They're regular features of human existence, especially in densely populated, highly connected societies. And we're creating conditions that make pandemics more likely. Habitat destruction bringing humans into contact with wildlife diseases. Factory farming creating ideal conditions for pathogen evolution. Antibiotic resistance developing faster than new antibiotics. Global travel allowing diseases to spread worldwide in hours. Dense urban populations providing abundant hosts. The question isn't whether another pandemic will occur. It's when and how severe. A pandemic with COVID's transmissibility and Ebola's mortality rate, 50 to 90%, would be civilization-ending. Global population could crash by half or more. Supply chains would collapse as workers died or refused to report to work. Governments would struggle to maintain order. Knowledge would be lost as specialists died faster than they could train replacements. This isn't hypothetical. Pathogens with these characteristics exist in nature. They could mutate or recombine to create this nightmare scenario. Or humans could create it accidentally in lab research or deliberately as bioweapon. And modern medicine might not help much. Our medical system is designed for routine care, not mass casualties. Hospitals fill up quickly. Ventilators, dialysis machines, ICU beds, all limited. In a severe pandemic, most sick people would die at home, untreated. The social and psychological impacts would be as severe as the physical. Watching half the people you know die. Constant fear. Isolation. Distrust. Economic collapse. Potential breakdown of social order. Societies can survive this. The Black Death survivors rebuilt. But the rebuilding took generations, and much was lost. Take a deep breath. I know this is heavy. I know the weight of these possibilities feels crushing. But we're not done yet. There are two more categories of catastrophe we need to examine. Then we'll talk about what can be done. Stay with me. This darkness is necessary to understand the light that comes after. Asteroid impact, fire from the sky. 66 million years ago, an asteroid approximately 10 kilometers in diameter struck the Yucatan Peninsula. The impact created a crater 150 kilometers wide and released energy equivalent to billions of nuclear weapons. The immediate effects killed everything within thousands of kilometers. The global effects killed most species on Earth, including all non-avian dinosaurs. How? The impact ejected massive amounts of debris into the atmosphere. Some material reached orbit and re-entered worldwide, heating the atmosphere to oven-like temperatures. Wildfires ignited globally. Then the debris cloud blocked sunlight for months or years. Photosynthesis stopped. Plants died. Herbivores starved. Predators starved. Food chains collapsed. This is called an extinction-level event. And it's not unique. The geological record shows several mass extinctions, most associated with either asteroid impacts or massive volcanism. Could it happen again? Yes. Will it happen again? Yes. When? We don't know. NASA and other space agencies are tracking near-Earth objects, NEOs, asteroids and comets whose orbits bring them close to Earth. We've found most of the large ones, kilometer scale. None currently pose a threat in the foreseeable future. But smaller impacts are more frequent and harder to detect. The 2013 Chelyabinsk meteor, Russia, was only 20 meters in diameter but exploded with the force of 500 kilotons, 30 times Hiroshima. It injured 1,500 people from broken glass, and caused significant property damage. And we didn't see it coming. It arrived from the direction of the sun, where telescopes can't look. An asteroid 100 meters in diameter could destroy a city, millions dead if it hit urban areas. We probably haven't found all of these yet. An asteroid 1 kilometer in diameter could cause regional devastation and global climate effects. We've found most, but not all of these. An asteroid 10 kilometers in diameter, like the one that killed the dinosaurs, would be an extinction event. But these are rare, perhaps one every 100 million years. The good news: we have time to develop mitigation strategies. If we detect an asteroid decades before impact, we might be able to deflect it with spacecraft, nudging it slightly so it misses Earth. The bad news: our detection systems have gaps. Our deflection capabilities are largely theoretical and untested, and funding for planetary defense is minimal compared to the stakes. An asteroid impact is low probability but infinite impact. If it happens, nothing else matters. Everything we've built, everything we know, everyone we love, potentially gone. This is existential risk in its purest form, and we're not taking it as seriously as we should. Nuclear war, the catastrophe we could choose. Unlike volcanoes, climate shifts, pandemics, or asteroids, all natural processes beyond our control, nuclear war is entirely our choice. We created the weapons. We maintain them. We could choose to eliminate them. We haven't. Currently, approximately 13,000 nuclear weapons exist worldwide, most held by the United States and Russia. A single modern nuclear warhead can destroy a city. The largest weapons in the arsenal are 50+ times more powerful than the bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. A nuclear exchange between major powers would cause direct deaths, tens of millions from blast and heat in the first hour's radiation deaths, additional millions in following weeks' infrastructure destruction, major cities, industrial centers, transportation hubs, all targeted nuclear winter, smoke and soot from burning cities lofting into the stratosphere, blocking sunlight for years, agricultural collapse, crops failing globally due to cold and darkness, starvation, billions dying as food runs out, ecosystem collapse, food chains breaking down. Worldwide, studies suggest a large-scale nuclear war could kill most of the human population, not from the bombs directly, but from the subsequent nuclear winter and food system collapse. This is madness. We've created weapons capable of destroying our own species, maintained them for decades, and continued to risk their use through geopolitical conflicts. The Cold War ended without nuclear war. We got lucky. How many times can we be lucky? How long before miscalculation, accident, or intentional use ends that luck? In 1983, Soviet early warning systems falsely indicated U.S. missiles were launched. One man, Stanislav Petrov, judged the warning as false and did not report it up the chain of command. If he had followed protocol, the Soviet response might have triggered nuclear war. The world survived because one person made the right judgment call. How many other close calls have there been? How many more will there be? How long before luck runs out? Nuclear weapons should be eliminated. This is not radical, it's rational. The risk they pose to human survival is infinitely greater than any benefit they provide. But elimination requires cooperation, trust, and long-term thinking, qualities that seem in short supply among nuclear powers. So the weapons remain, thousands of them, on hair trigger alert, ready to launch within minutes, capable of ending civilization. And we live beneath this sort of Damocles, mostly not thinking about it, because the alternative, truly confronting our vulnerability, is too frightening. Let the weight of all this settle. Volcanoes, climate tipping points, systems collapse, pandemics, asteroids, nuclear war. Any one of these could end our civilization. Several could end our species. And these aren't even all the risks we haven't discussed. Artificial intelligence risks, if development continues without adequate safety precautions. Nanotechnology gone wrong, self-replicating systems that can't be stopped. Gamma-ray bursts from distant supernovas, low probability, but would sterilize one side of Earth. Supervolcano eruptions from underwater volcanoes. Solar flares stronger than the Carrington event. Genetically engineered pathogens, deliberately or accidentally released. Ecosystem collapse from biodiversity loss. Ocean acidification and marine ecosystem failure. Resource wars as critical resources, water, arable land, rare earth elements, become scarce. The list is long. The risks are real. The question isn't whether catastrophe is possible, it's certain. The only questions are when, what type, and how severe. This is not pessimism. This is realism. Catastrophes happen. They've always happened. They will continue to happen. The ancient civilizations knew this. That's why they created the king lists, the flood myths, the cyclical time systems. They were saying, we've been through catastrophe before. We survived, but barely. And it will happen again. Be ready. We've forgotten this wisdom. We've convinced ourselves that progress is linear, that technology will save us, that our civilization is too advanced to collapse. We're wrong. The difference between collapse and extinction. But here's a crucial distinction. Collapse is not extinction. Civilizations collapse regularly. Human populations decline catastrophically. Knowledge is lost. But humans survive. Life continues. Eventually, recovery begins. Even the worst catastrophes in human history, Toba, the Black Death, the Bronze Age collapse, left survivors. And those survivors carried humanity forward. So the question is not, will catastrophe come? It will, or will our civilization collapse? It probably will, eventually. The question is, what will survive? And can we prepare in ways that make survival more likely and recovery faster? This is where ancient wisdom becomes crucial. The Sumerians, the Egyptians, the Hindus, the Greeks, they all understood that civilizations are temporary, that catastrophes happen, that the best you can do is preserve knowledge, encode wisdom, and hope the survivors find it. We need to recover this mindset. Not defeatist. We should absolutely work to prevent catastrophes where possible and reduce their severity where they're inevitable. But realistic. Understanding that endings come, and the best we can do is prepare for them. What to preserve? Practical knowledge, food production, water purification, medicine, essential technologies. Scientific understanding, the hard-won knowledge of how the universe works. Mathematical and logical principles, the tools for rebuilding knowledge. Historical memory, what worked, what failed, what to avoid. Wisdom, how to live sustainably, cooperatively, ethically. How to preserve. Durable physical encoding, stone, ceramic, stable materials. Redundant storage, many copies in many places. Multiple formats, written, oral, practical demonstrations. Intentional teaching, passing knowledge person to person. Building resilience, local food systems, distributed infrastructure, community bonds. Why it matters? Because when, not if, catastrophe comes, the survivors will need help. They'll need knowledge. They'll need hope. They'll need to know that humans have survived catastrophes before and can survive them again. We can be the generation that helps them, that preserves wisely, that encodes carefully, that thinks beyond our own lifetimes to the 7th generation, the 10th, the 100th. Or we can be the generation that assumes everything will be fine, that does nothing to prepare, that leaves future humans to start over from near zero. The choice is ours. The catastrophe isn't. That's coming regardless. But our response to it, our preparation for it, our decision about what to preserve and pass forward, that's entirely within our control. Finding peace in impermanence. There's a strange liberation in accepting that endings are inevitable. It removes the burden of permanence. You don't have to make your civilization last forever. You can't. No one has. No one will. All you have to do is your part. Preserve what you can. Pass it forward. Trust that someone will receive it, use it, build on it. The Sumerian scribe who copied the king list didn't think he was saving civilization. He was just doing his job. But his work lasted 4,000 years and teaches us still. Your work might last too. Not because you built something immortal, but because you built something useful, encoded it durably, and hoped it would help whoever came after. That's enough. That's more than enough. The clay remembers. The stones remember. And if you create wisely, your contribution will be remembered too. Not by name, perhaps. The Sumerian scribe is anonymous. We don't know his name, his face, his life story, but we have his work. And his work connects us to him across 40 centuries. That's all any of us can hope for. To create something worth preserving. To encode something worth remembering. To pass forward something worth finding. Catastrophe will come. Civilizations will fall. But the human story continues. And you're part of that story. Play your part well. Preserve wisely. Encode carefully. Think in generations, not quarters. Build for deep time, not immediate profit. And when the catastrophe comes, when your civilization falls, as all civilizations fall, you'll have done your part. You'll have set stones that future archaeologists will measure. You'll have encoded knowledge that future societies might decode. You'll have planted seeds that might grow centuries after you're gone. That's the weight of endings. Not crushing despair, but clear-eyed responsibility. We're mortal. Our civilization is mortal. Everything ends. But endings aren't failures. They're transitions. They're chapters closing so new chapters can begin. They're the exhale before the next inhale. The spiral continues. Fall and rise and fall and rise. The pattern repeats. And each repetition adds to the accumulation of human knowledge, human wisdom, human understanding of how to live in this world without destroying it or ourselves. We're still learning, still making mistakes, still reaching for impossible things like permanence and certainty. But we're also still surviving, still adapting, still finding ways to continue. That's the human story. That's been the story for 200,000 years. That will be the story for 200,000 more, if we're wise and lucky. The weight of endings is heavy, but it's a weight we can carry. We've carried it before. We'll carry it again. And when the next civilization rises from the ashes of ours, they'll find what we left behind. They'll decode our messages. They'll learn from our mistakes. They'll build on our foundations. And they'll add their own layer to the palimpsest, their own chapter to the story, their own stones to the spiral. The pattern continues. The cycle turns. The story goes on. That has to be enough. And tonight, as you drift towards sleep, let it be enough. You are one breath in a long respiration, one heartbeat in an endless rhythm, one link in an unbroken chain. The catastrophe will come, but you are here now. And now is when you can act. What will you preserve? What will you encode? What stone will you set? Sleep on these questions. Dream of endings and beginnings, of falls and rises, of the weight we carry and the hope we pass forward. The clay remembers. The stones remember. And when you wake, you'll remember too. What matters? What lasts? What's worth preserving? And you'll do your part. Your small, essential, connecting part. That's all any of us can do. That's all any of us needs to do. Rest now. The spiral continues. With or without you, it continues. But with you, with your preservation, with your care and thought and long-term thinking, it continues better, richer, with more fragments for the next civilization to build from. Be that link. Be that breath. Be that heartbeat. The weight of endings is heavy, but you're strong enough to carry it. Sleep now. Tomorrow, the work continues. The work of preservation, of memory, of passing forward. The clay remembers. So will you. In the year 800 CE, an archaeologist stands in what was once called North America. The landscape has changed beyond recognition. Coastlines have shifted. Cities have crumbled and been reclaimed by forest. The great highways are barely traceable lines through vegetation. Most buildings have collapsed. They're steel and concrete designed for decades, not millennia. She's excavating what she believes was a major urban center from the digital age, that mysterious period around 2000 CE, when humans apparently possessed sophisticated technology but left frustratingly little physical evidence. She finds fragments, shattered glass that might have been windows or screens, corroded metal that might have been vehicles or infrastructure, plastic microparticles everywhere, the signature fossil of this era, strange geometric patterns in the ground that suggest buried foundations. But she can't read their language. The signs she's found, metal plates with raised symbols, are indecipherable. Even if she found their books, and books are rare, most apparently decayed centuries ago, the languages are dead. No living culture speaks English, Spanish, Mandarin, or any of the 1,000 tongues spoken in your time. She knows these people were sophisticated. The scale of their constructions, the complexity of their materials science, all this plastic, the evidence of global trade networks, all point to a civilization at least as advanced as her own. But what did they know? What did they understand about the universe, about mathematics, about how to live sustainably? What wisdom did they gain from their apparent collapse? The archaeological evidence shows abandonment, decline, the classic collapse signature. She wishes they'd left messages. Clear ones. In stone. In durable materials. Encoded in ways that transcend language. Some civilizations did this. The pyramids in Egypt still stand, their mathematical ratios readable. The stone circles in various regions still mark solstices and equinoxes. These ancient messages came through clearly across 6,000 plus years. But the digital age civilization? They stored everything in forms that degraded within centuries. Their knowledge died with them. She's left trying to reconstruct it from fragments, like trying to understand Shakespeare from a handful of scattered words. This archaeologist is imaginary, but her frustration is real, or would be, if we don't change course. Tonight, let's talk about what messages we should encode for future civilizations. What knowledge is worth preserving for thousands of years? How should we preserve it? And what responsibility do we have to people we'll never meet, living in times we can't imagine? This is not abstract philosophy. This is practical planning. Because if the previous chapters have taught us anything, it's that civilizations fall. Ours will too. The only question is what survives afterward. Let's ensure something worthwhile survives. What future archaeologists will find? Let's be realistic about what physical traces our civilization will leave. After 500 years, most buildings collapsed or severely degraded. Roads cracked and overgrown but traceable. Plastic everywhere, the defining marker of our era. Glass fragments, corroded metal, ceramics, relatively rare compared to ancient civilizations. Stone structures mostly intact. Landfills full of our garbage, preserved in anaerobic conditions. After 2,000 years, only stone and concrete structures still standing. Metal almost entirely corroded, except gold, some stainless steel. Plastic broken down into microparticles, ubiquitous in soil. Cities are mounds, recognizable from aerial surveys. Some infrastructure might be traceable, dams, major bridges, tunnels if not flooded. Most knowledge of our culture, technology, and understanding lost. After 10,000 years, stone monuments remain, Mount Rushmore, major monuments. Everything else is archaeology, fragments requiring expert interpretation. No readable texts, unless specifically preserved in durable form. Cultural knowledge mostly lost. Future civilizations would know we existed but understand little about us. This is humbling. We think of ourselves as the most documented civilization in history. We've photographed everything, written everything down, stored everything digitally. But digital storage is the most fragile form of preservation ever invented. Hard drives fail within decades. Solid-state drives lose charge within years if unpowered. Optical discs delaminate. Magnetic tape deteriorates. And even if the media survived, the hardware and software to read them would be long gone. Future archaeologists will find the digital age paradoxical. A civilization that apparently generated enormous amounts of information but preserved almost none of it in durable form. Unless we change this. Unless we deliberately encode some of our knowledge in forms designed to last. The nuclear waste message, a case study. We're creating nuclear waste that will remain dangerous for 10,000 plus years. This waste is being buried in geological repositories, underground facilities designed to isolate it from the biosphere. But we have a problem. How do we warn future humans not to dig it up? How do we say danger, do not disturb, in a way that will be understood 10,000 years from now? Languages will have changed completely. Cultural symbols will have different meanings. Even concepts like radiation or danger might need to be communicated from scratch. Multiple approaches have been proposed. The atomic priesthood. Create a self-perpetuating institution whose sole purpose is to maintain knowledge of nuclear sites and transmit warnings. Like a religious order, with rituals, myths, and taboos surrounding the sites. The priesthood would pass knowledge down through generations via oral tradition, ceremony, and initiation rites. This could work. The Catholic Church has maintained institutional continuity for 2,000 years. But it requires the institution to survive continuously. Any break in transmission, and the knowledge is lost. Hostile architecture. Make the waste sites deliberately unpleasant and disturbing. Not merely functional, but designed to evoke unease, fear, dread. Use non-right angles, oppressive scales, disturbing sculptures. Create an emotional response that makes people not want to approach. The idea, even if they don't understand why the place is scary, they'll feel it should be avoided. But will this work across cultures? What if future cultures interpret the disturbing imagery as sacred or valuable? What if they think treasure is buried there? Universal symbols. Create warnings using images that might transcend culture. Faces showing horror and pain. Depictions of people becoming sick and dying. The Edvard Munch scream, face repeated everywhere. But again, symbols are culturally dependent, and curiosity might override fear. If something is forbidden, humans often want to know why. Layered messaging, combine approaches. Hostile architecture to deter casual intrusion. Stone markers with warnings in multiple languages, including pictorial. Buried time capsules at various depths with more detailed warnings. Institutional knowledge, the atomic priesthood, as backup. This is probably the best approach. Redundancy, multiple methods, multiple timescales. But it's humbling that we're struggling with this. We have more technology and more understanding than any previous civilization. And yet we can't figure out how to say, don't dig here, in a way we're confident will work for 10,000 years. The ancients would have just made it sacred, built a temple, created taboos, told stories about divine punishment for violation. And those taboos might have worked. Some sacred sites have been undisturbed for thousands of years despite being obvious and accessible. Maybe we need to learn from their methods rather than relying solely on our own. What knowledge matters most? If you could preserve only 1,000 pieces of information for a future civilization, what would they be? Not 1,000 books, you don't have room for that in stone, but 1,000 key pieces of knowledge. What makes the cut? Tier 1, immediate survival knowledge. How to purify water, boiling, filtration, chemical treatment. How to start fires, friction, flint, and steel, chemistry. Which plants are edible versus poisonous, with images. Basic medical knowledge, hygiene, wound treatment, common diseases. Food preservation, drying, salting, smoking, fermentation. Shelter construction principles. Basic agriculture, planting, crop rotation, soil management. Tool making, stone, metal, wood. This is knowledge that could help survivors rebuild immediately. It's practical, testable, and valuable across most environments. Tier 2, foundational scientific knowledge. Mathematics, arithmetic, geometry, algebra, calculus concepts. Physics principles, mechanics, thermodynamics, electricity, optics. Chemistry basics, periodic table, atomic theory, chemical reactions. Biology, cell theory, genetics, evolution, ecology. Astronomy, solar system, stars, cosmic structure. Geology, plate tectonics, rock cycle, geological time. Scientific method itself, observation, hypothesis, testing, revision. This is the foundation for redeveloping technology and understanding the universe. It's harder to encode than survival knowledge, but crucial for rebuilding civilization rather than just surviving. Tier 3, cautionary wisdom. Ecological limits, carrying capacity, overshoot, collapse. Unsustainable practices, deforestation, soil depletion, overfishing. Technologies with severe risks, nuclear weapons, certain types of AI. Historical collapses, what led to them? What could have prevented them? The pattern of rise and fall, cyclical time, hubris, limits. Cooperation versus competition, game theory, tragedy of the commons. Long-term thinking, 7-generation principle, deep time awareness. This is the hardest to encode because it's not facts but wisdom. It requires context, nuance, judgment. But it might be the most important, the lessons we learn the hard way that could help them avoid our mistakes. Tier 4, cultural and philosophical knowledge. Who we were, history, cultures, languages, arts. What we valued, ethics, meaning, beauty. What we learned about human nature. Our achievements and failures. Our hopes for whoever comes after. This seems least practical. But humans need meaning, not just survival. And knowing that previous civilizations existed, struggled, achieved, and failed might help them contextualize their own journey. Methods of encoding. Knowing what to preserve is only half the problem. How do you actually encode it durably? Stone engravings advantages, extremely durable, can last tens of thousands of years. Language independent if using images/diagrams. Visible and impressive. Disadvantages, labor intensive. Limited information density. You can't fit much on even a large stone. Subject to weathering. Can be deliberately destroyed. Best use. Key principles, mathematical constants, astronomical alignments, warnings. Things that need to survive at all costs. Ceramic tablets advantages. Very durable. We have 5,000-year-old cuneiform tablets. Higher information density than stone. Can be mass-produced relatively easily. Can be stored protected from weather. Disadvantages: fragile, breakable. Need to be stored properly. Less impressive than stone monuments. Easier to overlook. Best use: detailed information, extensive knowledge, backup copies of important texts. The Memory of Mankind project is doing this. Metal plates advantages: more durable than paper/digital. Can hold etched information. Somewhat weatherproof. Disadvantages: most metals corrode. Valuable enough to be recycled/melted. Not as durable as stone or ceramic. Best use: medium-term preservation, centuries. Places where stone/ceramic aren't practical. Genetic encoding advantages: incredibly information-dense. DNA naturally replicates. Can be preserved in living organisms or synthesized DNA. Potentially very durable in the right conditions. Disadvantages: requires advanced technology to write and read. Can mutate over time. Might not be recognizable as containing information. Ethical concerns if using living organisms. Best use: backup storage of extensive datasets. Long-term preservation if technology for reading it is also preserved. Oral tradition advantages: no physical medium to degrade. Can adapt to new languages/cultures. Resilient to catastrophe. Survives as long as some people survive. Engaging and memorable. Disadvantages: vulnerable to distortion over time. Requires continuous transmission. Breaks if even one generation fails to pass it on. Details can be lost while general patterns remain. Best use: principles, patterns, warnings, stories that convey wisdom rather than specific facts. Combination approach: the smartest strategy uses multiple methods. Stone monuments for key principles and warnings. Ceramic tablets for detailed knowledge, stored in multiple locations. Oral traditions to maintain general awareness and guide people to the preserved knowledge. Genetic or other advanced encoding as backup if the technology to read it is also preserved. Redundancy is crucial. Any single method can fail. But if you encode the same knowledge in 5 different ways, in 5 different locations, using 5 different media, at least some of it will likely survive. The Georgia Guidestones, a modern attempt. In 1980, someone, identity unknown, commissioned the construction of the Georgia Guidestones, a granite monument with inscriptions in 8 languages. The inscriptions offer guidance for humanity. Maintain humanity under 500 million in perpetual balance with nature. Guide reproduction wisely, improving fitness and diversity. Unite humanity with a living new language. Rule passion, faith, tradition, and all things with tempered reason. Protect people and nations with fair laws and just courts. Let all nations rule internally, resolving external disputes in a world court. Avoid petty laws and useless officials. Balance personal rights with social duties. Prize truth, beauty, love, seeking harmony with the infinite. Be not a cancer on the earth. Leave room for nature. These are controversial. The population target especially has been criticized as advocating genocide. Some guidelines seem to endorse eugenics. Others are vague or culturally specific. But controversial or not, the Guidestones were an attempt to encode principles in durable form for future civilizations. The creators thought these principles were important enough to carve in granite. The monument was damaged in an explosion in 2022 and subsequently demolished for safety reasons. So much for permanence. It lasted only 42 years. But the attempt matters. Someone tried to leave a message for the future. They thought about what was worth saying. They encoded it in stone until humans destroyed it. What would you put on your Guidestones? What principles are worth preserving? The Voyager Golden Records. Messages to the Stars. In 1977, NASA launched 2 space probes, Voyager 1 and 2, that would eventually leave the solar system and travel through interstellar space. Each probe carries a golden record, a gold-plated copper disc containing 115 images showing Earth, humans, and our civilization. Natural sounds, thunder, waves, animals. Music from various cultures. Greetings in 55 languages. Instructions for playing the record, encoded in the disc cover. These records will survive for billions of years in the vacuum of space. Long after Earth is gone, long after the sun has died, these artifacts will drift through the galaxy carrying evidence that we existed. They're probably the most durable things humanity has ever created. Not because of the materials, gold-plated copper is durable but not special, but because of the environment. Space doesn't corrode or weather. Of course, the odds of anyone finding them are infinitesimally small. Space is vast. The probes are tiny, and they're not heading toward any particular star system. But they're still out there, still carrying their message, still saying, "We were here. This is what we were like. This is what we valued." It's simultaneously optimistic, someone might find it, and tragic, almost certainly no one will. A message in a bottle thrown into an ocean larger than we can comprehend. But perhaps the act of creating the message matters more than whether it's received. Perhaps encoding our existence, what we knew, what we valued, what we hoped, is valuable in itself. The Svalbard Seed Vault, preserving life itself. Not all knowledge is abstract. Some knowledge is genetic, encoded in the DNA of crop plants that took thousands of years to domesticate. The Svalbard Global Seed Vault, built into a mountain in Arctic Norway, stores seeds from crop species worldwide. Over 1 million seed samples. Backup copies in case regional seed banks are destroyed by war, disaster, or collapse. This is brilliantly practical preservation. If agriculture collapses, if crop species go extinct, if future humans need to restart farming, the seeds are there. Viable. Ready to plant. The vault is designed to last. Built in permafrost, it stays frozen even without power. The location is geologically stable, above sea level even if all ice melts. The structure is hardened against various threats, and it's already been used. Syria's seed bank was destroyed in the Civil War. Researchers accessed the Svalbard backups to retrieve seeds. The system works. This is a model for preservation. Practical, durable, focused on what actually matters, the genetic knowledge of how to grow food, and designed to function even if civilization collapses. We should do this for everything important. Not just seeds, but libraries of preserved knowledge on ceramic, stone, and other durable media. Collections of essential tools and machines. Banks of genetic material, crops, livestock, important species. Repositories of cultural artifacts. Time capsules with warnings and wisdom. Multiple locations. Multiple formats. Designed to survive catastrophe and be useful to whoever comes after. Let yourself breathe. Let these ideas settle. The future seems very far away. The year 8000 CE is unimaginably distant. Why should we care about people living 6,000 years from now? But 6,000 years ago was only 4000 BCE. The Sumerians, the people who created the King List, they were thinking about the future, your present, when they pressed those numbers into clay. And here you are, reading their message, pondering their impossible claims, connecting across 6,000 years of time because they chose to preserve. You can do the same. Not personally carving monuments, though you could, but in smaller ways. Teaching skills to younger people. Writing down knowledge before it's lost. Supporting preservation projects. Thinking in generations, not quarters. Making choices that consider the 7th generation. Creating things built to last rather than designed for obsolescence. Small actions accumulate. Individual choices matter. One person preserving knowledge can start a chain that lasts centuries. You might not see the impact. The Sumerian scribe didn't see you reading his tablet 4,000 years later. But the impact exists nonetheless. What would you say? Imagine you have one stone, large enough to carve perhaps 100 words. This stone will survive 10,000 years. It will be found by future humans who don't speak your language, don't share your culture, don't know your history. What do you carve? Do you try to communicate practical knowledge? Boil water before drinking? Plant seeds in spring? Do you try to convey scientific principles? Mathematical constants? The periodic table? Do you try to warn them? Avoid hubris. Respect limits. Think long-term. Do you try to explain who you were? We were human. We loved. We built. We failed. Learn from us. Or do you try to inspire? You are not the first. You will not be the last. The spiral continues. Keep going. There's no right answer. But the question is worth pondering. Because in a sense, you are leaving messages. Everything you create, everything you teach, everything you preserve, these are messages to the future. What do you want them to say? The responsibility of knowledge. With knowledge comes responsibility. Knowing that civilizations fall, that knowledge can be lost, that we might be the only bridge between the past and the future. This creates obligation. Not crushing obligation, not guilt or despair, but simple recognition. You have knowledge. You can preserve it or let it die. The choice is yours. The ancient scribes understood this. It's why they copied texts meticulously, why they taught students carefully, why they preserved even things they didn't fully understand, trusting that future generations might decode them. We can do the same. We should do the same. Not out of grand ambition, not trying to save the world, just doing our small part in the long chain of preservation. Teach someone a skill. Write something worth keeping. Support a library. Plant seeds for a tree you'll never see mature. Think past your own lifetime. These are not heroic acts. They're quiet, humble, everyday actions. But they accumulate. They matter. The Sumerian scribe was not a hero, just someone doing their job. But their work lasted. Matters. Teaches us still. Your work can too. If you choose durability over convenience. If you think generationally. If you accept the responsibility that comes with knowledge. The Seventh Civilization. We've titled this chapter, Messages for the Seventh Civilization. The number is arbitrary. We don't actually know if we're the 6th, 7th, or 17th civilization to rise to this level of complexity. But the spirit is right. We're not the first. We won't be the last. And we have a responsibility to whoever comes after. They'll face the same challenges we've faced. The same temptations toward unsustainability, short-term thinking, hubris. The same catastrophes, climate, disease, conflict, geological events. What messages would help them? What knowledge would make their journey easier? Practical survival knowledge, obviously valuable. But they'll probably rediscover this quickly. Humans are good at survival. Scientific knowledge, very valuable. Could accelerate their development, help them avoid rediscovering things the hard way. Wisdom about limits, most valuable. This is what we're still struggling to learn. This is what every fallen civilization failed to fully internalize. This is what might help them succeed where we failed. The message is simple. You are part of a pattern. Civilizations rise. Civilizations fall. This has happened before. This will happen again. Unless you learn. Unless you respect limits. Unless you think long-term. Unless you build sustainably. You are not special. You are not exempt. The pattern applies to you too. But you can break the pattern. Not through arrogance or technology, but through wisdom. Through humility. Through understanding that you're part of nature, not separate from it. Through accepting limits rather than trying to transcend them. This is the message we should encode. In stone. In ceramic. In oral tradition. In every durable form we can manage. Because if the 7th civilization learns this, if they internalize this wisdom, they might be the ones who break the cycle, who build sustainably, who last not decades or centuries, but millennia. They might be the ones who finally get it right. But only if we pass the knowledge forward. Only if we preserve the pattern. Only if we encode the wisdom we've gained through our own impending failure. That's our responsibility. That's our opportunity. That's our contribution to the long spiral of human civilization. Sleep on this. Let these questions drift through your mind as you settle towards sleep. What do you know that's worth preserving? What have you learned that future humans might need? What will you create that might last? Not grand monuments. Just something. Something durable. Something useful. Something that says, a human lived here. They cared about the future. They tried to help. That's enough. That's all anyone can do. That's all the Sumerians did. That's all the pyramid builders did. That's all anyone has ever done. Create. Preserve. Pass forward. Hope. The 7th civilization is waiting. They don't know it yet. They won't exist for centuries or millennia. But they're waiting nonetheless. Waiting for the messages we choose to encode. The knowledge we choose to preserve. The wisdom we choose to pass forward. What will you give them? What message will you send into deep time? Think on this. Dream on this. Let your unconscious work on it. And tomorrow, or someday, act on it. Create your message. Encode your knowledge. Set your stone. The 7th civilization will thank you. Even if they never know your name. Even if they never realize you existed. They'll benefit from what you preserved. And that's enough. That's more than enough. The clay remembers. The stones remember. Your message will be remembered too, if you encode it well. Sleep now. Dream of messages. Of future archaeologists. Of knowledge preserved and wisdom passed forward. Dream of the 7th civilization rising from the ashes of the 6th, finding what you left behind, building on your foundation. Dream of the spiral continuing, higher with each turn, because you added your layer to the palimpsest. You are a bridge between past and future. You are a link in the chain. You are a voice in the long conversation across time. Speak clearly. Encode carefully. Preserve wisely. The future is listening. The Buddha sat beneath the Bodhi tree and realized something that changed him forever. The wheel of suffering can be broken. Samsara, the cycle of birth, death, and rebirth, is not inevitable. Through wisdom and right action, one can step off the wheel into nirvana. This chapter is about a similar possibility. Not spiritual liberation, but civilizational. The wheel we've been discussing, rise, peak, decline, fall, rebuild. Can this wheel be broken? Can humanity finally create a civilization that doesn't collapse? Or is the pattern inevitable? Are we doomed to repeat it forever, like Sisyphus rolling his stone up the mountain only to watch it roll back down? The answer, I think, is both. The wheel cannot be broken in the sense of creating permanent civilization. Permanence doesn't exist in a universe governed by entropy. Everything ends eventually. Stars burn out. Galaxies collide. Even the universe itself may face heat death. But the wheel can be broken in a different sense. We can exit the cycle of catastrophic collapse followed by dark ages and painful rebuilding. We can transition from collapse to transformation, from endings to continuations. This requires wisdom, deep wisdom, the kind the ancients were trying to preserve in their myths and monuments, the kind we've largely forgotten in our rush toward growth and progress. Tonight, let's explore what breaking the wheel might actually look like. Not utopian fantasies where everything is perfect forever, but realistic visions of human civilization living within limits, thinking in generations, building sustainability into the foundations. Let yourself open to possibility. Not naive optimism, but informed hope. The hope that comes from understanding the pattern well enough to change it. What breaking the wheel doesn't mean. First, let's be clear about what we're not talking about. Not infinite growth. We can't grow forever on a finite planet. Breaking the wheel doesn't mean finding a way to sustain exponential growth. It means ending the addiction to growth. Not technological salvation. Technology won't save us from the consequences of unsustainable living. New technologies might help, but only if combined with wisdom about how to use them. Technology without wisdom accelerates collapse. Not returning to primitive life. Breaking the wheel doesn't require abandoning all technology and living as hunter-gatherers. We can maintain sophisticated civilization while respecting limits. Not global government or utopia. We're not talking about creating perfect societies or homogeneous global systems. Diversity and local autonomy are probably essential for resilience. Not avoiding all catastrophe. Volcanoes will still erupt. Earthquakes will still strike. Asteroids might still hit. We can't prevent all catastrophe, but we can build resilience to recover from them without total collapse. Breaking the wheel means fundamentally changing how civilizations relate to resources, use sustainably, not exhaustively. Growth, value stability over expansion. Time, think in generations, not quarters. Nature, integrate with rather than conquer. Knowledge, preserve carefully, respect deeply. Power, distribute rather than concentrate. Future, consider and prepare rather than ignore. This is a revolution in thinking, not just in doing. It requires wisdom more than technology, understanding more than innovation. The steady-state civilization. Imagine a civilization that isn't trying to grow. It's found in equilibrium, population stable, resource use sustainable, energy sources renewable, waste production absorbable by natural systems. This doesn't mean static. There can still be innovation, art, culture, individual flourishing. But the overall scale and throughput of the civilization remains relatively constant. Like an organism that reaches maturity. A tree grows rapidly when young, but eventually reaches full size. It doesn't keep trying to grow larger forever. It maintains its size, repairs damage, reproduces, lives for centuries in dynamic equilibrium with its environment. Can human civilization work this way? Some historical examples suggest yes. Japan, Tokugawa period, 1600 to 1868. For over 250 years, Japan maintained a relatively stable population, around 30 to 33 million, lived within its resource base, developed sophisticated culture and technology, and avoided collapse. Population was managed through late marriage, family planning, and sometimes infanticide during hard times, grim but effective. Forests were carefully managed. Deforestation was reversed through deliberate policy. This period was not perfect or utopian, but it demonstrated that a sophisticated society can maintain itself in rough equilibrium for centuries. Tacopia, Pacific Island. This small island society maintained sustainable population and resource use for 3,000 plus years. Population was kept at around 1,200 through cultural practices. Resources were carefully managed. When pigs began depleting resources, they deliberately eliminated pigs from the island and relied on fish and crops. The society still exists today, one of the few examples of truly long-term sustainability. These are small-scale examples. Can it work at global scale? In theory, yes. If global population stabilized, it's already slowing, projected to peak around 9 to 10 billion mid-century. If we transitioned to renewable energy, if we practiced regenerative agriculture, if we valued ecosystem health over GDP growth, if we distributed resources more equitably, a steady-state global civilization is possible. The challenges. Our economic systems are built around growth. Capitalism, in its current form, requires constant expansion or it crashes. We need to redesign economic structures entirely. Political power is often tied to growth and expansion. Leaders who promise growth get elected. Leaders who say, we need to stop growing don't. Cultural values emphasize progress, advancement, more and better. We need a cultural shift toward valuing sufficiency, balance, and continuation. The transition is difficult. How do you move from a growth economy to a steady-state economy without catastrophic economic disruption? This is the trillion-dollar question. But the alternative is collapse. Growth on a finite planet is physically impossible. Either we choose to stop growing deliberately with planning and grace, or nature will force us to stop growing through catastrophe and suffering. The wheel can be broken by choosing stability over growth, by recognizing that enough is a real concept, not just a failure of ambition. Degrowth, the radical proposal. Some thinkers go further than steady state. They propose degrowth, deliberately shrinking economies in wealthy nations to sustainable levels. The logic: wealthy nations are consuming far beyond sustainable levels. If the entire world lived like Americans, we'd need 5+ Earths. This is obviously impossible. So wealthy nations need to reduce consumption, not just slow growth, but actually degrow. This is deeply unpopular. People don't want less. Politically, it's nearly impossible. Culturally, it goes against everything we've been taught about progress and prosperity. But mathematically, it's necessary. The planet has limits. We're exceeding them. Something has to give. Degrowth doesn't mean poverty. It means working less, shorter work weeks, more leisure. Consuming less material goods, but better quality, longer lasting. Emphasizing quality of life over quantity of stuff. Valuing community, relationships, experiences over possessions. Reducing waste and planned obsolescence. Sharing resources more equitably, both within and between nations. The core insight: past a certain threshold, more consumption doesn't increase well-being. Studies show that once basic needs are met and some level of comfort achieved, additional wealth/consumption produces minimal happiness gains. Americans are not happier than they were in the 1950s despite being vastly wealthier. So why are we still pursuing growth? Habit, ideology, economic structures that collapse without it. The difficulty of coordination: if I consume less, but my neighbor doesn't, I'm just suffering for nothing. But if we could coordinate, if societies collectively agreed to degrow, to prioritize well-being over GDP, to value balance over expansion, we might create more satisfying lives while reducing ecological impact. This is breaking the wheel in its most radical form. Not just stopping growth, but reversing it in wealthy regions, while allowing growth in poor regions until global equilibrium is reached. Will it happen? Probably not voluntarily. But it might happen involuntarily as resource constraints tighten and climate impacts worsen. Better to choose it deliberately than have it forced upon us catastrophically. Indigenous wisdom, 7 generations. The Haudenosaunee, Iroquois, Confederacy had a principle: when making decisions, consider the impact on the 7th generation. Not just your children, but your children's 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 children. 7 generations. About 140 to 175 years into the future. Imagine if modern corporations, governments, and individuals thought this way. If every major decision was evaluated based on its impact 150 years from now, would we burn fossil fuels? Would we generate nuclear waste? Would we deplete soil? Would we drive species extinct? Would we fill oceans with plastic? Many decisions would change radically under 7-generation thinking. But our systems aren't built for this. Corporations think in quarters, 3 months. Politicians think in election cycles, 2 to 4 years. Even long-term, planning rarely extends beyond 10 to 20 years. We need institutional structures that encode long-term thinking. Constitutional provisions protecting future generations' rights. Some countries, Wales, Hungary, have commissioners for future generations whose job is to evaluate policies based on long-term impact. Economic incentives that price long-term costs. Carbon taxes, for instance, try to include future climate costs in present-day decisions. Natural capital accounting tries to measure ecosystem services so we don't treat nature as free. Cultural values that honor ancestors and descendants equally. Many indigenous cultures do this naturally. Modern Western culture is very present-focused. We need to recover connection to deep time. Education that teaches deep history and long-term thinking from childhood. Instead of history starting with recent centuries, teaching the full human story from 200,000 years ago. Instead of science focused on how things work now, emphasizing geological time and evolutionary time. 7-generation thinking isn't unrealistic or impossible. It's how humans lived for most of our existence. Hunter-gatherer societies naturally thought long-term because they had to. If you overhunt an area, your grandchildren starve. We lost this when we developed agriculture and especially industrial civilization. The acceleration of change made long-term thinking seem less relevant. But now we need it back urgently. Breaking the wheel requires recovering this wisdom. Thinking past ourselves. Considering posterity. Valuing the 7th generation as much as the first. Let your breathing deepen. Let the possibility of long-term thinking settle into your bones. You are not separate from the 7th generation. You're part of the chain connecting them to the past. Your decisions affect them as directly as your decisions affect your children. Their world is being built now by the choices you and others make. They'll inherit what you leave behind. The climate you stabilized or destabilized, the ecosystems you protected or destroyed, the knowledge you preserved or lost, the wisdom you passed forward or forgot. This isn't abstract. This is real. The 7th generation will live in the world you create. What kind of world will it be? Resilience over efficiency. Modern systems are optimized for efficiency. Just-in-time supply chains minimize inventory costs. Monoculture agriculture maximizes yield. Centralized power generation reduces redundancy. Efficiency is good in stable conditions, but it creates fragility. When disruption occurs, pandemic, natural disaster, war, infrastructure failure, efficient systems collapse catastrophically. Resilient systems trade some efficiency for robustness. They have redundancy, backup systems, multiple suppliers. Diversity, different approaches, not monoculture. Decentralization, local autonomy, not total interdependence. Adaptability, able to change when conditions change. Buffer capacity, reserves, slack, margins for error. Breaking the wheel requires building resilience into our systems. Food systems, not corporate megafarms shipping globally, but diverse local/regional food systems with seed-saving, multiple crop varieties, reduced dependence on fossil fuel inputs. Local food isn't as efficient, but it's far more resilient. Energy systems, not centralized coal or nuclear plants with fragile grids, but distributed renewable energy with local generation and storage. Microgrids that can operate independently if the main grid fails. Economic systems, not hyper-specialized global supply chains, but more local production of essentials. Not everyone needs to make everything, but communities should be able to produce basic necessities without depending on complex international logistics. Social systems, not isolated nuclear families dependent on external services, but communities with strong social bonds, mutual aid networks, and collective capacity to handle challenges. During disasters, socially connected communities fare much better than atomized ones. Knowledge systems, not centralized databases and proprietary formats, but distributed knowledge, open source tools, and skills widely shared. If one library burns, others remain. If one format becomes obsolete, others still work. The principle: never depend on anything so completely that its failure means your failure. Always have alternatives. Always have backups. Always have some slack in the system. This seems inefficient from a narrow economic perspective, but it's intelligent from a survival perspective. And survival over centuries requires resilience, not maximum efficiency. Accepting limits. Perhaps the hardest part of breaking the wheel is psychological, accepting that we have limits. Modern Western culture is deeply uncomfortable with limits. We're taught that with enough ingenuity, technology, and effort, anything is possible. The sky's the limit. Dream big. Never give up. This mindset produced enormous achievements. But it also produces hubris. The assumption that we can overcome any limit leads to ignoring limits until they impose themselves catastrophically. Physical limits exist. Finite planet, finite resources. Thermodynamic constraints. You can't get something from nothing. Carrying capacity. Ecosystems can only support so much. Biological limits. Humans need certain things to survive. Speed of light limitations, relevant for space expansion. Practical limits exist. Complexity limits. Beyond certain thresholds, systems become unmanageable. Coordination limits. Getting billions of people to cooperate is hard. Knowledge limits. We can't know everything. Time limits. Some processes can't be rushed. Ethical limits exist. Rights of other species. Not everything is ours to use. Rights of future generations. We can't consume their inheritance. Individual rights. Not everything can be sacrificed for collective good. Dignity and autonomy. Humans aren't just resources to be optimized. Accepting these limits doesn't mean giving up. It means working skillfully within constraints. Like a poet working within the constraints of a sonnet form. The limits don't prevent creativity, they channel it productively. Indigenous cultures generally understood this. They lived within their ecosystems carrying capacity because they understood the alternative was collapse. They had taboos and traditions that encoded ecological wisdom. Don't harvest all the salmon. Don't cut all the trees. Leave some for next year and next generation. Modern industrial culture has tried to transcend these limits through technology. And we've succeeded temporarily. Fossil fuels let us exceed normal carrying capacity for a while. But for a while isn't forever. The limits are reasserting themselves through climate change, resource depletion, ecosystem collapse. We can continue denying limits until collapse forces us to acknowledge them. Or we can accept them now, while we still have choices, and work within them intelligently. Acceptance isn't defeat. It's maturity. It's wisdom. It's the difference between a teenager insisting, I can do anything, and an adult understanding, I can do many things within the constraints of reality. Breaking the wheel requires this maturity, this acceptance, this wisdom. We are finite beings on a finite planet. We can create amazing things within those constraints, but we cannot escape them. Trying to escape limits is what creates the cycle of collapse. Accepting limits is what allows stability. This is the core wisdom the ancients were trying to preserve. This is what the flood myths, the king lists, the cyclical time systems were all pointing toward. Respect limits. Think long-term. Live in balance. Or collapse. The role of individuals. All this talk of civilizational change might seem overwhelming. What can one person do about global systems? More than you think. But not through grand gestures. Through small, consistent actions that ripple outward. What individuals can do. Learn practical skills. Grow food. Preserve food. Fix things. Build things. Make things. Become less dependent on complex systems. These skills are valuable for personal resilience and for teaching others. Think generationally. Make decisions considering impact on your children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren. Plant trees you'll never see mature. Support policies that benefit future generations even at personal cost. Live within means. Consume less. Waste less. Choose quality over quantity. Repair rather than replace. This reduces personal ecological impact and models alternative to consumer culture. Build community. Know your neighbors. Create mutual aid networks. Participate in local governance. Strong communities are resilient communities. Preserve knowledge, write things down, teach skills, support libraries and archives, create things built to last, encode wisdom for whoever comes after. Support systemic change, vote, advocate, organize for policies that support sustainability, long-term thinking, and resilience. Individual actions matter, but systemic change is necessary. Find meaning beyond consumption. Develop rich inner life. Value relationships, experiences, learning, creativity, service. Model that fulfillment doesn't require endless consumption. None of these actions will single-handedly save civilization. But millions of people making these choices creates culture change. Culture change enables policy change. Policy change can shift systems. And even if the systems don't change in time, even if collapse comes anyway, these actions increase personal and community resilience. They help you and those around you survive and rebuild better. You can't control the whole system, but you can control your choices. And choices matter. Always have, always will. Can it actually happen? So can we break the wheel? Can human civilization transition from the boom-bust cycle to stable continuation? Honestly, it's hard to say. Reasons for pessimism. We're already past many planetary boundaries: climate, biodiversity, nitrogen cycle. Political systems are paralyzed or actively making things worse. Economic systems dependent on growth are resistant to change. Cultural momentum toward consumption is enormous. Time is running out for gradual transition. Previous civilizations all failed at this. Why would we succeed? Reasons for optimism. We understand the problem better than any previous civilization. We have more tools and knowledge available. Communication allows global coordination in unprecedented ways. Many people are working on solutions, even if not enough. Necessity is a powerful motivator. As crisis deepens, change may accelerate. Human ingenuity has solved seemingly impossible problems before. The realistic assessment: we probably won't break the wheel completely. We'll probably experience some level of collapse, not necessarily civilization ending, but significant disruption, population decline, economic contraction, loss of complexity. But within that process, we have choices. We can make the transition less catastrophic. We can preserve more knowledge. We can build more resilient local systems. We can encode wisdom for whoever comes after. And maybe, some communities, some regions, some cultures will navigate the transition successfully. We'll find equilibrium. We'll demonstrate that stable civilization is possible. Those successes, even if limited, would matter enormously. They provide models, proof of concept, seeds for recovery and regrowth. Breaking the wheel entirely might be impossible, but bending it, slowing it, making the cycles less catastrophic, that's achievable. Worth working toward. Worth trying. The spiral continues. Remember our metaphor from earlier chapters. Time isn't a circle, exact repetition, and it's not a line, constant progress. It's a spiral. Each turn passes through similar patterns, but at a different level. We gain some knowledge, lose some knowledge, add some wisdom, make new mistakes. The pattern repeats, but we're not quite where we were before. We're higher, or lower, or just shifted. Breaking the wheel doesn't mean stopping the spiral. It means changing its shape, making the turns wider, gentler, less catastrophic, maintaining more continuity between turns. Instead of collapse, dark age, slow rebuild over centuries, we get transition, adaptation, continuation with less complexity, but without catastrophic loss. Instead of 90% die-off and knowledge loss, we get 20% population decline through lower birth rates and adaptation, with knowledge preservation and conscious simplification. Instead of civilizations lasting centuries before collapsing, we get civilizations lasting millennia through sustainable practices and adaptive management. The spiral continues. That's inevitable. Change is the only constant. But how the spiral moves, whether through catastrophe or adaptation, whether with wisdom or hubris, whether preserving or losing knowledge, that's partly up to us. We can't control everything. Volcanoes will erupt. Asteroids might hit. Climate will change. Some changes are already locked in. Systems will fail. But we can influence the trajectory. We can prepare. We can preserve. We can choose wisely. And those choices will shape the spiral's path. Will determine whether the next turn is higher or lower. Whether the seventh civilization starts from ruins and fragments or inherits functioning systems and preserved knowledge. The moment of choice. Every generation faces this moment. The moment when you realize your civilization is temporary, your choices matter, and you must decide what to do with that knowledge. The Sumerian scribes faced it. They chose to preserve. The Inca chose to encode knowledge in quipu and oral tradition. The medieval monks chose to copy texts through the Dark Ages. The Aboriginal Australians chose to maintain songlines for 40,000 plus years. Every culture that successfully passed knowledge forward made this choice. They accepted responsibility for the future even though they wouldn't personally benefit. They did their part in the long chain. Now it's your turn. You live in a pivotal moment. Your civilization is approaching limits. The wheel is turning. Catastrophe is coming. Maybe slowly, maybe quickly, but coming. What will you choose? Denial? Pretend everything is fine. Avoid thinking about it. Hope someone else fixes it. Despair? Give up. Assume collapse is inevitable and total. Do nothing. Hedonism? Consume while you can. Enjoy the present. Let the future handle itself. Wisdom? Accept what's coming. Prepare. Preserve. Pass forward what you can. Only the last option breaks the wheel. Only wisdom changes the pattern. Only conscious choice creates different outcomes. You can't control the whole system, but you can control yourself. Your choices. Your contributions. Your legacy. That's enough. That's all anyone can do. That's all the Sumerians did. And it worked. Their message reached you across 4,000 years. Your message can reach the future too. If you choose to create it. If you choose to encode it. If you choose to preserve it. Break the wheel. Not through magical thinking or impossible solutions, but through wisdom, humility, long-term thinking, and conscious choice. The spiral continues. Add your turn wisely. Let yourself settle now into deep rest. These ideas are heavy. They require time to process, to integrate, to become part of how you see the world. You don't need to have all the answers. You don't need to save civilization single-handedly. You just need to do your part. Small part. Essential part. And your part might be learning a skill, teaching that skill to someone else, growing some food, preserving some knowledge, building community, thinking long-term, living simply, creating beauty, showing kindness, remembering. These seem small. They're not. They're the foundation of everything. They're how the wheel gets broken, not through grand gestures, but through millions of small choices accumulating into cultural change. You're part of that change, whether you intend to be or not. Your choices matter. Your life matters. Your contribution to the long conversation of humanity across time matters. The clay remembers. The stones remember. The future will remember too. What will they remember of you? Not your name necessarily. Not your face. But your contribution. Your choices. Your wisdom or lack thereof. Choose wisely. Act thoughtfully. Preserve carefully. Break the wheel through wisdom. That's all. That's everything. Sleep now. Dream of spirals rising gently rather than crashing catastrophically. Dream of civilizations lasting millennia through balance rather than centuries through growth. Dream of the seventh generation inheriting wisdom rather than ruins. And when you wake, carry that dream into action. Small action, humble action, but action nonetheless. The wheel can be broken, not by you alone, but by you as part of a chain. You as part of a pattern. You as part of the long conversation. Add your voice. Make your choice. Do your part. The spiral continues. Shape it wisely. Sleep now. Tomorrow, the work continues. The work of wisdom, of preservation, of breaking the wheel. You know what to do. Do it. The museum is quiet now. Closing time was an hour ago. The guards have made their rounds. The lights have dimmed to night mode, just enough to see by, not enough to damage the artifacts with prolonged exposure. Sarah Chun stands alone in the Mesopotamian gallery, her visitor's badge still clipped to her jacket even though she's technically staff now. 26 years have passed since that Tuesday afternoon in 1996 when she first held the well-blundell prism and felt something shift inside her. She's 52 now, a full professor, published extensively, internationally recognized expert on Sumerian chronology and the King List specifically. She spent more than half her life studying these impossible numbers, these impossible claims. And she still doesn't have definitive answers. But she has something else. Something that might be more valuable than answers. She has questions that lead somewhere. Questions that open doors rather than closing them. Questions that connect a 4,000-year-old clay prism to the present moment, to the future, to the deep pattern of human civilization. She's not alone in the gallery. There's someone else, a young graduate student named Marcus, 24, bright-eyed, full of certainty about what the King List means, pure mythology, obviously, symbolism. No one could actually believe these rain lengths are real. Sarah recognizes that certainty. She had it once too, before the clay taught her humility. "Can I ask you something?" Marcus says, breaking the contemplative silence. Sarah nods. "Why do you think they recorded these numbers? If they knew they were impossible, and they must have known, right? They weren't stupid. Why write them down with such precision? Why 28,800 years and not just a very long time?" Sarah smiles. This is the right question. The question that took her years to formulate. The question that opens rather than closes. "Come here," she says, leading him to the display case where WB 444 sits on its pedestal, under protective glass, perfectly lit. They stand in silence for a moment, looking at the prism. For sides, covered entirely in wedge-shaped marks. The scribe who made this died 3,800 years ago. His hands pressed these marks. His eyes checked them for accuracy. His breath fogged the air while he worked in some scribal school in Nippur, carefully preserving numbers he might not have fully understood but knew were important. "I think," Sarah says slowly, "they were trying to encode something true in the only language that survives everything, mathematics. Languages die, cultures change, empires collapse, but ratios stay constant. Patterns remain. Numbers speak across millennia." She points to the text. Even though Marcus can't read cuneiform, these aren't random large numbers. They're multiples of 3,600. Perfect mathematical relationships. The kind of numbers you choose when you're encoding something deliberately, when you want the pattern to be visible to anyone who looks carefully. But what are they encoding? Marcus asks. That's what I can't figure out. If not literal rain lengths, then what? I don't know, Sarah admits. I've spent 26 years on this and I don't know. But I have theories. Hypotheses. Possibilities. She gestures to the empty gallery around them, the artifacts from Sumer, from Akkad, from Babylon. They're encoding deep time. The understanding that human civilization is far older than the historical record. That there were ages before the ages we can document. That the world has changed, catastrophically, and begun again. The flood, Marcus says. Yes, the flood. But not necessarily one flood. The pattern. Rise and fall, and rise again. The cycle that every ancient culture seems to have understood, and that we've forgotten in our certainty that progress is linear. She turns to look at Marcus directly. They're also encoding a warning. A reminder. They're saying, we were not the first. What we built will not last forever. This has happened before. It will happen again. Prepare. Preserve. Remember. Marcus is quiet, processing this. Do you think they were right? He finally asks. Sarah looks back at the prism. At the numbers that have survived empires and languages and millennia. At the message that found its way from 1800 BCE to 2022 CE, still legible, still potent, still unsettling. Yes, she says. I think they were right. Not about every detail. The numbers are clearly not literal individual lifespans. But about the pattern. About the cycle. About the importance of preserving knowledge for whoever comes after. She pauses, then adds, and I think they were right to encode it in clay. To choose the most durable medium they had. To invest the labor of preservation. Because here we are, 4,000 years later, still reading it. Still learning from it. Still asking what it means. Still asking, Marcus echoes. Not still knowing. Knowledge is overrated, Sarah says with a slight smile. Questions are what drive us forward. The Sumerian King List doesn't give us knowledge. It gives us a question that matters. That's more valuable. Let yourself drift deeper now. The scene in the museum fades. Sarah and Marcus fade. But the clay prism remains, as it has remained, as it will remain. Objects outlast us. Monuments outlast civilizations. Stone and fired clay can last tens of thousands of years, encoding messages for whoever comes after. But the message is only valuable if someone receives it. If someone stops, looks, wonders, questions. You've done that tonight. You've stopped. You've looked at the evidence, the King List, the flood myths, the stone circles, the submerged coastlines, the patterns of collapse and recovery. You've questioned the standard narratives. You've wondered about the pattern. And now you carry something forward. Not answers necessarily, but questions. Awareness. The understanding that history is deeper, stranger, more cyclical than you were taught. What will you do with this understanding? The long conversation. Think of human knowledge as a conversation across time. Not a monologue from past to present, but an actual dialogue. The ancients speak through their monuments and myths. We listen, interpret, respond. And in our response, what we create, what we preserve, what we encode, we speak to the future. This conversation has been happening for as long as humans have existed. The first person who drew on a cave wall was speaking to the future, saying, I was here. I saw these animals. I understood something about the world. Remember this. 35,000 years later, we stand in front of those cave paintings and receive the message. We don't know the artist's name, language, or specific intentions, but we understand the essential communication. A human mind reached across time to touch ours. The Sumerian scribes continued this conversation. They didn't just record their own time. They preserved what came before. They maintained the chain. They said, before us, there was something. We don't fully understand it, but it matters. We're passing it forward. You figure it out. And we're trying to figure it out. Using archaeology, geology, linguistics, genetics, computer modeling, underwater surveys, all our modern tools brought to bear on ancient questions. And in our attempts to understand, in our writings and recordings and databases and monuments, we're also creating messages for the future, whether we intend to or not. What messages are we creating? If future archaeologists excavate our cities, what will they learn about us? Not what we said about ourselves, our press releases, our advertisements, our official histories, but what our physical remains reveal about who we actually were. They'll find plastic everywhere. We valued convenience over durability. Massive infrastructure for automobiles. We prioritized individual mobility over community. Enormous residential buildings, but tiny community spaces. We valued privacy over connection. Complex technology, but fragile systems. We optimized for efficiency over resilience. Evidence of massive inequality, wealth concentrated in some areas, poverty in others. Depletion and pollution. We consumed without sufficient thought for consequences. But they'll also find libraries. We valued knowledge, tried to preserve it. Parks and preserved wild areas. We valued nature, tried to protect it. Hospitals and schools. We cared for the sick, educated the young. Art museums and concert halls. We valued beauty, creativity, meaning. Monuments to justice, peace, human rights. We aspired to be better than we were. The full picture. Our contradictions, our failings, our achievements, our hopes. All encoded in what we built, what we preserved, what we left behind. Future archaeologists will try to understand us the way we try to understand the Sumerians. They'll puzzle over our artifacts. They'll misinterpret some things. They'll miss others entirely. They'll gradually reconstruct a picture of our civilization. Incomplete, probably partially wrong, but good enough to learn from our example. They'll see a civilization that achieved remarkable things, but also collapsed. That knew it was causing problems, but couldn't or wouldn't change course in time. That preserved some knowledge brilliantly, but lost other knowledge through fragile storage methods. They'll learn from us. What we did right. What we did wrong. What worked. What failed. If we're wise, we'll make that learning easier. We'll encode our most important lessons clearly, in durable forms, in multiple locations. We'll be active participants in the conversation rather than passive subjects of future archaeology. We'll say, clearly and directly, this is what we learned. These are our mistakes. These are our warnings. Use this knowledge. Don't repeat our failures. Build better than we did. What Sarah learned. In her 26 years studying the King List, Sarah learned things that weren't in the texts. Things that came from sustained engagement with the question, with the object, with the pattern. She learned humility, the certainty of her youth, that she could decode this, understand it completely, publish the definitive interpretation, gradually gave way to appreciation of mystery. Some questions don't have final answers. Some texts resist complete interpretation. That's okay. That might even be better. She learned patience. Understanding develops slowly, layer by layer, like geological strata. You can't rush it. You read the text again and again. You compare with other sources. You consider alternative interpretations. You sit with uncertainty. And gradually, over years, something like understanding emerges. Not complete, not final, but real. She learned respect. These ancient scribes weren't primitive or superstitious. They were sophisticated thinkers working within different frameworks than ours. They chose these numbers deliberately. They preserved them carefully. They thought something important enough to encode in clay and fire and pass forward. That deserves respect even if we don't fully understand it. She learned connection. Studying the King List connected her to every other scholar who'd engaged with it, to the scribes who copied it through millennia, to the people who first composed it. She felt part of a chain of inquiry stretching back 4,000 years and forward into the future. This connection across time became meaningful, more meaningful than individual fame or definitive answers. And she learned hope, because the clay prism survived, because the message came through, because preservation works when done carefully, because the long conversation continues. If Sumerian scribes 3,800 years ago could successfully encode something that reached her across all that time, then she could do the same. Her work, teaching students, writing books, preserving knowledge, would ripple forward. Some of her students would carry it onward. Some of her ideas would influence future scholarship. Some fragment of her understanding would make it into the future. Not under her name necessarily. The Sumerian scribe who made WB 444 is anonymous. But his work matters. That's enough. Sarah's work would matter too. That would be enough. What we all learn. If you've stayed with this journey, through 11 chapters and tens of thousands of words, through ancient kings and modern catastrophes, through flood myths and stone circles and drowned coastlines, you've learned something too. Maybe not facts. The facts are uncertain. Did the Sumerian King List encode actual eras of civilization? Are the flood myths cultural memories of post-glacial flooding? Will our civilization collapse soon or gradually, or maybe not at all? These questions remain open. The evidence is ambiguous. Interpretations vary, but the pattern is clear. And recognizing patterns is more valuable than knowing facts. The pattern is: civilizations rise and fall. Knowledge can be lost, but also preserved. Catastrophes happen regularly on geological timescales. Humans survive through adaptation and resilience. What we preserve influences what comes after. Long-term thinking is possible, but requires conscious choice. The cycle can be bent, even if not completely broken. This pattern applies to your life, your community, your civilization. You are part of this pattern, not a passive victim of it, but an active participant. Your choices influence how the pattern unfolds. Will you preserve or consume? Will you think long-term or short-term? Will you build resilience or maximize efficiency? Will you encode wisdom or assume the future will figure it out? These aren't rhetorical questions. These are daily choices you make. And they accumulate. They matter. The Sumerian scribe who copied the King List probably didn't think he was doing anything world historical. He was just doing his job, copying a text, following standard procedures, making sure the numbers were accurate. But 3,800 years later, his work teaches us, influences us, connects us to the ancient world. Your work can do the same, not through grand gestures, through daily choices, through consistent action, through thinking past yourself. Plant a tree, teach a skill, write something true, build something durable, create community, preserve knowledge. Think generationally. Small actions, humble actions, but actions that ripple forward. That's what we all learn from the King List, from the flood myths, from the stone circles, from all the evidence of previous civilizations. Individuals matter. Choices matter. Preservation matters. Wisdom matters. Not because one person can save civilization, but because millions of individuals making wise choices creates cultural change. And cultural change can shift the trajectory of civilizations. You can't do everything, but you can do something. And something is infinitely more than nothing. The question that remains. There's one question we've circled throughout this journey, but never quite answered directly. Are we the first? Or the 7th? Or the 70th? How many times has this happened before? The honest answer is, we don't know. We can't know with certainty. The evidence is too fragmentary, too ambiguous, too deeply buried or submerged. But let's consider the possibilities. Possibility 1. We're the first advanced civilization on Earth. hunter-gatherers for 95% of human existence. Then agriculture 10,000 years ago. Then cities 5,000 years ago. Then industrial revolution 250 years ago. Then us, the first to reach this level of complexity and technological sophistication. This is the standard narrative. It's supported by the archaeological evidence we have. It's parsimonious, doesn't require assuming things we can't prove. But it also seems to ignore the flood myths, the strange precision of ancient astronomical knowledge, the sophistication of structures like Göbekli Tepe that shouldn't exist according to this narrative. Possibility 2, we're the latest in a series, but the previous ones left no trace. Ice Age coastal civilizations now underwater. Complex hunter-gatherer societies that built primarily in wood. Sophisticated cultures that were wiped out by the catastrophes at the end of the Pleistocene. Toba, the Younger Dryas, post-glacial flooding. They never developed writing or worked in stone extensively, so they left minimal archaeological signature. But they existed. They accumulated knowledge. They passed down memories that became the myths we still tell. This is speculative, but not impossible. Absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence, especially when coastlines are submerged and organic materials have long since decayed. Possibility 3, the cycle is longer than we think. Not just our civilization, not just Ice Age cultures, but multiple complete cycles of rise and fall extending back hundreds of thousands of years. Each one rising to some level of complexity, collapsing, leaving faint traces that we can't interpret or haven't found. This is the most radical interpretation. It's what some read into the Hindu yugas, the Sumerian King List, the global distribution of flood myths, and cyclical time systems. It's also the least supported by physical evidence. But it can't be completely ruled out. The truth is probably a combination. We're likely the first industrial, written, globally connected civilization. But we're probably not the first humans to develop complex societies, sophisticated knowledge, and regional influence. And the memories of those previous attempts, preserved in oral tradition, encoded in myths, hinted at in impossible numbers on clay tablets, have shaped how we think about time, catastrophe, and cycles. The exact number doesn't matter. First or seventh or 70th, the pattern is the same. Rise, peak, decline, fall, rebuild. And the wisdom is the same. Prepare, preserve, remember. Return to the clay. It's late now. Very late. Or early. Time is blurred. You've drifted through hours of words, ideas, questions. Through ancient Mesopotamia and modern catastrophe theory. Through flood myths and stone circles and drowned lands. The journey has been long, but we're ending where we began. With clay. The clay prism sits in its case in the British Museum. Silent. Patient. Waiting for the next person who will stop and wonder what those numbers mean. It will wait as long as necessary. Clay is patient. Clay endures. In 4,000 years, in 6,000 CE, will the prism still exist? Perhaps. Fired clay is remarkably durable. If the museum survives, if civilization survives in some form, if humans still care about preserving the past, the prism might make it. And someone might stand before it, as Sarah stood, as you've stood tonight in imagination, and asked the same questions. What do these numbers mean? Why did they preserve this? What were they trying to tell us? And that future human will do what you've done. Read the scholarship, examine the evidence, form hypotheses, sit with the mystery. And they'll add their layer to the palimpsest, their interpretation to the long conversation, their understanding to the accumulation of human inquiry. The clay facilitates this, enables it, makes it possible for the conversation to span millennia. That's what we leave behind. Not just objects, but connections. Not just facts, but questions. Not just artifacts, but conversations that continue long after we're gone. You're clay. You won't make a literal clay prism. Most people won't. But you'll create something. Everyone creates something. Leave something behind. Even if it's just memories in other people's minds, you've created impact, influence, ripples that continue after you're gone. The question is, what do you intentionally create? What do you deliberately preserve? What do you consciously encode for the future? This doesn't have to be grand. The Sumerian scribe wasn't trying to be grand. He was doing his job carefully, thoughtfully, with attention to accuracy and durability. You can do the same. Write down what you've learned. Teach someone a skill. Plant something that will outlast you. Build or create something with care. Preserve something worth keeping. Encode something worth remembering. Your clay might be a journal recording your observations and wisdom, a garden planted for future harvests, skills taught to younger people, a community built or strengthened, knowledge preserved and organized, art created with love and care, relationships nurtured and maintained. None of these seems as impressive as a stone pyramid, but they matter. They ripple forward. They become part of the long conversation. The Sumerian scribe's clay prism survived 3,800 years. Your clay might not last as long, but it might last longer than you think, and it will certainly last longer than if you never create it. Create your clay. Fire it with care. Pass it forward. Trust that someone will receive it. That's all any of us can do. That's all we need to do. The dream of the seventh civilization. Let yourself drift into a dream now. A vision of the future. Not prediction, you can't know the future. But imagination. Possibility. It's the year 4000 CE. Almost 2,000 years from now. The seventh civilization, or eighth, or 10th, the numbering is arbitrary, is flourishing. They remember us. Not perfectly. Many details are lost. Languages changed. Digital records decayed centuries ago. But they remember the general pattern. There was an industrial civilization around 2000 CE that understood a lot, but collapsed anyway. They found our monuments, our stone structures, our ceramic archives, our time capsules, our seed banks. Some survived. Not all, but enough. They found our warnings encoded in multiple forms, about climate change, about resource depletion, about the fragility of complex systems, about nuclear waste that remains dangerous. And they learned. Not immediately, not easily. They made their own mistakes, suffered their own catastrophes. But they had our lessons to draw on, our preserved knowledge, our warnings. So they built differently. They didn't repeat our obsession with growth. They didn't assume technology would solve everything. They didn't ignore limits until catastrophe forced recognition. They built for stability instead of expansion. They thought in generations instead of quarters. They integrated with ecosystems instead of conquering them. They distributed power and resources instead of concentrating them. They're not perfect. They have problems, conflicts, challenges. But they've avoided catastrophic collapse for longer than any previous civilization. They've bent the wheel. Maybe not broken it entirely, but bent it enough that the cycles are gentler, the continuity stronger, the preservation more complete. And they remember us not with contempt, those foolish ancients who knew better but destroyed themselves anyway, but with compassion. They tried, they struggled, they learned important lessons the hard way and preserved them for us. They honor the preservation efforts, the seed vaults, the ceramic archives, the stone monuments, the warnings, because those efforts helped them avoid some of our mistakes. We're their ancestors, flawed ancestors, but ancestors who cared enough about the future to try to help, to preserve, to encode wisdom. They received our messages. They learned from our example. They built on our foundation. And now they're creating their own messages for whoever comes after them. Because they know the pattern. They know civilizations are temporary. They know preservation matters. The conversation continues. The clay remembers. The spiral rises, slowly, over millennia. This is possible. Not certain. Not guaranteed. But possible. And possibility is enough to motivate action. To inspire preservation. To encourage wisdom. The morning after. You'll wake up tomorrow. Or today. Or whenever you finish this journey, and the world will look slightly different. Not because the world changed, because you changed, because you're carrying new questions now, new awareness, new understanding of the pattern. You'll see things you didn't notice before, how short-term our thinking is, how fragile our systems are, how much we assume will continue unchanged, how little we preserve in durable form, how rarely we consider the seventh generation. And you'll have choices, small choices, daily choices, about how to live with this awareness. You might start learning a practical skill. Begin preserving knowledge more deliberately. Think more about long-term consequences. Build more community connections. Create something designed to last. Support projects focused on resilience. Teach something important to someone younger. Live a bit more simply and intentionally. Or you might do nothing different. That's a choice too. And that's okay. Seeds planted in consciousness don't always sprout immediately. Sometimes they lie dormant for months or years before something triggers growth. But you'll remember the clay prism, the impossible numbers, the flood myths, the drowned coastlines, the stone circles, the pattern of rise and fall. You'll remember that civilizations are temporary, that knowledge can be lost, that catastrophes happen, that preservation matters, that choices matter, that you matter, and that remembering, alone, is valuable. Because people who remember the pattern make different choices than people who assume permanence. Not always better choices, not always successful choices, but different choices, wiser choices, choices informed by deep time and long patterns. And millions of people making wiser choices creates culture change, creates the possibility of bending the wheel, of breaking the cycle, of building the civilization that actually learns from the past instead of repeating it. You're part of that possibility now, whether you intend to be or not. Because you know, you've seen the pattern. You can't unsee it. What you do with that knowledge is up to you. The last words. Sarah leaves the museum. Marcus follows her out. They walk through night-quiet London streets toward the tube station. Neither speaks for a while. Finally, Marcus breaks the silence. What will you do with the rest of your career? You've studied the King List for 26 years. Is there anything left to discover? Sarah considers this. I'll keep studying it. There's always more to discover. Not facts necessarily, but understanding. Depth. Nuance. Connection. But also, she continues, I'm working on something else now. A preservation project. Encoding essential knowledge on ceramic tablets. Like the memory of mankind, but more focused. Trying to preserve what matters most for whoever comes after. You really think collapse is coming? Marcus asks. I think change is coming, Sarah says. Change always comes. Whether it's catastrophic collapse or managed transition depends partly on choices we make now. But either way, preservation matters. They reach the station entrance. Marcus heads down the steps, but Sarah pauses at the top. The Sumerian scribes did their job, she says. They preserved. They passed forward. For 1,000 years later, we benefited from their work. Now it's our turn. We do our job. We preserve. We pass forward. And maybe 4,000 years from now, someone benefits from our work. That's a long time to wait, Marcus says. Sarah smiles. Good thing we won't be around to get impatient. She descends into the station. The train arrives. She boards. Sits. Closes her eyes. In her mind, she sees the clay prism. Sees the numbers. Feels the weight of millennia. Feels connected to the scribe who made it, to all the scribes who copied it through centuries, to all the scholars who studied it. Feels connected forward too. To future archaeologists, to the seventh civilization, to whoever will stand before that prism centuries or millennia from now and wonder what it means. The conversation continues. The clay remembers. The spiral rises. And you? You're drifting toward sleep now. Or you've been asleep for a while, hovering in that liminal space where these words flow through your consciousness without you consciously processing them. Either way, the message has reached you. However imperfectly, however incompletely. You've journeyed through 4,000 years of history, through questions about what came before, through evidence of what might have been, through warnings about what might come. You've seen the pattern, rise and fall, growth and collapse, preservation and loss, the long spiral of human civilization turning through deep time. And you've been invited to participate, to add your voice to the conversation, to encode your wisdom, to preserve what matters, to think generationally, to break the wheel through conscious choice and patient wisdom. The invitation remains open, will always remain open, because the pattern continues with or without your participation, but continues better, higher, wiser, more gently. With it, what will you create? What will you preserve? What clay will you fire? What message will you encode for the seventh civilization, or the eighth, or the 100th? These questions will follow you into dreams, will surface sometimes in quiet moments, will influence choices you might not even be aware you're making. That's okay. That's how wisdom works. Not through dramatic conversion, but through gradual integration. Seeds planted in consciousness. Slow growth. Patient development. You've received the message from the ancient world, from the Sumerians, from every culture that tried to preserve knowledge across catastrophe. Now you carry it. And in carrying it, you become part of the chain, part of the long conversation, part of the preservation. The clay remembers what we forget. But you remember now. You know the pattern. You see the spiral. You understand that civilizations are temporary, but knowledge can persist. That individuals are mortal, but wisdom can survive. That everything ends, but something continues. And in understanding this, You become capable of wise action, of long-term thinking, of generational responsibility, of breaking the wheel through patience and humility and care. You become a link in the chain, a voice in the conversation, a breath in the long respiration of human civilization. That's enough. That's everything. Sleep now. Deep sleep. Restful sleep. Dream of clay and stone and the long spiral of time. Dream of ancient scribes carefully pressing wedges into soft clay, of monuments rising stone by stone, of knowledge encoded and preserved and passed forward. Dream of survivors after catastrophe, finding fragments, piecing together understanding, rebuilding with wisdom learned from ruins. Dream of the seventh civilization rising higher than the sixth because they learned. They remembered. They built on the foundation of preserved knowledge. Dream of yourself as part of this long story. Not the hero, not the savior, just a link in the chain, just a voice in the conversation, just a keeper of the pattern. That's your role. That's your purpose. That's your contribution to the long spiral. And it's enough. More than enough. The clay remembers. The stones remember. The pattern remembers. And now you remember. And in remembering, you become capable of wise action, of preservation, of passing forward, of breaking the wheel, not alone, but as part of the long chain of humans who chose wisdom over ignorance, foresight over myopia, generosity toward the future over consumption in the present. Join that chain. Add your link. Do your part. The seventh civilization is waiting. The future is waiting. The clay is waiting. What will you create for them? What message will you encode? What wisdom will you preserve? Think on this. Dream on this. And when you wake, act on it. Create your clay. Fire it with care. Pass it forward. Trust that someone will receive it. That's all. That's everything. The clay remembers. Do you? Good night, wanderer. Sleep deep. Dream well. And wake ready to preserve. The conversation continues. With you. Always with you. The clay remembers. Yindi.